already lived there, and they don't respect property rights. The birds stampeded through farms, flattened crops, and broke fences. The government sent in Major G.P.W. Meredith of the Royal Australian Artillery, but emus are surprisingly hard to kill. They don't bunch up like a normal enemy. When soldiers opened fire, the emus scattered, running at 30 miles per hour. The machine guns jammed. The emus absorbed bullets and kept running. Major Meredith later said if they had a military division with the bullet-carrying capacity of these birds, it would face any army in the world. After a week, they had fired thousands of rounds and killed maybe 50 emus. Australia lost a war to flightless birds. The public humiliation forced the government to finally listen to the farmers, who had been asking for subsidies and proper fencing for years. After the emu war, the money suddenly appeared. Thousands of miles of emu-proof fencing went up. The bullets accomplished nothing. The embarrassment accomplished everything. Number 9. The car that exploded to make all cars safer. In the 1970s, Ford was panicking about competition from Japanese cars. They rushed a new car, the Ford Pinto, into production in just 25 months. One corner they cut was the fuel tank, placing it right behind the rear axle, inches from the bumper. In testing, they found that in rear-end collisions, the tank would rupture and the car would catch fire. They knew. Ford calculated it would cost $11 per car to fix the design. They then calculated the cost of paying out lawsuits for predicted deaths and injuries. That number was lower. They shipped the cars. When journalist Mark Dowie published Ford's internal memo proving they chose profits over lives, the country exploded with rage. Ford recalled 1.5 million Pintos, but the scandal forced the U.S. government to act. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration mandated that all fuel systems must survive rear-end crashes without leaking. Every car manufacturer had to comply. The Pinto scandal also supercharged the use of punitive damages in court, punishing companies for choosing to cause harm. Every car on the road today has a safer fuel system, because Ford built one that caught fire and tried to hide it. Number 8. The stink that cleaned the world. For centuries, London's River Thames was the city's open sewer. 2 million people dumped everything into it. Human waste, dead animals, factory chemicals. Cholera outbreaks killed tens of thousands, but politicians ignored warnings because the fix was expensive. Then came the summer of 1858. An unusual heat wave turned the Thames into a giant pot of boiling sewage. The smell was so catastrophic, it was named the Great Stink. The Houses of Parliament sat right on the riverbank. The same politicians who had ignored the problem were now gagging in their offices. They soaked curtains in lime chloride to block the smell. It didn't work. The stench was so bad, they considered abandoning the building. Within 18 days, Parliament approved full funding for a new sewer system. 18 days, after decades of inaction. Engineer Joseph Bazalgette constructed over 1,300 miles of underground brick sewers, redirecting the city's waste away from the river. His design was so successful, it became the blueprint for modern sanitation in every major city on Earth. Number 7. Chernobyl's accidental paradise. In 1986, a Ukrainian nuclear reactor exploded, creating the worst nuclear disaster in history. The Soviets created a 2,600 square kilometer exclusion zone, evacuating 116,000 people and sealing it off. Humans stayed out, but nobody told the animals. Within a few years, wildlife moved back in. Brown bears appeared for the first time in a century. Lynx, bison, wild horses, and eagles followed. The wolf population inside the zone is now 7 times higher than in nearby nature reserves. The abandoned city of Pripyat became a ghost town with a deer problem. Scientists expected a radioactive wasteland. Instead, they found one of Europe's most important wildlife refuges. The radiation is still there, and some animals show genetic damage, but they are thriving more than animals living outside the zone, where there are humans. For the wildlife of Chernobyl, we are the greater threat. The most effective conservation strategy we've ever accidentally discovered is simply leaving. Number 6. The bullet that forced modern medicine. In 1861, America's Civil War was fought with a new bullet, the Minié ball. Easy to load and accurate, it was made of soft lead. When it hit bone, it didn't just punch a hole, it mushroomed, turning a femur into a bag of gravel. The only option was amputation. The sheer volume of these catastrophic wounds overwhelmed field hospitals. To cope, surgeons invented triage, sorting patients by severity to determine who to treat first. This system is the foundation of every modern emergency room. They also began keeping detailed medical records, giving birth to medical statistics to analyze which treatments worked, but the bullet wasn't the main killer. Infection was. Surgeons operated on dozens of men without washing their hands or instruments. The staggering death toll from gangrene finally forced the medical community to accept germ theory. The Minier ball created so many wounds so fast that the old approach to surgery collapsed. From that collapse came organized trauma care, triage, and antiseptic surgery. A bullet designed to kill more effectively accidentally created the framework for saving more lives. Number 5. The Smokey Bear Lie. For most of the 1900s, the U.S. Forest Service had one rule for forest fires: put them all out, immediately. Their mascot, Smokey Bear, famously said, "Only you can prevent forest fires." It was cute, but terrible advice. Forests need small, natural fires to clean themselves by burning dead leaves, dry grass, and fallen branches. For decades, we stamped out every small fire, allowing that fuel to pile up year after year. The forest floor became the world's largest pile of kindling. When fires inevitably did start, they became unstoppable megafires that created their own weather and jumped highways. In 1988, this fuel buildup caused 36% of Yellowstone National Park to burn. The policy designed to prevent fires made them apocalyptic. We eventually learned what indigenous communities had known for centuries: the solution to big fires is more small fires. Today we use prescribed burns, setting controlled fires to clear out fuel. Smokey Bear was wrong, and our forests paid the price. Number 4. The Glowing Workers. In the 1920s, young women were hired to paint watch dials with glowing radium paint. To get a fine point, they were told to lick their paintbrushes. Lick, paint all day. They became known as the Radium Girls. Their bosses knew radium was deadly, wearing lead aprons for protection while the women ingested poison. Soon, the women got sick. Their jaws crumbled, holes formed in their skulls. The company blamed it on bad hygiene. 5 of them sued. By the time they went to court, some were too sick to raise their arms to take the oath. The company's attempts to silence them backfired, turning the case into front-page news. The public outrage was so immense, it created the blueprint for modern worker safety laws. The Radium Girls case established an employer's legal duty to protect workers from known hazards, the concept of compensable occupational disease, and the rule that companies cannot hide health data. Every workplace safety regulation today traces back to women who were told to lick poison and fought back. Number 3. The Fireproof Theater of Death. In 1903, Chicago's Iroquois Theater opened, advertised as absolutely fireproof. The owners were so confident they cut corners: no sprinkler system, locked exits, hidden exits, and doors that opened inward. The staff had no fire training. On December 30th, the theater was packed with 2,000 people when a stage light ignited a curtain. An asbestos fire curtain was lowered, but it got stuck halfway. A fireball shot out from under it, directly into the audience. People ran for the exits, but a crowd pushing against an inward swinging door only seals it shut. They were crushed and suffocated at the doors meant to save them. 602 people died. The building itself barely burned. The fireproof theater was a death trap. The horrific disaster immediately rewrote public safety laws. Panic bars on emergency exits were invented because of this fire. Laws requiring lit exit signs, outward opening doors, and mandatory fire safety systems in public venues all came directly from this catastrophe. The owner's overconfidence created the deadliest single-building fire in U.S. history, which in turn created the modern framework for public safety. Number 2. The thalidomide pill. In the late 1950s, a German company marketed a new pill, thalidomide, as a miracle cure for morning sickness. They claimed it was so safe
So, bin wach. A wild pupitar appears. Catch it using poke catch. Winners revealed in 90s. Pupitar escaped. No one caught it.
If you couldn't overdose, it spread to 46 countries. Then, babies started being born with no arms, or with flippers instead of limbs. Over 10,000 babies worldwide suffered severe deformities. The company had barely tested the drug and ignored early reports of nerve damage. The United States was mostly spared, not because the government was smart, but because one FDA reviewer was stubborn. Her name was Frances Kelsey. When the company applied to sell thalidomide in the U.S., she found the safety data insufficient. The company pressured her, called her difficult, and complained to her bosses. She refused to budge. She held them off for over a year, by which time the tragedy in Europe was undeniable. The drug was never approved in the US. The global horror forced a complete overhaul of drug approval. The FDA was given real power, and laws were passed requiring companies to prove their drugs were both safe and effective before sale. That entire safety net exists because of the thalidomide tragedy. Number 1. The unsinkable ship's legacy. The builders of the Titanic were trying to make ships safer. Its hull had 16 watertight compartments, and it could stay afloat even if 4 of them flooded. Brilliant engineering for 1912. So brilliant, the company marketed it as practically unsinkable. And if a ship can't sink, lifeboats seem like clutter. The original design had enough lifeboats for everyone, but they cut that number by more than half to make the deck look more elegant. On April 14, 1912, the ship hit an iceberg. It didn't punch a hole, but scraped along the side, opening gaps across 5 compartments, one more than the ship could handle. The unsinkable ship began to sink. 1,500 people died, many because there were not enough lifeboats. The catastrophic disaster forced the entire world to act. Within 2 years, the first International Convention for the Safety of Life at Sea was created. It's still the most important maritime safety treaty. SOLAS mandated enough lifeboats for every person on every ship, a 24-hour radio watch, and established the International Ice Patrol. The overconfidence that killed 1,500 people is the reason every ship today is exponentially safer. That's all for today. I'll be making similar videos in the future. Subscribe to see them.
Hello, old friend.
Your morbid curiosity got the best of you, didn't it? Alright, well here's even more evil human experiments.
Hello.
Part 3! Usually when you think of World War II, chemical weapons are not the first thing that comes to mind. And that's because almost everyone learned their lesson in World War I. Except Japan, of course, who used them heavily against China. But they would learn 2 big lessons later on. But on the Western Front, chemical weapons were rarely used for fear of heavy retaliation. However, precautionary measures still had to be taken in the event that they were used. In order to design effective protective equipment, one has to learn what they're dealing with. Enter the mustard gas experiments, secret tests conducted by the United States to gain more insight into the effects of mustard gas on soldiers. Now you might be asking, what about all those soldiers killed during World War I? Well, you'd actually be surprised to learn that out of the estimated 17 million or so deaths attributed to the Great War, only about 90,000 were from chemical weapons, with only a few thousand being directly from mustard gas. Only about 1/100%. That's not really a conclusive sample size. In order to paint a clearer picture of what they were dealing with, over 60,000 soldiers were voluntold to participate in these trials, often with zero knowledge of what they were about to experience. In total, there were 3 experimental designs for troops to partake in. The first, and the easiest, was the patch test. Liquid mustard gas was applied directly to the test subject's skin in order to observe any immediate effects. The second was the field test, where soldiers were deployed on a simulated battlefield and enveloped in a mustard gas cloud to test various protective equipment prototypes. The last design was the chamber test. Equipped with only makeshift gas masks, soldiers were locked in small chambers where mustard gas was piped in order to test its incapacitative properties. One soldier, Sergeant Rollins Edwards, recalls his horrific experience when enduring a chamber test at just 21 years old in 1943.
And it was just one little hut there. And they told us all to go in there, but don't put on your gas mask until you smell gas. And we all went in there, and I heard when the latch
how was life?
had a bar outside the door. This was plywood. And we all standing up in there, but I put my gas mask on right then. Well, the gas mask then was just paper.
Not too bad, I guess.
When they turned that gas on from up top there, you know, this guy started screaming. because it was feel like there was a million red ants over you, just all over your whole complete body.
Keep in mind that mustard gas itself,
Yeah,
while
I
it
should have
can
done
be
like
worse,
a
you could say.
had a
Pomodoro
very
thing.
low mortality rate in World War I, only around 2 to
Same
3%.
here, same
Its main purpose was to incapacitate rather than kill. And it was great at its job,
It's the same
but it was
here
the
for me.
British who decided to kick things up a notch with lewisite, a deadlier alternative to mustard gas. This was an arsenic-based compound capable of damaging
Nice,
your DNA
dude.
on contact. Skin would blister, and your respiratory system would likely fail. But not only were these experiments aimed at observing the health effects on soldiers as a whole, but also how the chemicals may have
Sadly, I
affected
still play
different
VR
races.
chat.
Black, Puerto Rican, Japanese, and white
I
soldiers
don't.
were tested separately,
That
with the
anymore.
white soldiers being the control group, meaning that they were the baseline to compare to. If there was enough evidence
I
to
don't know, it
suggest that
changed
one
a
group
lot,
was
right?
more resistant than another, well, guess who's going to be sent on the front
Became
line?
too weird
Of
for
course, in the end, no such conclusive evidence was ever found.
It really
so
I did a
has.
good
mistake.
job with that one. Any soldier resisting participation was threatened with dishonorable discharge and jail time
Okay,
for
here we go.
failure to obey commands. During these experiments, soldiers were subjected
promise
to
I'm not a fairy.
agonizing pain and trauma, which resulted in permanent
You're
physical
not?
and
Oh, no,
psychological
mate.
damage for the rest of their lives. These men were scarred with chemical burns on their skin, their eyes, and even in their lungs. Those who endured these experiments, as well as survived any future
mean,
combat, because these soldiers
I
were still
don't care
expected
if
to
you
fight
are
in the
one or
war,
not.
were unable to seek any medical attention once
Oh.
discharged
A wild
from
Crabominable
service.
appears
They
captured
were
using
sworn to
poke
secrecy,
catch.
I'm not
once
one
they
of
faced
them.
legal
90s.
backlash for disclosing information
Okay,
about a
sometimes I do
confidential
judge.
operation. While you might be
I do
sitting there
judge.
waving your finger at the United States, know that it wasn't just the wonderful freedom
I
powerhouse
know you do
who
just
did
had
this
to get
kind of
that
stuff.
out.
The mustard gas experiments actually took place years after the good old redcoats did the same thing in
know you do
Australia,
just had to
England,
get that
Canada,
out.
and India, which is probably when the British developed their aversion to anything
Not a
remotely
furry.
spicy. Now here's a topic that'll probably get me canceled. Way back in the day in 1965, two twin baby boys slopped out of their mother.
Wait a second.
Bruce
Am I doing a
and Brian
mistake here?
Reimer. As cute as they were, they had a bit of a problem. Both boys were born with phimosis, an odd medical condition that, in monetizable terms, meant that they had trouble peeing properly due to a non-retractable skin on their little fellas. Well, that's not the worst. I mean, just a simple circumcision would pop those turtles right out of their shell, right? Normally, yes, if you have a decent doctor. A description apparently not befitting of Bruce's doctor. The physician who performed this rather routine surgery decided to be a bit unconventional and cauterize the freshly cut skin rather than a traditional stitching.
Other than that,
This
do you play any
deviation
other
from standard
games?
procedure rendered Bruce's
Okay.
manhood completely non-functional at just 8 months old. Outraged, the Reimer parents refused to have Brian undergo the same treatment, so his jacket still had its hood. With Bruce's medically malpracticed member, Reimer's parents eventually found one Dr. John Money,
Crabominable
which sounds
escaped.
more like
No
the
one
prim
caught
and
it.
proper version of Johnny Cash, except Money would be performing a lot more hurt. Dr. John Money was a medical psychology professor at Johns Hopkins University. His research centered on theories of gender identity
Been
and
writing
gender
a
roles.
D&D
He would
campaign for
eventually
me and my
pioneer the
girlfriend, so
process
I'm
of
pretty
chemical
tired, gonna head to bed.
castration, a drug treatment
Good to
on
hear
sex
from you.
offenders to
And yes,
completely
lots of
eliminate their
games.
violent desires.
Minecraft,
which is pretty
Baldur's
cool.
Gate 3,
But what's
mostly
not cool
lately.
is his role in the life of Bruce
I
Reimer.
never played
After the
it.
Reimer family got in contact with Dr.
Played
Money,
it in my
they
life.
were advised to have Bruce's
I can
remaining
feel
male
people
parts
like it.
surgically removed and to swap teams,
All right.
undergoing gender
Take it easy.
reassignment and instead being raised as a
Enjoy
girl.
your night,
Bewildered,
and,
the parents agreed. And at just 2 years old,
Yeah, you need
Bruce
sleep.
Reimer became Brenda Reimer.
Take at least
Although
7
later
hours
in
of
life,
sleep.
Bruce stated that he never really identified as female.
Thank
but
you
Dr.
for
Money didn't stop
joining
there.
in.
He pushed further and tried to upsell just beyond the base model. Looks like little Brenda's gonna need some hormone treatment.
You too.
And while
Thanks,
you're at
man,
it, I
I'll
can throw
try
in
to
a
pop in
vagina
when I
as
see you
well.
live, buddy.
It'll look like a chewed up wad of gum, but
Oh,
it'll do
good,
the
oh,
trick.
good. Thank you.
We're just gonna take the hormone treatment.
Good night,
Thanks.
mate.
No one ever wants the vagina. But this is where things
bro,
started to
this
really
one's
take a
still
turn.
missing.
You see, Money had
Good
a
night.
theory. One that explored the
I'm
influences
just
of
gonna
nature
yap. You
versus
guys won't
nurture as it
understand, but
pertains to
it's-
gender identity. He believed that such identities are instilled upon us through our upbringing rather than our biological traits. And this would culminate into one of the most strange
not
and
say
disturbing
this.
experiments I've ever read about. So, thanks YouTube comment section. Appreciate that. In what I can only assume would be a way to further his research, both Brenda and Brian regularly visited Dr. Money for routine checkups to see how the change had impacted their relationship and well-being. At just 6 years old, Money began exposing the children to explicit adult content. Even worse, he reportedly forced the two children to reenact certain poses featured in these films and had, at least on one occasion, taken pictures of the children doing this. Both children had reported incidents of Dr. Money's temper when resisting such requests. They stated that although he was calm and well-mannered in the presence of their parents, he became violent and verbally abusive behind closed doors. When discussing the events years later, Brenda recalled one specific event where Dr. Money had yelled at him for refusing to undress when both children were forced to inspect each other. Years later, a now teenage Brenda was propositioned by Money to undergo a full transition surgery. But Brenda repeatedly and adamantly refused. After years of, let's not sugarcoat it, full-blown sexual abuse, Brenda hit a psychological breaking point. It was at this time that the Reimer parents broke the truth to Brenda that he was born as a boy. And immediately, Brenda abandoned life as a girl, took on the name David, and even underwent reconstructive surgeries to restore damage done to him. Dr. Money, however, fraudulently reported his work as a successful female gender development, using it as evidence to support future gender reassignment cases. But in 1997, David came forward with his story to discredit Dr. Money, speaking to the horrors of his upbringing and the mental toll it took on both him and his brother. David's testimony was published across several high-profile magazines, but as freeing as it was to tell his story, it wasn't enough to free him from his mental anguish. In 2004, David had taken his own life at age 38, just 2 years after his brother, Brian, had overdosed on antidepressants. Dr. Money had brushed off David's testimony as merely right-wing and anti-feminist propaganda. According to the Intersex Society of North America, however, many individuals within the intersex community had condemned Money for falsifying his report, as it had led to thousands of surgical procedures done on infants as a matter of policy. Over the following years, Money would continue to have many of his theories debunked by his own social experiments. He never faced any consequences for his explicit actions with the Reimer twins or any other families that he had impacted with his practices. John Money ultimately cashed out of this mortal coil in 2006 at the age of 85. As an added kick to the butchered dick, even though Brian never had the surgery to cure his phimosis, you know, that condition that kickstarted this whole thing, it eventually corrected itself with age. So it is likely that Bruce would have also outgrown this condition, sparing both brothers from their cruel fate. But hey, hindsight's 2020. It's not real. During the complete shit stain on South African history that was apartheid, there was an infectious disease running rampant through the South American military. Or at least it was thought of as a disease by some. And just like any other disease, there had to be a cure, right? Well, that's what Dr. Aubrey Levin claimed anyway. In 1967, the South African military began forced conscription of soldiers to beef up the military. Initially, homosexuality was outright banned in the military, so when joining, soldiers were examined by medical doctors to screen for any suspicious tendencies.
Why are you gay?
Any enlisted soldiers found to be lying about being straight were severely punished with imprisonment, but in reality, there was a strong concern over the opposite. It was actually feared that many men would lie about their preferences in order to avoid being conscripted. So how goes the conscription? Not good. Apparently everyone around here is gay. What? That's impossible. Is it? So instead, the rules were changed to allow those identifying as homosexual to be forced into military service. They just had to be cured is all. So those individuals were sent to a secret military hospital to unwillingly partake in Dr. Levin's many cures. This is where the Aversion Project began. Soldiers, which now found themselves amongst a population of drug addicts and the severely mentally ill, were strapped into chairs and forced to watch many explicit adult films of the he on him variety. Nice. These patients sustained aggressive electrical shocks while viewing the films, up to 120 volts and about 800 milliamps, which is super painful and potentially lethal. The theory was that if repeatedly shocked, the brain would eventually rewire itself to anticipate pain when thinking of the naughty dude thoughts. You know, a Clockwork Orange style. The tests continued, but Levin failed to get any of the results that he had anticipated. In response, he upped the ante by continuing the aggressive shock therapy in conjunction with deep-throating depressant drugs to make the victims' brains more susceptible to change. Despite this outright torture, the desired effects were never achieved, and no cure had occurred. Although it does have to be said that some soldiers simply faked that they were cured in order to escape these torturous experiments. As a last-ditch effort to stop any of these so-called unnatural desires from ever occurring again, Levin had these soldiers chemically castrated against their will before being released from the hospital. Now, tragically, this took a huge psychological and physical toll on the victims, and many ended up taking their own lives shortly after release. Dr. Levin went back to the drawing board and came up with one more attempt at a cure: forced gender reassignment. You see, if you like dudes and you're a dude, that's just silly, but if you're now a girl and you still like dudes, then it's a-okay. Several soldiers were forced to undergo the surgery, and not many survived. Those who did suffered extreme medical issues for the rest of their lives. Survivors were given new identities and forbidden from contacting anyone from their old life.
But the horror didn't stop there. In order to keep his failed experiments out of the public light, Dr. Levin oversaw the construction of Greifswald, a forced labor camp where any of his subjects that were considered incurable would reside.
It wasn't until 1975, 7 years after his initial tests began, that the nightmare finally ended after Dr. Levin received a promotion. He left the military to become the Director of Mental Health for the South African Department of Health Services and Welfare. Of course, justice would never be served. After apartheid ended in 1995, Levin fled to Canada where he lived comfortably as a psychology professor. He was charged in an unrelated crime in 2010 and sentenced to 5 years imprisonment, but he was ultimately released just 18 months later on parole. And as of this video, he is 86 years old and still alive today as a free man. In the midst of the Cold War, rumors began to spread across the continents of Soviet brainwashing. American prisoners of war released after the Korean War were witnessed to be shadows of the men they once were, often regurgitating communist ideals to which they were apparently subjected to repeatedly during their capture. Some other men outright refused to return to American soil and fully defected to the USSR. Traitors. But these obvious tells of psychological manipulation struck fear into the vacuous heart of the American government. The CIA director at the time, Allen Dulles, condemned such actions, calling out the communist brainwashing as abhorrent and nefarious. He went on to state how such war tactics were beneath American values and even human values as a whole. So in order to ensure that this would never happen on American soil, Director Dulles, just 3 days after his little speech, approved Project MKUltra, the United States' very own mind control experimentation program. Sure, Dulles may have said that mind control is un-American, but losing is even un-American-er. The main goal of MKUltra was to develop ways to control human behavior and ultimately develop a truth serum, be it a physical substance or a specific technique. This would be especially helpful with things like espionage or interrogating enemy prisoners of war. Hey, it's only evil if the enemy does it. MKUltra was composed of several different methods for perfecting the art of psychological manipulation. These included hypnosis, electroshock therapy, and administering experimental drugs, the most pervasive of which being the forced administration of LSD. Now, these tactics were not limited to just prisoners of war. Those are way too scarce in numbers. In order to get more promising and conclusive data, you need a larger population. Well, that's nothing a few prisons, psych wards, and the US Army can't supply. Wait, what? The head honcho of MKUltra was Dr. Sidney Gottlieb, one of the CIA's top biochemists. Under his guidance, and with generous funding from the CIA, experiments began across North America in over 30 institutions and universities, including Columbia University and Stanford University. Experiments were later expanded to Canada too, but let's start domestically. MKUltra was set in motion in 1953, where the first candidate for this mythical truth serum was tested: lysergic acid diethylamide, LSD. a powerful
LSD?
synthetic hallucinogen developed in
I mean, it was
1938 in Switzerland.
big acid.
I originally wanted to develop a new respiratory stimulant, and I did. But now I can also taste colors. That's pretty cool too. Tons of this stuff was purchased by the CIA for use in MKUltra, roughly $4.2 million worth in today's money. In true evil experiment fashion, test subjects were never given explicit knowledge of what they were about to experience, only that they would be participating in some sort of test. And these subjects were either convicted criminals or mentally ill patients who either had no choice in participation or the ability to comprehend what they were about to go through. Former organized crime boss guy Whitey Bulger was one such patient, and he wrote about his experience as a government lab rat in 1957. He recalled being injected with what he later found out to be LSD. Here's an excerpt from his writings. 8 convicts in a panic and paranoid state. Total loss of appetite. Hallucinating. The room would change shape. Hours of paranoia and feeling violent. We experienced horrible periods of living nightmares and even blood coming out of the walls. Guys turning into skeletons in front of me. I saw a camera change into the head of a dog. I felt like I was going insane. Yeah, it was really rough stuff, and maybe some people in the audience can attest to some experience like this. Let me know in the comments if Bulger's testimony sounds something like you've gone through. You little deviants, you. But wait, there's more. Let's talk about the appropriately named Operation Midnight Climax. This was a rather risque covert operation where several CIA-funded women of the night would lure unsuspecting and rather anxious men into CIA safe houses across California and New York. These men, unfortunately, would only have their minds blown as they were well supplied with drinks laced with LSD. CIA agents would observe these festivities from behind a two-way mirror as these dudes absolutely lost their goddamn minds. Athletic little fella, isn't he? You think that's bad? Well, the Canadians weren't much better. Dr. Donald Cameron developed the concept of psychic driving, a nightmarish experiment aimed at erasing memories and reprogramming the human brain. In addition to the usual LSD administration, Dr. Cameron also performed intense electroshock therapy, often at 30 to 40 times the normal power. Patients were put into drug-induced comas for weeks on end and forced to listen to looping audio clips. These patients were often diagnosed with anxiety disorders and postpartum depression. So imagine coming into a hospital, having anxiety and being strapped into a chair, injected with drugs, electrically shocked, and forced to listen to the same audio looping for weeks on end. Needless to say, these victims suffered permanent physiological damage, including complete amnesia and losing the ability to speak. Project MKUltra came to an abrupt end in 1973 when all of the classified documents were ordered to be destroyed after government-wide panic began following the events of the Watergate incident. You know, when President Nixon's re-election campaign staff were found secretly spying on their political opponents. This sparked a huge public distrust of the government and was a catalyst for many investigations of the government for foul play. Despite the purge of documentation, over 20,000 documents survived, which were subsequently investigated and brought into the public eye a year later. In 1976, President Ford signed an executive order banning any drug experimentation on human subjects without written and witness-informed consent. Dr. Gottlieb, who conveniently retired from the CIA in 1973, faced no consequences for his role in MKUltra and ultimately brushed off the project as ineffective and a waste of time. He died peacefully in his home in 1999. Well, that was pretty neat. If you enjoyed this video, remember to do the thing and the stuff. And if you want to learn more about human experiments, be sure to check out part 1 here and part 2 here. I'll see you over there.
Good see. Guy's awesome, mate. Check him out. He's
Hey, you're watching my official compilation channel, but if you want to see my newest videos as soon as they're uploaded, check out my main channel, Chat History. Alright, enjoy the video.
Chat History.
Deadly medieval jobs. Like a low IQ fella who just ravaged a Viagra bottle, alchemy was simple, yet very hard. Simple in the fact that it had three main goals: turn metal into gold, discover a universal cure for all diseases, and achieve immortality. Simple on paper, but very hard in the reality that no one knew what they were doing. The vast majority of natural science at the time was still a mystery, and it was up to these alchemists to fill in the blanks. But on the path to reaching those improbable goals, many critical discoveries were made. Distillation allowed you to purify poopy brown water by boiling it and cooling the vapor to make less poopy brown water. Many plants could be mashed into festering wounds to make them feel less like you're about to die. And sprinkling some sulfur and charcoal over your non-suspicious pile of potassium nitrate could create something called black powder that may or may not be useful in some sort of gun-like device in the future. But every new discovery was the result of thousands of failures. Sure, alchemy would eventually shed away a lot of the primitive theoretical slag and refine itself into modern-day chemistry, but it took millennia of trial and error, and many died in the pursuit of eternal health and infinite wealth. The extent of the alchemical process boiled down to purification, isolating crude elements into their purest forms. And how do you purify things? Fire. Just heat stuff up until something happens. And that was the main problem. You see, alchemists had a rudimentary approach to their own safety when it came to faffing about with toxic substances. Their main form of protection was wearing long robes, or at the bare minimum, a durable leather apron. This would, at the very least, give +5 defense against any spontaneous splishes and splashes of any would-be lotions and potions. But if you've ever been chewed out by your chemistry professor, you know that's often the least of your worries. Now, getting a drop of salty water in your eye at school may seem trivial, but if that harmless sodium chloride enriched dihydrogen monoxide were instead something more spicy like, say, boiling hot mercury, and then things get a little bit more life-threatening-y. Alchemists didn't really use face or eye protection outside of just squinting a little bit and hoping for the best. But when that plugged beaker of boiling broth decides it wants to overcome a pressure differential, you're gonna wish that something was there between you and it. Now, if you were careful enough to uncork your cooking concoctions, you still had to deal with its byproducts. One of the most mysterious and thus often studied materials was liquid mercury. Since it looked like a metal yet flowed like a liquid, the element was often mistaken for the highly sought-after elixir of life itself, bringing many to an untimely end. But that didn't stop alchemists from trying to unlock its potential secrets. In any case, the last place that you would want to be burning toxic metals is somewhere cramped and poorly ventilated. Well, it's a good thing that many of the alchemical labs in medieval times were cramped and poorly ventilated, filled with lots of flammable books and papers to boot. So when putting toxic elements to the flame, like mercury or arsenic, you're gonna form some nasty fumes. Historical texts allude to these dangers, stating that the vapors, quote, injured the spirit and body. Trying to unlock the phenomenal cosmic powers in your itty-bitty living space is gonna mean trading breathable air for some that is deadly. The high concentration will almost certainly make your temporary life even more temporary. Your last feelings as you migrate to regions beyond will be that of you coughing up your burning lungs while your pounding brain feels like it's gonna burst out of your skull. Fun stuff. But even if you managed to dodge death in the short term, he was going to win the long game. Memory loss, hallucinations, or even paralysis are all possible side effects from long-term mercury and arsenic exposure. Sometimes, though, the most dangerous beast is ourselves. Unless directly employed by a higher power, alchemists often practice their craft in secret, not only to protect any possible discoveries, but to avoid accusations. Many of the more feeble-minded people at the time mistook the scientific aspects of alchemy for witchcraft and sorcery with all that conjuring of flames and whatnot. So if the explosions, fires, or fumes didn't get you, Ned the nosy neighbor might.
Royal.
You can already see how this one's gonna go. Listen, royalty has always been a world of extravagance and bragging rights. Get conquered, and you can bet that all of your treats and treasures were on full display to boast to other royals.
Look how big my shiny rod is.
Aye, take a gander at me family jewels. Very nice. But not all wealth was silver and gold, as King Henry III of England would soon come to realize in 1235. Arriving on the front doorstep one morning was a gift. 3 gifts, actually. As a present in good faith to maintain political relationships, Emperor Frederick II of the Holy Roman Empire dumped 3 adult lions on Henry's doorstep. Bah.
King Henry absolutely adored the giant cats and set them up in a less than suitable habitat within the Tower of London, opening up the royal menagerie to royal guests as a royal flex. The menagerie eventually expanded, with elephants, a polar bear, non-polar bears, and several monkeys all taking residence within the walls. Now, each and every one of these exotic animals required special care, so in order to provide said care, specially trained animal experts were hired to do the job, right? No. It was, of course, cheap, uneducated, and expendable laborers that were the prime candidates. Poor, unfortunate souls sent to clean, feed, and care for the beasts. And it was all easier said than done. No matter how friend-shaped wild animals may seem, they're still wild animals, and they will murder you at a moment's notice. Once you stepped into the literal lion's den, you were at their mercy. Without extensive knowledge on how to meet their most basic needs, these animals were often feral and malnourished, and thus a very real threat, especially when you're looking like a tasty treat. Habitats at the time, if you could even really call them that, were often poorly constructed and weren't any more complex than a simple cage. Some historical records allude to incidents of collapsing cages or animals managing to break free from their chains and ripping apart caretakers limb from limb. It wasn't uncommon to catch a claw from time to time, or witness your buddy get converted into a PNG under an elephant's tree trunk of a foot. If you did manage to survive the animals unscathed, you might not survive your employer. Like I said before, the animals were royal property, so failing to keep them healthy may as well be a slap in the face of the king himself. Any keepers responsible for a premature death of an animal were in for severe punishment. The lucky ones were simply fired. The less than lucky ones were also fired. The profession of plague rat catcher is pretty self-explanatory. Bunch of plague-infested rats carrying plague-infested fleas running amok needed to be dealt with. Humanely, of course. Although rat catching or vermin extermination itself has been a profession for as long as rats have been around, they were especially in high demand during the time of the Black Plague. European cities like Paris or London were chock full of the little beasts. The spreading of the disease wasn't exactly well understood at the time, and instead of placing the blame on microscopic corn dogs, the usual go-to scapegoats were the devil, poisonous air, or the classic Jews. But some pattern-recognizing fellows realized that filthy rats usually carry filthy diseases. And it was true. Black rats, as they're known, very much did carry debilitating diseases. You got your leptospirosis to ruin your day, muscles always aching, fever never breaking, your liver dies, stinging red eyes, and a rash that never goes away. You also had salmonella, which causes you to frequently force out fluids from front to back, but also makes you solid in your daily crosswords. When you don't want a mass infestation to evolve into a mass infection, rat catchers were hired to help minimize the spread as best they could. Rat catchers would hunt, trap, and kill the vermin, but in doing so, they put themselves at severe risk. The thing is, rats don't exactly like being caught, so they're gonna go into a full-fledged survival panic, gnashing and gnawing at anything nearby, which would most likely be fingers, hands, an arm, or a face. The obvious problem with that is the contraction of the aforementioned diseases as well as the Black Plague itself. Of course, there were many other hazards. Remember them fleas I mentioned? Well, they would do a little emigration to a new host. You. Once you were infected, all of your own personal fleas and lice, since you're a dirt poor medieval peasant, would then further spread diseases like wildfire. But bites and bugs weren't the only threat. Rat catchers often had to venture into enemy territory, squeezing through holes and swimming through cesspits to find rat nests to kill them at the source. Rummaging around in all of that danky and stanky meant a lot of environmental exposure. Sustaining a simple scrape against a stone slab that's subsequently slathered in shit leads to a nasty, potentially life-threatening infection. Similar to the gong farmers or night soilmen from my previous worst jobs video, these rat catchers could also succumb to suffocating in sewer slop. Not only that, but the frequent use of arsenic-based rat poison could do a number on the lungs. The good news, though, is that all of the success of the medieval rat catchers helped severely limit the spread of the Black Plague, bringing the total death count to only tens of millions of people. You did your best, rat catchers, and it makes for a nice tale. Now, if you think that grave robbing wasn't a job, think again. Although highly illegal, grave robbers still performed work with the goal of getting paid based on whatever they could yoink from defenseless corpses. Compensation for work sounds like a job to me. And it was way more common than you'd think.
According to archaeological studies by the University of
I can
Cambridge,
imagine it being
it's
gone.
estimated that over 20% of graves in northern and western medieval Europe showed evidence of tampering between the 5th and 6th centuries.
20%
Graves
is a
were
lot.
robbed for two main reasons. The first, and most obvious, was stealing valuables. This could be anything from grandma's bracelets, rings, or even her iconic red jewel. If you were brave, you could even rip out Gam Gam's golden teeth. The other reason was stealing the bodies themselves. Much more difficult, but potentially more lucrative. In the late medieval period, a medical revolution was underway, meaning that practicing physicians were in need of cadavers to poke and prod to figure out how humans worked. The fresh ones were preferred, but beggars couldn't be choosers. But they could be grave robbers. The dangers of the infamous side hustle were plentiful. For one, just digging 6 feet into the earth is not easy. If you've ever woken up to a few tons of gravel dumped into your driveway with your dad enthusiastically standing there with a shovel, you have an idea of how much it would suck. But besides the ergonomic injuries, digging that deep in fresh soil was very dangerous. By definition, loose soil isn't very stable, and there have been multiple reports throughout history of grave robbers being discovered buried in the very graves they attempted to rob. Robbers were also running the risk of digging up the diseased deceased. Victims of the plague, tuberculosis, leprosy, and smallpox can have their afflictions live on far after their own deaths. If life was like a box of chocolates, then death was simply a sack of farts. You knew exactly what you were getting, you just didn't know how bad. Cracking open a coffin could leave you coffin instead. But it was a known risk. If falling dirt and disease failed to cut your life short, then someone else would. Grave robbing was a crime, a very serious crime. And graveyards were holy property, and as such, any guards patrolling could act as your judge, jury, and executioner. Guards were granted special permission to deal with any disturbances any way they saw fit, like fitting a spear through your skull. Luckily, you've already done all the heavy lifting of digging a grave. The guards just had to tidy up. If the guards were more merciful, you would simply be arrested and your fate left to the courts. But you would most likely end up 6 feet over the ground before you ended up 6 feet under it. Bell ringers actually had a pretty important job for the everyday person. They were the timekeepers. Yeah, sure, there was that big glowing ball in the sky to tell you dawn and dusk, but all the other hours were approximations. It was up to bell ringers to mark the
A
important
wild
times
horsey
of the
appears
day,
captured
call
using
people to
poke
service, or
catch,
chime
winners
special
revealed in
occasions. But doing so was extremely physically taxing. A standard
was-
tower bell could weigh anywhere between a few hundred pounds all the way up to several tons. Granted, the big-ass bells required multiple people, but each man pulled his own weight, and then some. Having a tug-of-war match with a several-ton hunk of metal isn't the best wager to make. The sheer momentum of these bells as they swung back and forth was something to be reckoned with, and it demanded respect. Or else. A survey conducted in 1990 asked several thousand London bell ringers about any injuries sustained during their ringing duties, and the answers didn't leave much to the imagination. Ripped fingernails, crushed limbs, falls from the tower, and even accidental hangings had occurred. Ringing ropes became a death trap if the ringers became too complacent. Now keep in mind, this was in the 1990s, well into the modern age with considerations for safety. So imagine how much more frequent these types of injuries must have occurred back in medieval times. If you weren't snagged by the rope, you certainly had your bones rattled by the deafening sound of the bells themselves. Many of the large city towers were equipped with multiple bells, each one producing different pitches or rung under different circumstances. Being right in the middle of all that crippling cacophony meant the risk of blowing out your eardrums. Each separate ring could emit a head-splitting 120 decibels, well into the deafening range
Horsey
of sound,
escaped. No
even
one
if
caught
only
it.
momentarily. For comparison, 120 decibels is like being right next to T-Swift's private jet as it takes off to cross the street. Each of those bursts of sounds were enough to cause permanent damage to hearing unless protection was used. And you know damn well medieval bell ringers didn't use no protection. They simply took the method of, you'll get used to it. The biggest threat to a ringer's life, however, wasn't the bells or the ropes, but something a bit more flashy. Lightning. You see, back in the God-fearing, superstitious times of old, thunderstorms were believed to be moments of divine rage. But don't worry, when God's mad, you can just soothe him with the sweet clang of tuned metal. Or, at least, that was the belief. Many medieval fellas instructed the poor ring-a-dingers to bang their bells in an attempt to chase away thunderstorms. And wouldn't you know it, didn't work. Some reports from the 1700s claim that over 100 bell ringers gained first-hand experience of the human body's ability to conduct electricity. Lightning could either strike the tower or the bell directly, delivering a death jolt down the rain-soaked line and through the poor soul attempting to single-handedly banish an entire fucking thunderstorm with a series of Taco Bell bongs. The number of deaths got so bad that some countries, like France, surrendered to the heavens and banned thunderstorm bell ringing until the invention of the lightning rod in the mid-1700s. Although it seemed like a relatively safe and simple job, working high in the tower had plenty of ways to get dinged in your dong. Alright, hear me out. The medieval scribe was by no means an adrenaline-charged, fast-paced profession, but that's kind of the point. The life of a medieval scribe was the most bland, boring, and mind-numbing jobs in all of human history. Before Papa Gutenberg invented his famous printing press, entire books were written by hand. This process was physically exhausting, mentally taxing, and extremely slow, resulting in books being expensive, which is why books were for rich people. But the requirement for a personal touch did allow for creative freedom, creating unique works of art with each copy. Sweet. But there's only so many times you can generate artistic flourishes around the word "the" before your creative juices start drying up. As a medieval scribe, your job was to write. All day, every day. Except Sundays. Those are for Jesus. But all of that writing, especially in the same position day in and day out, puts a very real toll on the human body. We simply weren't designed to sit for most hours of the day. So stop slouching. Scribes worked in specialized rooms called scriptoriums, which held all of the cutting-edge equipment needed for efficient scribbling: a writing desk, ink, paper, and feathers for quills. As for content, scribes copied a wide variety of topics: science, history, cultural literature, and of course, religious texts. This ensured that tradition and know-how could be passed down across the generations, binding knowledge in paper and leather. But them's a lot of words to read and write. Scanning hundreds of thousands of words with your eyeballs took a toll on them. The constant nearsighted strain often resulted in scribes fucking up their vision and developing chronic migraines. Now, there's often a misconception that, hell, even I had prior to researching this, that scribes were these frail old men writing by candlelight. That's not true. Instead, scriptoriums were specifically designed to take advantage of natural light, with windows facing the east to bathe in the morning sun. Writing desks were set up near these windows to maximize their illumination. The setting of the sun simply meant that your shift was over. Now, what people might not realize is that back in the day, candles were very expensive, and so was paper, so it would be stupid to literally burn through your money in a dimly lit room full of flammable paper. But yeah, like I said, all of that repetitive writing posed very real ergonomic hazards. The constant swishing of a quill across pages put a lot of wear and tear on joints and muscles, resulting in agonizing carpal tunnel syndrome and severe spinal deformations from all of the hunching over. But if osteoarthritis or chronic back pain weren't enough for you, other inherent dangers were waiting. Another health hazard for these scribbling scribes was the very medium used to immortalize history: the ink. Standard black ink was made from plant-based fluid and iron sulfate. Black was the most common color, thus it made up a vast majority of the writing, and luckily it wasn't too terribly toxic. But all of the fancier colors used to decorate or illuminate the pages certainly were. Vermilion red ink contained mercury, vibrant yellows and greens used arsenic, and bright white ink used lead. Exposure or absorption through the skin was known to have caused chronic physical or mental symptoms like rashes, headaches, and memory loss. Which brings up one of the more dangerous aspects of the job. It was actually very common for scribes to leave little notes in their copies alluding to them losing their friggin' minds. A note at the end of an 8th century book says, "He who does not know how to write does not think that it is a labor. 3 fingers write, the whole body labors. Whoever has read this book, pray for me." Another scribe from the 11th century wrote a little note at the end of his writing endeavor. It says, "Thus let this composition be ended here. God help my hands." And finally, we come to one of the most damning examples. It reads, "The shit sucks." This was a real problem. The constant mental anguish of doing nothing but writing for years caused some scribes to teeter on the edge of insanity, where a comfortable rope necklace could free them from their suffering. Metaphorically, of course. Scribes really were some of the most unsung heroes. Despite the mundane career path, they were a critical part of human history. They were the ones who preserved it, or at least their version of it. After all, writers had the right to write what they thought was right. Evil Human Experiments. Part 4. This was the Willowbrook State School for Children with Intellectual Disabilities in Staten Island, New York. Yay. And it was home to one of the worst cases of human experimentation ever conducted on American soil. Originally constructed in 1942 as a United States Army hospital, the facility was quickly converted to a state-sponsored mental institution in 1947 after the World War sequel rolled its credits. But as you can imagine, anything state-sponsored usually turns to shit over time. Well, over the following decades, everything went to shit. Originally designed to house 4,000 students, the school was bursting at the seams as it struggled to contain over 6,000. Poor funding and understaffing led to abhorrent living conditions for the children and young adults who called the facility home. Although the school advertised proper care and treatment for its students, the reality was far different from this facade that they tried to sell. Reporters who visited the school wrote of the horrors within the walls, documenting the absolute filth and neglect that these children were experiencing. Children pointlessly wandered or sat isolated throughout the day, some children locked in rooms for hours on end, and some savagely beaten by their supposed caretakers. No treatments were being administered, no attention given, no attempts at any education whatsoever. Now, this isn't to say that the entire staff was cruel. Some of the nurses did try their best to care for patients using what little resources they had, but like I said, the entire school was critically understaffed, with some single caregivers given responsibility for over 100 children each. There's no feasible way to provide an adequate level of care when you're spread so thin. Any staff who spoke out about this were either silenced or fired. New York state representatives couldn't give a flying flip about the living conditions of those that they deemed parasites on society. It's a waste of money, it's a waste of labor. Now, on top of all of this, the horrendous living conditions of filth and neglect made way for a worse threat: disease. By 1958, nearly 90% of the children at Willowbrook were infected with hepatitis, with most new arrivals contracting it within days. In order to address this, they called in an expert. Dr. Saul Krugman. Hello. He was the leading physician in the study of hepatitis at the time, so understandably, he was the right man for the job. You see, hepatitis had been wreaking havoc across known human history, dating all the way back to the times of the ancient Greeks. The big bearded daddy of medicine himself, Hippocrates, documented outbreak symptoms of fever, liver damage, and yellowing skin, the same symptoms as hepatitis. With the virus having a recent outbreak on American troops during World War II, Krugman wanted to release humanity from its grasp, by any means necessary. And to do that, he needed data. To get that, he needed subjects. The children. Well, they wouldn't be able to consent to such experiments now, would they? The harsh truth is that most of these kids had limited mental function as it was, but there was a little thing called the Declaration of Helsinki that would prove useful. In case you're unaware, after the Nuremberg medical trials where Nazi doctors and nurses were tried for their war crimes, a medical code was developed, the Nuremberg Code. Established in 1947, the code brought forth a set of 10 ethical principles for human experimentation. As we know, human experimentation is a medical necessity. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. But there are more ethical approaches that we can take to be respectful of those whom are being experimented on. Things like voluntary informed consent, or the subject's right to withdraw from experimentation if they feel that they are in danger. But just to be clear, the code was not legally binding. It was just a strong set of guidelines. In 1964, the Declaration of Helsinki was proposed, another set of ethical guidelines built from the Nuremberg Code but with a little bit more detail and some slight changes. For Krugman's case, these are the most important. Informed consent could now be granted by legal guardians should the subject be incapable of providing consent themselves. Also, medical providers were given the responsibility to stop experimentation if, in their judgment, the experiments were causing harm. So how did that last pill make you feel? Pretty good. Symptoms have dissolved. Good. This revised set of codes put Krugman at an advantage, and he was about to activate his trap card. He now had a slew of potential test subjects at his disposal. He just needed their guardian's consent. Krugman then drafted carefully worded letters explaining the research, recruiting parents to send their intellectually disabled children to Willowbrook. Parents were promised that if they gave consent, their children would be given priority to be admitted to newer and cleaner research wards and given experimental vaccines to possibly become immune to hepatitis. They were basically told, hey look, your kid's gonna get hepatitis anyway. Might as well let us test this experimental medicine. Sure, Willowbrook did have a terrible reputation as a care facility, but it was still a care facility and remained the only option for some families. Within a few weeks, Krugman had 700 children volunteered by their desperate parents. Parents who just wanted to give their children a chance at proper care that they couldn't provide themselves. Upon admittance into the school, experiments were conducted in two main phases, one for immunity studies and the other for treatment studies. The immunity group was injected with antibodies and closely monitored to gauge their efficacy. Children simply carried on their day-to-day existence to see if they would still contract the virus. The other group were the unlucky ones. While still given the antibodies, they were deliberately infected with hepatitis. This was either done with direct injection or the drink, a mixture of chocolate milk and infected fecal matter from sick children. Yeah, they really did that. Through experimentation, Krugman learned the amount of the milk needed to cause infection and how long it would take for them to start showing symptoms. Children who managed to recover from the virus were then later reinfected to test for any developed immunities. Krugman looked on as these children suffered, their skin and eyes turning yellow, and them vomiting and refusing to eat. Despite this suffering, Krugman's research was successful. Not only did the experiment drastically speed up the eventual production of a suitable hepatitis vaccine, but helped identify both hepatitis A and B as separate variants. But of course, this didn't stop the criticism. The medical community was completely appalled by Krugman's actions. Although he provided the world with an exceptional discovery and medical progress, he did so while harming his fellow humans, which goes against the medical code of ethics. Paul Offit, a director of the Vaccine Education Center at the Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, stated that he didn't believe anyone is, quote, ever justified to inoculate a child with an infectious virus that might kill them. Furthermore, famed vaccinologist Maurice Hilleman stated that Krugman's research was, quote, the most unethical medical experiment ever performed on children in the United States. It wasn't until 1972 when Geraldo Rivera, a local investigative reporter, snuck into the Willowbrook school. Inside, he documented the atrociously inhumane living conditions and broadcast them to the world. It was only then did anyone learn the true horrors within the walls. Sure, there were reports in the past, but seeing was believing. Public outcry surrounding unethical experiments like the ones at Willowbrook, as well as the Tuskegee syphilis study, prompted government officials to act. And by 1974, the National Research Act was put into law, requiring any federally funded research involving human subjects to be reviewed and approved by a designated review board. Despite various attempts to refurbish the school, conditions at Willowbrook never improved, leading to its eventual closure in 1987. Krugman, although facing initial backlash for his research, was later praised for his breakthroughs. His past sins were swept under the rug as he became the president of the American Pediatric Society in 1972. He died peacefully several years later in 1995 at the age of 84. Canadians are usually seen in a pretty great light, their morality as high as their house prices, but not everything in their history is all sunshine and syrup. Back in 1942, while the world was going to war over in Europe, Canada had itself quite a domestic display of detrimental dread that would cause suffering for over a decade. The Canadian government was making a push to set nutritional standards across the board for all Canadians, setting a baseline for a healthy and nutritious diet so that little lads and ladies could grow up to be formidable fellas and fellettes. It was around this time that breakthroughs in vitamin and mineral isolation were being made, allowing individual supplements to come to market. So, what's this one called? Oh, that's vitamin A. Huh, vitamin A. Neat. Research surrounding the daily recommended intake amounts of such supplements was critical to give proper recommendations for general public consumption. Not only that, but researchers were curious if these supplements could provide additional health benefits outside of just maintaining normal bodily function. In order to test the true advantages of these nutrients, you needed a night and day comparison, both strong and healthy subjects and malnourished ones. Very malnourished ones. Enter Canadian nutritionist and biochemist Lionel Pett. He heard whispers of severe malnutrition amongst various indigenous populations in the Great White North, particularly in the northern region of the province of Manitoba. He brought along a couple buddies. He had Dr. Percy Moore, a medical superintendent in the Department of Indigenous Affairs, as well as famed nutritionist and pediatrician Dr. Frederick Tisdall. Together, the three men set out to investigate the claims. What they found was nothing short of tragic. To say that these people were starving would be an understatement. The level of malnutrition was crippling. Elders were completely bedridden, children had their growth drastically stunted, and even the able-bodied adults were barely able to function. This led the indigenous population to experience dramatically disproportionate death rates, nearly 52 times the rate of tuberculosis deaths, 8 times the national rate of infant mortality, and 5 times the overall death rate. And that wasn't all. Hunger in the state-sponsored boarding schools for the indigenous children was a constant plague. Thanks to intentional underfunding from the Canadian federal government, these schools were incapable of providing decent food for students. Some schools were noted having no refrigeration or appliances, no basic sanitation, or even trained kitchen staff. School children had no choice but to consume food that was practically inedible. Soggy scraps of bread and old water, rancid bits of meat, and rotting vegetables were the norm. Children were estimated to only be consuming around 1,200 calories a day if they were lucky. That's well below even the bare minimum recommended caloric intake of 1,400 calories a day. Approximately 28% of the girls and 70% of the boys were reported as underweight for their age. But instead of bringing these issues, the very obvious root of school-wide malnutrition to light, Pett, Moore, and Tisdall saw these withering children and thought, "Great, there's our test subjects." And so they got to work. Their goals? Study the negative effects of malnutrition itself and if they could be positively offset by nutrient-fortified foods. Together, the three men gathered data points using over 1,000 Indigenous children from several boarding schools across Canada. Blood samples, physical exams, and aptitude tests, all used to establish a baseline across 2 years. 2 grueling years of known malnutrition for the sake of data collection. Imagine doctors coming to your school, seeing you skin and bones, your brown teeth glistening in the incandescent light, and telling you that they're going to help. But in 2 years. Insane. In 1948, Moore and Tisdall began their experimental design. Until Tisdall bit the dust a year later in 1949. He was 55. At the Port Alberni Residential School, students were noticed to have an abnormal riboflavin deficiency as a result of lack of dairy and vegetables. Riboflavin, also known as vitamin B2, helps the body convert food into energy. So the kids were given triple the amount of dairy milk allowance. That's it, just more milk. The Shubenacadie School, crazy name as it is, showed lower measures of ascorbic acid, or vitamin C, in its respective blood sampling. Vitamin C is pretty important for your immune system. Helps prevent you from getting all the icky sickies. Half of these students received vitamin C tablets. The other, placebos. Children at the blood school were pretty low in vitamin B1. Also known as thiamine, vitamin B1 plays a vital role in cellular growth and development. They were given a tasty vitamin B fortified flour. Eat up. Similar to Port Alberni, St. Mary's children also lacked riboflavin, but instead of milk, these kiddos were given a fortified flour containing bone meal, which wasn't even legal for sale under Canadian law. Finally, the very unfortunate students at St. Paul de Métis were left with no changes whatsoever. They were the control group. Sorry, guys. Despite the knowledge of the severe lack of quality of nutrition at each and every one of these schools, no additional interventions outside of these supplements were ever made. In fact, many of the staff were actually instructed to withhold any access to dental hygiene for the students, lest it skew their data. None of these children were ever informed that they were being treated as glorified lab rats, nor had any parents ever been told about these experiments. It was all a secret. These experiments lasted for 5 years. 5 years of continued and deliberate malnutrition of children. To no surprise, many died. Even before the experiments, death was prevalent in these schools. And yet, the studies continued, finally concluding in 1953. The results? No breakthroughs, no discoveries, nothing medically valuable that wasn't already known to the healthcare community. Ultimately, the results were inconclusive at best. The suffering was pointless and fruitless. Ashamed of his worthless work, Dr. Percy Moore kept the studies hidden. It wasn't until 2013 when historian Dr. Ian Mosby uncovered the studies and made them public to the world, 60 years after the experiments had ended. Because the research remained hidden for the rest of their lives, both Dr. Pett and Dr. Moore continued to have successful careers, remaining prominent Canadian healthcare figures. Moore died in 1987 from Alzheimer's at the age of 88, and Pett died in 2003 at the age of 93. Probably because he was old as dirt. Harsh criticism came after their work was revealed, sure, but too little, too late. Even in the shadow of a devastating disaster, no one's safe from unethical medical curiosity. On the night of December 3rd, 1984, the city of Bhopal in the Indian state of Madhya Pradesh was in for a rude awakening. A silent death cloud crept across the city, with families abruptly torn from their sleep, aggressively coughing, their eyes inexplicably stinging, and their lungs desperate for fresh air. Within hours, residents fled from their homes to seek refuge, but thousands lay dead in the streets and in their homes. The Bhopal disaster is considered to be one of, if not the, worst industrial accidents in the history of mankind. An accidental release of gaseous methyl isocyanate, a poisonous tearing agent compound, caused the death of nearly 20,000 impoverished Indian civilians, with nearly 2,000 of them being immediate and 8,000 in the following days. This disaster was the result of neglect and underfunding from the Union Carbide Corporation. Various budget cuts to the plant had caused huge gaps in safety and maintenance of chemical production equipment within the facility. Nearly 45 tons of poisonous gas was accidentally released across the city, killing livestock as well as entire families. It's estimated that as many as 500,000 people were directly affected by this disaster. The area surrounding the plant still remains contaminated to this day, even after some half-assed cleaning efforts. Residents living in the area have reported severe health issues years after the incident, many of which being crippling birth defects of those born in the wake of the disaster. As a bit of a band-aid, Union Carbide, the American corporation that owned the plant, paid a modern-day equivalent of $1 billion in compensation in 1989. The Indian government used some of these funds to open the Bhopal Memorial Hospital and Research Center in the late 90s, a hospital which, while open to any needy patient, also provided free medical treatment to any survivors which, at this point, nearly 2 decades later, were in the hundreds. But these survivors would soon be subjected to a new wave of suffering. A caveat made with the construction of the new hospital was that the victims would be studied to determine long-term effects of methyl isocyanate exposure. However, no supporting documentation has ever been found that this research was ever even conducted. Between the years of 2004 and 2008, the hospital was instead commissioned to run several clinical trials funded by various big-name pharmaceutical companies including Pfizer, GlaxoSmithKline, and Bristol Myers Squibb. Remember, it wasn't just a hospital, it was also a medical research center. It's right there in the name. The participants? 279 hand-picked patients, 215 of which were victims of the Bhopal gas leak with severe chronic conditions. But why pick them? Well, it's been suggested that since these victims were being treated on the government's dime, they were a bit more disposable. These clinical trials focused on testing various drugs and therapies for any adverse effects in humans. These included gastrosurgery, cardiology, psychiatry, and anesthesiology. Participants, if you could really call them that, were given no informed consent on the matter. One survivor who endured the trials was quoted saying, "They didn't tell me anything about the medicine. When they used to give me the medicine bottle, they used to make me sign a form which I had no clue about." In 2011, investigative journalists discovered and compiled the abhorrent trials in a comprehensive report which you can read in my description below if you're interested. Pfizer focused on antibiotic trials which caused terrible adverse effects. GSK sponsored illegal cardiology trials in collaboration with French pharmaceutical company Sanofi-Aventis. Of the 57 patients in their trials, 5 died. There's evidence to support that at least 10 patients died as a result of these various trials. The companies responsible were found to have been in violation of many of the Nuremberg and Declaration of Helsinki principles. For example, any trial-related deaths must be thoroughly investigated and publicly reported in a timely manner. Some of these deaths weren't reported until months or even years later.
Now, there was an ethics committee for the trials, which are supposed to be a third-party, non-biased group responsible for overseeing the ethics of the experiment, but get this, 13 of the 19 committee members were doctors performing the trials. Even the freaking ethics committee was unethical. Despite becoming aware of these very obvious and just completely abysmal red flags, the Drug Controller General of India simply sent a warning note to the hospital, which was basically just a big, "Cut it out, mister." In 2013, outspoken activists and court petitions demanded compensation for the victims of the trials, but of course, none were ever distributed. Gotta love corruption. Sit down, strap in, buckle up, clench your cheeks, and put any food down for this one. This is Dr. Leo Stanley, a real sick son bitch. Born in 1886 to a house of learned doctors, Leo grew up to continue his father's legacy. So in 1913, fresh out of school, gripping his medical degree in his sweaty palm and with little to no surgical experience, Leo became the chief surgeon of the San Quentin prison in, you guessed it, San Quentin, California, the state's oldest prison. Leo's first impressions left much to be desired. The prison was cramped and run down with little to no air circulation, no natural light, and the worst offender of all, according to Leo at least, was the lack of racial segregation. In response, he commissioned a new building, one with fresh air, warm light, and people separated by the color of their skin. Although in a position of responsibility as a healer, Stanley made it very clear that he was the one in charge, leveraging medical attention against bad behavior. Accounts from inmates attest to Leo's apathetic approach to their medical needs. Dwight Myers, who had a reputation as more of a rowdy rascal, had suffered a crushed hand while operating a piece of machinery. Myers was rushed to the medical wing and begged Dr. Stanley for help. "Oh fuck, doctor, we need to get him to surgery." "Hell no, slam him on the table right there, get the bone clipper and get to work." And thus, Dwight was minus one hand and plus one infection. Without anesthesia, by the way. Convicted criminal and ironic name haver Steve Krim was also known for causing a ruckus on more than one occasion, having been sentenced to solitary confinement multiple times. On one such an occasion, he complained of an agonizing pain in his groinal ball region. Stanley, who didn't give a fickle flying fuck, refused to see Krim. After 3 months in solitary confinement, Krim suffered a brutal ball blast. His scrotum had ruptured.
What the fuck? A ball blast?
He was sent off to the hospital wing only to be met with indifference from the good doctor. "Well, it's too late to treat it now. What are you, nuts?" "Oh wait, you ain't. Get out of here. You sicken me." Reports of abuse and neglect were prevalent across Stanley's career, but what did he care? He was a medical professional and they were no good scumbag criminals. Well, actually, he did care to some degree. He wanted to figure out what made criminals criminals. You see, Stanley was a proud eugenicist. He was extremely vocal in his beliefs that criminals and other lowly humans should not be allowed to reproduce lest they slop out more human filth like themselves. In fact, during his tenure at San Quentin between 1913 and 1951, Dr. Stanley is known to have performed nearly 1,000 sterilizations, both voluntary and involuntary. He felt verily justified in his actions as he believed he prevented the birth of several would-be criminals. But sterilization was just a band-aid. Dr. Stanley wanted to find the source of the problem. While other researchers at the time subscribed to the Lombrosian theory that pointed to physical characteristics as the reason for criminal behavior, Dr. Leo Stanley proposed another theory, that criminality lies within. Quite literally, Stanley sought to prove that some internal parts of the human body were to blame, that they could be studied to find a commonality across known criminals and differentiate those features from productive members of society. To test this theory, he focused on various endocrine glands found within the body. If you're unaware, an endocrine gland is an organ that excretes different hormones in response to your body's needs. These hormones regulate bodily functions like growth, metabolism, and your mood. Your kidneys, your pancreas, your ovaries, your balls, they're all endocrine glands. He began poking, prodding, and even full-on removing glands from prisoners. Did they consent to the surgery? Maybe. Stanley had claimed multiple times the willingness of his prisoners to be put under the knife. But it was later revealed that most of these prisoners had suicidal and homicidal tendencies, so believe what you will. Stanley noted how one troublesome prisoner, who, upon the removal of the majority of his thyroid, experienced a night and day personality switch from disorderly degenerate to a calm and collected compatriot. following rules and routines, and having his aggressions completely vanish. Stanley
Snubble
drew
escape.
inspiration from
No
the
one
studies
called
of Charles Brown-Séquard, the manic Mauritian physiologist
Heard about
who injected himself and others with a concoction of blood and animal testicles as a means of rejuvenation and reversing the aging process.
Fantastic.
You know, from my immortality video, that guy. Despite that research being widely discredited as a bunch of fucking poppycock, Dr. Stanley decided to give it a chance. He conducted multiple experiments involving the removal of testicles of freshly executed prisoners and slapped them bad boys into the sacks of senile old men with the hope of making them less old and certainly less senile. Surprisingly, it worked.
What?
Kind of. While it was reported that older men were soon seen bouncing around with the strength and stamina of their younger peers, it was short-lived. Now, his reports also went into copious detail about how long-term flaccid fellas were suddenly pitching tents all over the place and all the implications surrounding that, but yeah, I'm skipping that part. You see, your balls are the main factory of testosterone, the manly hormone. Grows your muscles, your bones, your hair, and makes you want to ram your rod into anything you find remotely attractive. But the supposed
true.
benefits of the tender testicle transfer faded very quickly. But that did not stop the experimentation.
Yeah, I think I forgot
Over the course of
something
several
like
years,
that.
Stanley continued his ball swapping
Something.
surgeries, theorizing that if he discovered the proper procedure, he could bring vitality and sanity back to aging men. Stanley thought that this breakthrough would put him on the forefront of modern medicine, that he could single-handedly rid the world of crime. By 1940, Stanley had performed over 10,000 nut jobs, some of which were donations made from animals. Goats, rams, boars, and deer
Damn.
junk were just slammed in men's sacks. Some of these prisoners even received a mixture of mashed up man parts which were injected into their bellies. It wasn't until 1941 that the prison found some solace. Stanley shipped himself off with the US Navy to serve in World War II as a lieutenant commander. And after the war, Stanley returned to San Quentin with extreme disappointment. In his absence, the California Department of Corrections instead opted for clinical psychology to address underlying issues of criminality. Turns out, if you just ask someone why they are the way they are, sometimes that gets the job done. Who would have guessed? With the continued advance of both medical ethics and the study of endocrinology, fellow doctors started calling Stanley out on his bullshit, disregarding his work as utter insanity. Completely demoralized, Dr. Leo Stanley retired from the San Quentin prison in 1951. He opened up a quiet private practice for some years, but then died in 1976 at the age of 90. The brutal ballbuster had no kids.
Terrifying folklore creatures from around the world.
The Bullbuster, man.
Originating in Southeast Asia, the Krasu is a malevolent female spirit that will truly make you brown your britches something awful. It is described as the floating, disembodied head of a young, beautiful woman, which isn't so bad until you glance down at her iconic trailing organs. A heart, some lungs, a stomach, a liver, intestines, and the rest. All just out in the open, ready to give you a sloppy slap at a moment's notice. A Krasu is believed to be the result of a curse cast upon a young woman who committed horrific atrocities such as infidelity or murder. During the day, a Krasu can walk among humans undetected, appearing as a normal woman, though looking extra super seepy. At night, the Krasu finds a secluded area to detach from her body and fly off into the darkness to feast. They are said to feed on the blood of animals like cows or roadkill, but have a strong appetite for the blood of children, or even better, pregnant women, since it's a 2-for-1 special. After feeding, the Krasu returns to its body before the sun rises to live another day. But fear not, it's pretty easy to protect yourself from them because they aren't exactly invincible. For one, the body that the Krasu leaves behind is what ties it to the world, so if you hide or otherwise destroy it, then the Krasu has nowhere to park its head, leaving it to die an agonizing death once the sun comes up. Another way to go about it is to target the Krasu itself, specifically its dangling intestines, since that's its weak point. If you put up some spiky fences or plants around, the spirit's floppy bits can get entangled, preventing it from being able to return to its body. Or, if you're a Deadeye, you can give them a cinematic send-off. If you ever cross paths with one of these bad boys, consider yourself boned. A Gashidokuro is an evil spirit from Japanese folklore that manifests itself as a skeleton. A 30-foot tall skeleton. It is said to be composed of hundreds of corpses of fallen, forgotten soldiers who have never received their last rites after dying on the battlefield. The residual anger and hatred towards the living fuels this giant rattling rascal to terrorize the countryside in the dead of night. Even though this fella is absolutely huge, the corpse can travel quite quietly and remain undetected. Any humans unlucky enough to cross its path will be crushed and eaten, though if you lack the situational awareness of a 30-foot skeleton approaching you, it's just natural selection. Unfortunately, it is said that the monster is too large and too powerful to defeat and will only come to rest once it has released all of its manifested anger through sheer destruction. But I imagine if you were well equipped with a comically large hammer and took a good thwack at an ankle, you can do some damage. The Naclave is a horse-like demon with origins tied to the Orkney Islands north of Scotland, and is considered to be one of the most evil and most feared spirits in the native folklore. This demonic spirit takes the form of a man mounted on and fused to a horse. Oh yeah, and it has no skin. The humanoid part of the monster possesses a huge head with an incredibly large mouth and a single red eye burning with a red flame. He also has long, ape-like arms that hang at his side. Trust me, if I was actually good at drawing, this would be grade A nightmare fuel. Although the Naclave is said to be a malevolent water spirit originating from the sea, it spends its time wandering the land, spreading plague and disease across crops, livestock, and humans. So anytime that there were problems with crops or natural disasters or anything like that, the Naclave was to blame. Dad, I'm so hungry. I know, son, but that goddamn Naclave gone done rotted all our food. Fuck you, Naclave! Being a being of pure, unfiltered evil, the Naclave cannot be outright defeated, though it is said that it can't cross bodies of fresh water, so like find a creek or something and hop over it. Also, I mean, it has no skin, so I don't know, throw some salt and lemon juice at it? That'll probably do the trick. Next, we take a vacation down to the Caribbean with the Sukuyon, an evil spirit, all of these monsters are evil by the way in case you couldn't tell, that disguises itself as a reclusive old woman during the day, but oh boy, once that sun sets, all hats are off. And so is the Sukuyon's skin. She tosses away her mortal flesh jacket and turns into a fireball, taking off into the night sky to stalk her prey. Oh, you think you're safe indoors? No. See, the Sukuyon can fit through anything to get into your house. A crack in the door, a crack in the floor. She can even get in through your windows and more. But what does a Sukuyon do? She may drink your blood or try to turn you. And if she has her way, there's no chance you can win, for the Sukuyon might just end up wearing your skin. But a way to defeat her would serve you quite nice, so distract her using a handful of rice. Throw it on the ground, then turn and flee. For each grain she must count carefully. Locate her old skin and cover it with salt. Now her evil deeds have come to a halt. If these rhymes gave you a good vibe, always remember to like, comment, and subscribe.
Right.
Stemming from Central American folklore, the Siwanaba is an absolute babe. She's described as a stunningly attractive, long-haired woman. She is usually seen wearing thin, see-through clothing, which I guess I can't complain too much. You might find her alone at night around water sources such as a river or a lake, usually washing clothes or bathing. Well, being the big macho man you are, you're not gonna let this opportunity pass you by, so you puff out your chest and make your move.
Excuse me, babe, I couldn't help but notice you washing your clothes in a very secluded part of the river alone on this eerie moonless night. Can I be of assistance, my lady?
He doesn't want to go.
Damn, babe, I'm gonna have to break out the special equipment. There you go. That'll work.
Although the Siwanaba do be looking good from behind, it possesses a demonic horse face, which is a deal breaker to most men. Those unfortunate enough to cross its path are often driven mad by its shocking appearance or instantly die of fear when her face is revealed. But if you ever find yourself in the presence of what you think is a Siwanaba, you may banish it by making the sign of the cross with your fingers. And if that doesn't work, she might not be a Siwanaba at all, in which case, just tell her you're not really all that interested. Now this one is the stuff of nightmares. Literal nightmares. An Op is the OG sleep paralysis demon. They are described as small elf-like demons from Germanic folklore that climb into your room at night and sit on your chest as you sleep. These little bastards just stay perched up on your sternum, restricting your breathing and not allowing you to move or wake up, causing terrifying nightmares. Talk about sleep apnea. Alpin apparently have the ability to shapeshift into multiple animals, such as a cat, a dog, a pig, or even a snake. So the next time you wake up with your cat on your face, it might just be a small demon. The way you can tell an Alp apart from your pet is its stupid-looking hat. This is called a Tarn cap, which grants the demon powers, including the ability to become invisible when worn. But don't worry, you can get rid of these little annoying buggers with some simple tricks, which include sticking a broomstick under your pillow, hanging iron
Alrighty,
horseshoes
that's
on your
good.
bedpost, placing your shoes against your bed with the toes pointing toward your door, placing a mirror on your chest, hanging steel crosses around the room. You can also bargain with the Alp, asking it to come back in the morning for coffee. It will scurry away and return in the morning to claim its prize. Take this opportunity to cave its frontal lobe in with a solid oak plank. Problem solved. Back to bed. If you're going to be executed, you'd probably want the process to be relatively quick and painless, be it one fell swoop from the guillotine, a short drop and a sudden stop, or just getting injected with night-night juice. But sometimes, things don't go according to plan. So let's see how it all went wrong for a few poor unfortunate souls. If you're getting your melon chopped off, you're going to want two things, a sharp blade and a trained executioner. Poor Margaret Pole got maybe one of those. Once the very wealthy Countess of Salisbury, not the steak, Margaret fell from the good graces of King Henry VIII when she went all girl boss on him for divorcing his first wife, Catherine of Aragon. Henry brushed this off, but was set over the edge when Margaret's very influential Catholic cardinal son, Reginald Pole, also scolded him, but from a safe distance over in Italy.
Hey Henry, you suck!
The proud Protestant king responded, being all right, bet, and imprisoned Margaret, Reginald, and the rest of her family in the Tower of London.
That'll teach you.
Margaret was held for 2.5 years in the Tower in actually pretty fair conditions, with her own personal servants and lavish clothing, until one morning when she got a surprise visitor. Hey Margaret, how's it going? You look great, by the way. I love that dress. So listen, yeah, you're gonna be executed today. Okay, bye. That morning on May 27th, 1541, Margaret was led to a courtyard to have her dome knocked off. Unfortunately for her, the main executioner had been sent away to fight some rebels, so his intern filled in. Generally, executions are supposed to be swift and smooth. Not this one. The inexperienced executioner couldn't chop worth shit, so he ended up just hacking Margaret's back and neck to bits. Oops. 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 It took 11 swings to finally detach head from body. Now, if you're going to be executed, you might as well have done something pretty cool to deserve it. Take Robert Francois Damier, for example. As a very French man, he hated his very French king, King Louis XV, because reasons. Well, in 1757, he decided to channel that hatred into something productive, like developing an elaborate plan to kill the king. As the merry monarch was entering his carriage at the Palace of Versailles, Damier mashed the A button to rush past the bodyguards and stab the king with a penknife. Fortunately for King Louis, his thick-ass royal king coat was thick enough to stop the pen from doing any severe damage, and the pen only penetrated less than half of an inch into his chest, causing nothing but a flesh wound. Damier was immediately arrested, convicted, and sentenced to be drawn and quartered by horses. Now, if you're unfamiliar with such an execution method, it's exactly as it sounds. No,
A wild grime
not
appears
that.
captured using poke catch. Winners
There we go.
revealed in 90s.
A rope is tied around each limb and strapped to a horse. 4 limbs, 4 horses. They then pull in opposite directions until your limbs pop out of their sockets one by one. Real fun stuff. Well, that's how it's supposed to go. Reportedly, Damier had stubborn anatomy that just refused to separate at all. So, to make things a little bit easier, his arms and legs had their tendons cut to make the ripping easier. After his last limb detached, he was reported to have still been alive. So his stumpy, bloody torso was burned to finish the job. Bit overkill for a little scratch with a penknife, but whatever.
That's a little fuck me.
Thomas Ketchum, who has no relation to the world-famous Pokemon trainer, was an infamous American outlaw who would give Arthur Morgan a run for his money.
Quack, quack.
Ketchum, also known as Black Jack, had his own posse of cowboys for some rootin', tootin', robbin', and shootin'. Ketchum and his gang terrorized the Wild West in the late 1800s with a string of shootouts, robberies, murders, but they had bigger ambitions with heftier payouts. That's when Tom decided to go for gold. Literal gold. On trains. He was gonna rob trains. With his brother Sam at his side, the two robbed trains to the tune of a modern-day equivalent of a few $1 million over the years. But eventually, their luck ran out. On a solo run, Sam was injured in a shootout, arrested, and died of an infection of his wounds a few days later. Tom, unaware that his brother
Reimer
just bit the
escaped.
dust robbing
No one
a
caught
train,
it.
made an attempt on the very same train just a month later. At this point, the train conductor's a little sick of getting robbed, so he pulled an Uno reverse card on Tom, using a shotgun to blast away his elbow. The train chugged away and Tom was left injured on the wayside, where he was later arrested by law enforcement. For his countless crimes over the years, Tom was sentenced to death by hanging. Unfortunately for Tom, though, the small New Mexico town had no experience actually hanging a man, so they did the best they could. Gallows? Check. Prisoner? Check. Length of hanging rope? I don't know. The gallows were tested with a 200-pound sack of flour, which seemed to have been successful. But the problem here is that the same rope that was tested was reused for the execution, so that 200-pound sack made the rope really tight. Since Tom was notorious at this point, crowds flocked to witness his execution. On April 26, 1901, the rope was placed around Tom's neck and the trapdoor was sprung. The townsfolk ended up getting way more than they bargained for. The long, tight rope instantly decapitated Tom once he reached the apex of his final descent. He should have quit, but now he's just ahead. But at least he made a cool postcard. Hey, quick side note here. So I'm realizing that there's like no image resources for this section, so I hope you don't mind some crude artwork. King Cow Lorso GL was the second woman in Thai history to be put to death by gunfire. Being a nanny to the 6-year-old son of a wealthy business family, she was promptly fired because... But that didn't sit too well with her. In a desperate attempt to get some money, she, along with several accomplices, had kidnapped the 6-year-old for ransom. They had demanded 200,000 Thai baht, or $6,000, for the release of the boy. After the terrified family failed to follow the exact directions of where to bring the ransom money, the young boy was brutally beaten and buried alive. GL had attempted to save the boy with whom she had grown fond of, but failed to do so. GL and her accomplices were quickly arrested and sentenced to death by firing squad. Now, Thailand did firing squads a bit different from what you'd expect. Instead of lining a blindfolded prisoner to a wall with several gunmen taking aim, the prisoner is instead tied facing backward on a wooden cross. A concealing screen is put up with a target pointing in the vicinity of the prisoner's heart, and a rifle is lined up to the target. A single executioner is instructed to fire up to 15 shots at the target, guaranteeing the prisoner's death. On January 13th, 1979, GL was executed and carted off to the morgue, and all seemed to have been successful. But that thought quickly evaporated once GL was found screaming her frickin' head off in the morgue and attempting to stand up. But why wasn't the execution successful, you might ask? Well, I'll tell you if you just wait a minute. Jeez. It turns out that GL's genetics played a prank on her. She was diagnosed with situs inversus, meaning that all of her organs were mirrored to how they normally should be, with her heart on her right side of her chest rather than her left. So those initial shots all missed her heart entirely, and instead of killing her, just ended up hurting a lot. She was instantly pulled from the morgue, set up once more on the cross, and given another volley of justice seeds to the back. When it comes to new inventions, they usually go through rigorous testing and tweaks to perfect their function before being put on the market for commercial use. Well, since the electric chair wasn't a commercial product, who cares? Improvements can be made later on once enough testing is performed. William Kemmler was such a test subject. A poor businessman and a drunk, Kemmler often found himself in trouble. According to an article in the New York Times, on March 29, 1889, Kemmler was recovering from a drinking binge the night before when he became enraged with his wife, Tilly Ziegler. He accused her of stealing from him and preparing to run away with a friend of his. When the argument had reached a peak, Kemmler calmly went to the barn out back, grabbed a hatchet, and returned to the house. He struck Tilly repeatedly, killing her. He then went to a neighbor's house and announced that he had just murdered his wife. Kemmler was arrested, swiftly convicted of first-degree murder, and sentenced to be executed by a brand new invention. On August 6, 1890, Kemmler was brought to the chair. He reportedly did not resist in any way and willingly accepted his punishment. After being secured and wishing everyone farewell, the switch was thrown. 1,000 volts were put through Kemmler's body for 17 agonizing seconds. Kemmler was unconscious, but alive. The voltage was doubled and power was thrown again. This is where things became spectacular. It was reported by witnesses that Kemmler's blood vessels ruptured and bled under his skin and his entire body caught fire. The entire execution room filled with the foul odor of burning flesh, causing many witnesses to panic and flee. The execution lasted 8 terrifying minutes. An autopsy showed that Kemmler's skull had burnt to a crisp and his brain cooked to a tender medium rare.
It looks stunning.
The New York Times later published a review stating that the executioner would have done better with an axe.
What do you mean you're out of breadsticks?
Freshly grated Parmesan, sir.
Oh, yes, please.
Very good, sir. Just say when.
Alright, but it's gonna be a while. Oh, no. Here we go again with the witch and such. You really should have taken better precautionary measures. Oh well, this time you're being lobbed into ancient Rome, a civilization that, apparently, is always on the mind of any male over the age of 20. But for you, you'll get to live it, or at least try to. Let's see what you're capable of, shall we? You arrive in the year 250, right in the middle of the ominously named Crisis of the 3rd Century, a tumultuous time of terrible turmoil which began a while back in 235 after Emperor Severus Alexander was assassinated. Classic Roman emperor move. After being confronted by Germanic invaders, he, with some influence from his mother, came to the conclusion that violence was not the answer. Instead, he would pay off the invaders to frig off back home. What a great idea, Severus thought. It was not. In response, Emperor Alexander's most trusted military generals didn't appreciate seeing potential funding go to would-be invaders. So, they made a direct deposit of a knife into the emperor's neck. With interest. With him out of the way, the Roman Empire kind of fell on hard times, as empires tend to do when their emperors are killed off. New emperors were coming and going like one-night stands, the military became fractured and weakened thanks to countless civil wars and a struggle for power, and divided empire states took their chances at yoinking some lesser protected land for themselves. All really chaotic stuff, but we'll get to that later. Anyway, here you are, smack dab in the middle of Rome. Actually, you've landed in the Amphitheatrum Flavium, but you might know it as the Colosseum. A spectacular stadium of spectacle where performances like dramatic theater, gladiator battles, and prisoner executions, among other things, took place across hundreds of years. But thanks to defunding and failed upkeep because, yeah, the Empire's in crisis mode, events were a lot more rare in the Colosseum during these times. So you're probably good to just leave and... Oh, that's a big guy. You can tell by how big he is. Just look at those muscle veins, the chest hair. The menacing look. Huh, terrifying. Let's see what he has to say. I don't know what you just said. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Let's advertise. Rule 1. The first strike is always precise. Rule 2. The second strike always finishes smooth.
Fabulous sunt vera. Is sentio omnino. Ineluctability. Ceres.
Well dang, those are some smooth moves you got there. That was a pretty decent fight with a pretty decent loot drop. But now we have to shift from fantasy to reality. The struggles of ancient Rome were very real. Disease, poverty, and constant war were a daily concern. Do you think you can handle a day-to-day life during one of the most difficult and dangerous times of the Roman Empire? Not like that you aren't. You have to remember that witch interrupted your spaghetti dinner, so you're gonna need to find some food. Traditionally, the Roman diet consisted of a variety of fruits, vegetables, grains, and meats, but you're in the middle of a crisis which includes agriculture. This means that food supply is on the fritz. Some farms have too little water, some farms have too much water.
This is too much water!
Even fewer have it just right, so food's getting a little scarce. Thanks to widespread civil wars across the empire, many regions have also had their trade routes disrupted, so what little food choices you have are restricted to your immediate area. This of course led to mass malnutrition across the empire, well, mainly for the poor anyway. Thankfully, the capital of the Roman Empire is able to provide some basic sustenance, for a price. So what's on the menu? As for vegetables, you have some choice of greens: parsley, peppers, cabbages and celery, asparagus and watercress and artichokes and lettuce, which is alright for just a quick bite, but you're a dude who needs better food to set you right. Maybe a fig, or maybe some dates, some apples or cherries or peaches or grapes. Bread's for sure, there's some here to eat, just don't get your hopes up if you're looking for some meat. Weather and war have fucked up the supply, so these are pretty much all your choices, my guy. Beggars can't be choosers, but I beg you to choose. Survival is the game that you don't want to lose. And if you're looking for a drink to imbibe, have some watered down wine. You should also subscribe. Sorry, got lost on a rhyme scheme there. Anyway, time to make a purchase. Luckily, you have some gold from your previous altercation, and it's plenty to get you by for now, but it doesn't buy what it used to. See, the emperors, in all of their untold wisdom, needed money in the coffers to pay off incredible debts from beefing up the military and keeping peace with foreign entities. In order to do that, they chose to, among other things, devalue the currency by minting coins with lesser and lesser composition of precious metals. This inevitably caused rapid inflation, which is disturbing from both an economic and a fetish standpoint.
Thumbs out as well.
Hey son, you watching more of them funny history videos? Go to your room. Since you have the cash monies, time to consume some nutrients. Problem is, you're an outsider, and unless you're fluent in the dead language of Latin, you're in a pickle, but you try to communicate with what little knowledge you have of the Latin language. Wingardium Leviosa? Well, that didn't work. You go up to the next vendor and instead just point to what you want. Why speak when your money can do the talking? Nimis pecunium. Yeah, thanks, you too. Alright, now you... Oh no. Your body isn't used to consuming all that ancient food. Looks like you need to go do some business. In a bit of a sweaty, stinky panic, you manage to find a public restroom. Ugh, it reeks in here. Don't these people have any sense of...
hygiene?
Welcome to the Forica, also known as the community toilet. Several holes carved into long, cold marble slabs, perfect for slamming your ass on and expelling your evils. Usually hooked up to a public bath, excess bath water would run along the floor to flush away your densely digested duty poos to a public sewer system. If you were lucky enough to have it actually attached to one. Sure, you could be like them rich folk with their own private bathrooms, but you're not. So instead, you have to make bears with the bros, and you're gonna have to get real friendly cause as you may have observed, there's no toilet papyrus to speak of. No, instead, you're gonna have to ask Claudius here to share the community wiping tool. It's just a sea sponge on a stick. Once you've done cleaning your nethers, be sure to rinse it off in the shallow trough in front of you for the next guy. That's just common courtesy. Now, being a public bathroom and all, you could expect that these places were not the cleanest. You'd be correct.
A wild Magikarp
Excessive
F
buildup
appears
of
captured
waste
using
not only
poke
led
catch.
to widespread
Winners
disease,
revealed in 90s.
but also dangerous levels of methane. Ugh, Claudius, light a match, dude.
Sound is good. Ain't that...
Let's try the bath instead. Public baths in the Roman Empire, called thermae, were actually pretty sweet. Available to anyone who wanted a nice refreshing dunk, these bathing complexes were a social gathering spot. They included exercise areas, steam rooms, and sometimes even libraries when you want to read a soggy book. Problem is, you're in a stagnant bath that doesn't get cleaned all that often, and hundreds of Romans use these baths every day, not to mention the fact that there isn't a bar of soap in sight. Romans didn't have soap. Instead, cleaning was done with this monstrosity, the strigil, a bronze tool used to scrape off the days or weeks' grit and grime. Just be a little cautious when using it. In order to smell nice, Romans would apply scented olive oils all throughout their nooks and crannies. Now everyone's all slippery and oiled up, so watch your step.
With all of that muck just soaking in the water, it's debatable how clean you actually got. Looks like all the Christians are moving in and telling everyone to cover up. What losers. Anyway, let's shimmy on down the road. Just keep your eyes to the skies for any other citizens who are emptying their festering chamber pots into the street. It's gonna be raining cats and logs. Oh yeah, you're definitely gonna be catching some sort of...
Magikarp.
I'm sure you won't be surprised
No
to
one
learn
caught
that
it.
an overcrowded and filthy city tends to be riddled with disease. Just look at modern LA. When it came to ancient Rome, the most common diseases were influenza and tuberculosis, as well as some STDs, but you're a good person who's waiting for marriage or proper emotional or monetary compensation before you explore that route, right? Right, so despite these common diseases, Rome would often be smacked in the face with various plagues. The term plague here meaning big, bad, unknown disease that killed a lot of people. They were plagues, just not the plague. This one is the Plague of Cyprian, named so after the Bishop Cyprian who wrote about the plague in fine detail, especially the symptoms. He wrote that the plague caused exhaustive diarrhea, a swollen and sore throat, constant vomiting, bloodshot eyes, loss of infected and putrefied limbs, paralysis, deafness, and blindness. All of these symptoms add up to one dead fella. Because of the bizarre symptoms, which don't point to any one known disease in particular, historians are still unsure what this plague actually was, but some suspect either the Ebola virus or smallpox. Regardless, the Plague of Cyprian devastated the Roman Empire. At its height, the plague was estimated to be killing off about 5,000 Romans a day. This crushed the Roman military, opening up opportunities for possible invasions, which of course would crush the Roman military even more. Local farms were abandoned, and since trade routes were still cut off due to internal clashes, famine became the new hot commodity. Entire cities saw rapid declines in population, the most notable being the city of Alexandria, Egypt. It sustained a 62% drop in population between the years of 249 and 262. This was caused by citizens either fleeing or dying, or both. So it looks like tons of people are leaving Rome. This can't be good. You're also down to your last few gold oh, yeah. Crime's a thing. Oh well, I'm sure that guy will get what's coming to him.
Stop!
Okay.
Well, now you're just straight up out of money. Looks like you need to get a job. And you know what's hiring the most right now? The military. So you go up to a local guard and you ask him to join. I join as militum? Yeah, sure. Success! The guard gives you a quick once-over to make sure that you're cut out for the job. In order to join the ranks of the Roman military, you needed to meet some criteria. You must have been at least 5'7", between the ages of 17 and 23, and physically fit. Oh yeah, and a guy. Sorry ladies, you're not allowed to die for the Empire, just with it. Welcome to the military. Now, when you imagine a Roman soldier, you might think of this kind of a guy. This is a centurion, a highly trained and high-ranking commander, which is something that you'll never be. Instead, your aspiration should be lower to that of a typical foot soldier. Sure, it's not as glorious, but these were the muscle of the Roman military. After months and months of rigorous and extremely taxing training, including combat and unit formation, you've been given the privilege of being javelin fodder for the Roman Empire. Here's your complimentary gear, generously provided by the taxpayers. Your primary weapon is your trusty gladius, a 24-inch steel short sword. Your secondary is your pugio, a wide, flat-bladed dagger for when you want to remind your enemies of personal space. You're also given a pilum, a pretty sweet javelin, and it does this. Pretty neat, huh? It was kind of designed to be a one-and-done type weapon, used to pierce enemy armor or get stuck in their shields, rendering them useless. Typically, a pilum weighed about 2 to 5 pounds, so they were pretty easy to lob at the enemy. As for armor, foot soldiers in the 3rd century typically wore lorica hamata, a bronze and iron chainmail shirt which offered great protection against slashes and cuts, just not so much against the stabbing. In addition, you were given a scutum, a large wooden round shield for protection against projectiles impairing the enemy so you can scoot them back. You also have to protect your dome, so make sure you grab a helmet. In addition to protecting your melon, these also protected the back of your neck as well as your precious cheeks with tieable cheek guards. Now, you're ready to fight. Time to head west to the front lines. Since it's the year 250, the Roman Empire faces a terrifying foe. The Goths.
truly barbaric people that have the gall to invade the Roman Empire. For the sake of brevity, they hate you because they ain't you, so their goal is to take everything you have, just as long as they're back in time for their moms to pick them up from the mall. You spot one of their many headquarters in the distance, but you'll never break through their front line, unless you're able to build up enough speed, but how? There! Can you do this? Yes, you have to. For the Empire. You carefully position yourself, you turn around, and... Oops, wrong angle.
What's happening?
Just say when's, So you really clicked this video, huh? Alright, here's some cruel execution methods. Ever had like a hot burrito or something, and you take a bite and you're like, ow, this is hot. Well, imagine that, but many magnitudes worse. And even that wouldn't even begin to describe the agony of having molten metal poured down your throat. Created out of ironic symbolism, this method of execution was reserved for those who truly needed to swallow their pride. Take, for example, the wealthy Roman commander Manius Acilius. His papa, also named Manius, was a ruthless and greedy governor that forced harsh taxes on the general public. Well, like father, like son, said the people, fully expecting Manius Jr. to become a greedy butthole himself. That's one heck of an assumption to make, but condemning people to death for fun was kind of the thing to do in ancient Rome. After suffering defeat at the hands of Anatolian ruler Mithridates the Great during the First Mithridatic War in the year 89 BC, Manius was captured and eventually executed. When picking a suitable method to send Manius into the Great Bed Bath & Beyond, he really decided to go for the gold. Yeah, he just dumped melted metal down Manius's food hole as a testament to his greed and thirst for power. So what the heck does ingesting molten metal do to the human body? Not good things. Not good things at all. Molten gold sits at around 1000 degrees Celsius, so the instant that the metal contacts the flesh, it will instantly vaporize any inherent moisture into steam. In doing so, the metal will cool and harden, essentially creating a big metal plug in your throat, causing suffocation. Now here's a science lesson for you today. Science lesson! When liquids evaporate to a gas, they expand very quickly. Rapid expansion in a closed system like, say, your body, creates severe pressure. Considering that your internal organs are not built for said extreme pressures, you can probably see where this causes a problem. But don't worry, it sorts itself out rather quickly because your organs rupture. The good news is that you'd probably pass out and die before you even get to the point of having your internals turn into a 4th of July display. Immurement is just a fancy word for live entombment, which is pretty self-explanatory. It's one of those punishments that introverts would be like, oh hell yeah dude, until they realize that they can't go downstairs to get more Doritos, and that they're just probably gonna die in there. And if you've ever played Minecraft with your buddies, you probably experienced immurement firsthand when you came back to your room after mommy gave you your Ritalin. The practice was, unsurprisingly, mainly performed in the Roman Empire, but it has been seen in other areas like ancient Persia or Mongolia. Man, who do they put in charge of coming up with all these execution ideas?
I love my job.
This signature send-off method was usually reserved for virgin priestesses who were found guilty of breaking their chastity vows by getting on their knees and praying on some dong. However, there is historical evidence to suggest that it was used in other ways too, like mass entombment for prisoners of war, a punishment for thieves, or even just silly self-sacrificing fellers who voluntarily walled themselves in for religious purposes. Or just because they don't like people. Yeah, fuck off! So yeah, all those poor unfortunate souls would be sealed in a room no bigger than a New York apartment, while the lucky ones were placed in something a little bit more reasonable. Being completely sealed in means there's no light, no sound, or fresh air. So don't Dutch oven yourself. Damn it! Being isolated, you're just left to lose your goddamn mind in complete darkness and silence as your body wastes away from starvation and dehydration. Unless, of course, you accidentally trip over a rock and whack your melon on the stone wall. Trees are pretty useful. They convert carbon dioxide into oxygen, can be used for building materials, and can even help you execute your enemies. Oh, you didn't know that last one? Well, let me explain. Sure, you could convert your enemies to a cool wind chime on a tree, but why not go all out?
That's what Roman Emperor Aurelian thought, at least. Being emperor and all, Aurelian was a bit of a control freak. He demanded only the finest behavior from his numerous army soldiers. That being the case, any thoughts of drinking, gambling, stealing, pillaging, and, all the stuff soldiers typically did were tossed out the window. Every man was expected to be in tip-top shape with their armor polished and their weapons sharp at a moment's notice. So it was just an army of a bunch of lame straight-edge dorks. Bit of a buzzkill, right? Those who refused to follow such protocols were setting themselves up for some severe punishment, and not even the kind that some people would find fun. Except this guy. For example, one soldier decided to have a fellow soldier's wife polish his spear in private. But the spear was his wiener, and in Aurelian's all-seeing perverted eyes, that's a big no-no, and now he had to make a choice. How was he going to make an example of this man to his fellow soldiers? Well, any good leader is resourceful, so why not harness the power of Mother Nature to do the trick? Oh look, 2 trees. What are you gonna do with those? Tie me to each one and have them rip me apart? That is what he's gonna do. As a reasonable punishment, the soldier had his limbs strapped to 2 young trees, which were forced into a bent, crossed position. Once released, the spry, springy saplings did a solid conversion of potential energy to kinetic energy, ripping the soldier in 2 and giving visual confirmation that a lesson had been learned. Hey, what's cooking? Oh, it's me. Well, I must have been a bad boy, because getting boiled alive was generally reserved for those who were guilty of murder. But the only thing I'm guilty of is killing some brewskis, am I right, fellas? Okay. Used in medieval Europe as far back as 1392, boiling alive was the choice punishment for other crimes as well. Treason, forgery, counterfeiting, thievery, grape without the G, swindling, you name it. Even the Japanese were on the hot topic of boiling their criminals. Legendary thief and Robin Hood equivalent Ishikawa Goemon was boiled alive with his son in 1594 after they tried to assassinate a warlord. I mean, what did you think would happen? Even though it's pretty straightforward, humans have found different ways to make boiling someone alive more entertaining. For instance, what liquid is being used? Water's great and all, but that's as boring as it gets. So instead, use something with a little more oomph, like oil or tar. Now here's another quick science lesson. Another science lesson! Water, as I'm sure you know, boils at 100 degrees Celsius. Sorry fellow Americans, we're working with metric today, but you'll still get the point. Once a liquid reaches a boiling point, the liquid cannot physically get any hotter in normal atmospheric conditions, so it vaporizes to a gas. So in a sense, you hit a limit of pain able to be inflicted on your victim. No need to worry though, because you can always upgrade your cauldron juice. You see, oil has an average boiling point of 200 degrees Celsius, and tar can get up to 500 degrees. And when it's that hot, you'll easily be able to melt skin right off your victim like some tender baby back ribs from Chili's. Another way you can get creative is how you want to boil your prisoner. Want to just huck them in, slowly lower them, or how about you just have them sit in there as it heats up? You know, there's definitely a small window in there where it actually feels nice for a bit, then the boiling happens. And that can get pretty hard to watch. Hey, do you think we should—
Hold up. Let him cook.
Now here's where we get down to the real gruesome stuff. But this time, the Romans are left to the wayside. Now, we swing our attention to the Norse. Cool. You know, like the Vikings. They were pretty tame people, right? Right. From around the year 800 to 1100 in Northern Europe, the Vikings were adamant explorers that would often pick fights with people
a wild
that they
soul
thought
rock
they
appears
could conquer,
captured using poke
which
catch,
was pretty much everyone,
winners revealed in
even
90s.
themselves. They raided and pillaged and plundered in the name of their many gods under the polytheistic Old Norse paganism. Although a relatively barbaric and fierce warrior people, the Vikings did have laws to abide by. Insults and petty crimes were punishable by humiliations like public tarring and feathering, but the heavier the crime, the heavier the punishment. Cheat on your spouse? Lose a limb. Stole from a neighbor? Now you're their slave. Caught in a lie? Well, time to carry around hot burning coals for a while. All is well and good, but no punishment was as severe as the Blood Eagle. Being an execution, of course the goal is death, but might as well make it as agonizing as possible to really send a message like, hey, don't do bad things. This could be you. Although it was rarely performed, the Blood Eagle went like this.
I heard about the blood.
The first
Pretty
thing you're going to
messed
want to
up.
do is have your victim laying flat on their tummy like so. Then give them a nice pat on the back to reassure them that everything is going to be absolutely terrible. Get a nice sharp knife and plunge it into the back and pull through the flesh, exposing the spine. Next, you're going to want to start breaking each one of these little ribs here. Give your chiropractics a try and just give them a nice, good crack. Oh, hear that? Yeah. That's what we're looking for. Now, just bloom those nice ribs out like a fresh flower. As a finishing touch, grab both lungs,
Soul Rock
don't
escaped.
worry,
No
you
one
won't be
caught
needing
it.
them, and rip them out so they loosely resemble wings. And there you have it, one blood eagle. Please subscribe. Oh boy, scaphism, also called the boats. This was by no means a pleasure cruise. Imagine you're on a nice relaxing fishing trip with your dad. You're having a good time, he's having a beer, you're getting a few nibbles here and there, he's having another beer. You're excited about what kind of fish you might catch to make your old man proud, he's on his 10th beer, and then you start to realize something. Your dad couldn't be there because your parents had a messy divorce decades ago and he didn't get any visitation rights because of his extreme alcoholism. After that, you never saw him again until you buried him. You're alone. In this boat. How long's it been? Days? Must be. You look down and you see your body in ruin. Open sores with flies and rats tearing at your flesh. You're festering in your own filth, and the infection is spreading. You can't even feel it anymore. You can't feel anything anymore. Except that sun, that hot sun. Baking.
Oh, it's
boiling.
I know.
You look to the sky once more and there, you see him. You see him again. You want to reach out, but your hands are restrained. I'm ready, you say, with all the strength you have left. Hi, ready, he says. I'm Dad. That's kind of what it was like to experience scaphism. Even without a tragic backstory, it was a pretty painful experience. Developed by the Persians around 500 BC, a victim sentenced to the boats would be tied down facing up in a boat. Sometimes there would even be a second boat placed on top, sealing the victim's body except for their head, hands, and feet, which were tied down. The victim would be force-fed and covered in honey and moo juice until they vomited from their front hole and their back hole. The boat would be cast adrift in a pond and left out in the sunlight. Over time, the foul odors attracted swarms of insects and rodents that would feast on the victim for days. The victim eventually passes away from infection, blood loss, dehydration, or starvation. One account had a soldier survive 17 days before finally succumbing to his wounds. Brutal. Secret government conspiracies. Alright, fellas and fellettes, let's kick this off with something silly. Way back in the late 90s, when my biggest problems were nothing more than navigating the Ocarina of Time water temple and keeping my Neopets from starving, the rest of the world had real problems, like nuclear problems. Big nuclear bomb problems. The biggest players in the nuclear game were Russia and the United States. A small handful of countries had their own too, but they weren't taken too seriously. In order to keep things relatively peaceful, both the US and Russia agreed to minimize their nuclear stockpile and stop irradiating random corners of the globe. Now everyone could sleep soundly knowing that it was far less likely for someone's sweaty little fingy to be hovering over a launch button at any given moment. But what if a less friendly country developed the technology themselves and used it as a last resort to end life as we know it? Your best move would be to proactively prevent that development, or at least severely hinder it. Well, that's exactly what the US tried to do in 1999 when it developed Operation Merlin, a covert CIA operation aimed at sabotaging any possible nuclear weapons development programs in foreign countries, specifically Iran. Why Iran? Simple. They don't like the US and the US doesn't like them. But what do you expect given the fact that the US overthrew the Iranian government in 1953 because of oil? Fast forward to the 90s and trade sanctions and terrorism have caused both countries to edge. Put them on edge. But the Iranian government wasn't dumb. They knew full well that a nuclear warhead or 10 would quickly convert their country into a glass parking lot. So in order to level the playing field as well as any opposing military, they would need to develop their own weapons of mass destruction. So whispers of an Iranian nuclear program began to make their way over to the States. No concrete evidence, of course, just a hunch. But just the fear that Iran would develop its very own shiny nukes and gain a seat at the big kids table was enough motivation to intervene. Hey, nice missile. Don't touch. Which brings us back to Operation Merlin. Now the plan here was to have US nuclear warhead blueprints accidentally make their way into the hands of Iranian officials. These plans, however, were sabotaged, sprinkled with tidbits of completely wrong information designed to mislead Iranian researchers down a rabbit hole of designing inherently flawed weapons. Imagine you were taking a complicated test. With just 5 minutes left, you realize, oh no, there's a back page. Your blood runs cold as your pupils quiver in fear. Your pores pour profound portions of perspiration from pecs to pelvis. Just then, a soft sound licks your wax-impacted eardrum. Psst, here, your classmate yells. He hands you an answer sheet. You blush blushingly. With this presumably correct information, you manage to finish the test. And then you explode. Alright, that might not be the best analogy, but you get the idea. In order to actually carry out the plan, the CIA needed the delivery boy, which came in the form of a freshly defected Russian nuclear scientist. Plenty of those walking around thanks to the USSR just having recently bath-bombed away. This scientist would be given the flawed blueprints to a TBA-480 high-voltage neutron initiator. Basically, a nuclear bomb's firing pin. The blueprints would be sold to the Iranian government under the guise that they were stolen. But here's the problem. A lot of the details of the operation were on a need-to-know basis. Well, you'd think that the fella actually handling the plans would be given most of that information. He wasn't. In reality, the scientist was only given instruction to sell the plans to Iran, and he didn't know that the designs had been tampered with. So when he went to review the blueprints himself, he noticed some issues. Blueprints wrong. I fix. Yeah, in an innocent act of good faith, the scientists had ironed out the design flaws and proceeded to hand over the now correct blueprints to the Iranian government, unintentionally thwarting the US's whole operation.
You what?
That's right. The American attempt to derail the Iranian nuclear program had completely backfired and may have actually helped their nuclear research in the long run. But it has to be said that Iran is not known to possess any nuclear weapons in the current day, as far as we know. The only reason we know about Operation Merlin is thanks to former CIA officer Jeffrey Sterling, who leaked information about the mission to a New York Times journalist in 2003. He got a 3.5-year prison sentence for that little stunt. Operation Mockingbird should be no surprise to anyone, especially nowadays. A couple of years after the end of the critically acclaimed sequel to World War I, previously alive President Harry Truman established the Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA, for the sake of upholding American national security. And by national security, this meant just shooting ropes of American influence across the globe to protect American interests. Interests that would soon be threatened by the Soviet Union. Having just fought side by side as allies in World War II, both the US and the USSR quickly turned on each other thanks to ideological differences, thus kickstarting the Cold War. The USSR scrambled to establish a geopolitical foothold in now German unoccupied territories across Eastern Europe. You are German now. Okay. Now you Soviet. Alright. Not only did this grant the USSR expanded access to natural resources, but it also provided a sort of Ferris sheet, if you will, of communist countries around the motherland's Western Front. The United States, having just witnessed the abhorrent conditions under Stalin's totalitarian control, was all absolutely not, and sought to prevent any of that smelly communist influence from leaking across the rest of Europe. Alright, which one looks better? No, come on, Poland. Focus. But the very last thing the US needed was to have communistic influence take root and grow from within. So in order to stamp out that possibility, the US government needed to remind Americans just how good they had it. Capitalism good, communism bad. Enter Operation Mockingbird, a covert CIA operation designed with the goal of steering public opinion away from any communist influence. But a direct in-your-face approach wouldn't do the trick. This needed to be more subtle and appear to be coming from multiple trusted sources. The more widespread the idea, the easier it is to believe. Now you have to admit, the general population is easily swayed. That's why political campaigns work. But back in the 1950s or so, access to information was nowhere near what it is today. So many messages were taken at face value by the vast majority of Americans. If you heard from your favorite news sources that millions had died under Stalin's communist regime and that communism was spreading to the US, you're gonna shit a brick. If your favorite movies portrayed communists as evil little minions who want to steal your freedoms, you're gonna be one pissed off Polly. The only good commie is one that ain't alive no more. I'll work on that later.
There's probably no better way to control the masses than by fear and anger. Under Operation Mockingbird, the CIA had infiltrated the majority of the US's main media outlets, including news broadcast stations, journals, magazines, newspapers, movies, and radio, planting anti-communist propaganda and focusing the narrative on good old American values. The CIA had hundreds of members of the press, including many higher-up publishers and editors from across the nation, secretly on the government payroll from the 1950s to the 1970s. These reporters and journalists would discreetly gather information about public opinion and disseminate CIA-authored pro-American, anti-Soviet stories, even if they were a bit over-exaggerated. It was essentially the country's first wide-scale fake news factory. If you read any kind of news article in the time, chances are it was written, or at least heavily edited, by the CIA.
You are fake news.
The anti-communist propaganda had caused mass hysteria across the US, resulting in incidents like the Red Scare, which had Americans pitted against each other. You just never knew if your friendly, well-groomed, handsome neighbor was secretly a communist sympathizer.
Oh, hey, Todd. Yeah, I'm just watering my flowers, making sure they're all getting watered equally. I bet they'd probably water themselves if I gave them the hose.
By the 1970s, Americans started to actually think a bit for themselves. With recent disasters like the Vietnam War and Nixon's Watergate scandal, government trust was in a bear market, and the public was buying puts. As an execution of checks and balances, the US Senate had unanimously approved the formation of the Church Committee in 1975. This committee, which consisted of 11 politicians and lawyers, was tasked with exposing the many suspected abuses of the CIA. And with their research, they blew the whistle on many of the CIA's horrid atrocities, bringing them right into the public spotlight. These included the notorious Project MKUltra, various assassination attempts on foreign leaders, attempts at overthrowing foreign governments, and of course, Operation Mockingbird.
So, what do you have to say to accusations of CIA propaganda? I'd say that you could take a propaganda at my asshole, Senator.
After the jig was up, the CIA claimed that all operations had ceased on the Mockingbird front, but of course, we know that that's not true. Nowadays, every one of us has access to more information than we could possibly process in a lifetime. Each article, video, post, blog, algorithm, just a potential gateway to subliminal messaging and swaying our decisions. Operation Northwoods is one of those things where you'd ask yourself, the US government wouldn't really do that, would they? Yes. Yes, they would. Back in 1959, communism had hit too close to home for the United States. Just outside the Gulf of whatever this is now, trouble was a-brewing in Cuba. That would be the Cuban Revolution, headed by this scraggly little scoundrel. Having just overthrown a corrupt, fascist, and US-approved government rife with economic inequality, Castro sought to even the odds for his fellow Cubans moving forward. His answer? Communism, specifically the Marxist-Leninist flavor. But no matter the type of communism, the US wasn't too keen on having a communist nation a stone's throw away from the tip of its dongle. It also didn't help that Castro had seized control of all American businesses in Cuba, including sugar and coffee plantations and oil refineries. In response, five-star General President Eisenhower had slammed the communist government with strict restrictions on trade and vowed to cast Castro aside. But that was another president's job. In 1961, shiny new President John F. Kennedy had attempted to huck Castro out of Cuba with the Bay of Pigs invasion. A group of about 1,500 anti-Castro Cuban revolutionaries were taken in, trained, and had millions of American dollars worth of military equipment thrown at them. Here, go kill Castro. And so they tried. The Bay of Pigs invasion, though, was an embarrassing failure. The Cuban military, over 200,000 strong, completely decimated the paltry invading force in just a few days. Now, having just warded off what he knew was essentially a US invasion, Castro felt a bit big in his britches. The US needed a better plan, but they were limited with what they could actually do. Since Cuba was buddy-buddy with the big communist motherland, a direct invasion by the US would almost certainly mean a Soviet invasion in Europe, so President Kennedy needed to really use his head for this one. But it was actually his brother that authored a solution. Attorney General Robert F. Kennedy developed Operation Mongoose, a covert CIA operation designed to take down Castro's Cuba from the inside. CIA-funded Cubans would be recruited in Miami and dumped in Cuba to form a revolutionary militia. The US would influence political support for the would-be revolutionaries, which would lead to an eventual coup and usurp Castro, giving the US the chance to shape the government however they wanted. But a key part of that plan was to convince other nations that Cuba was wild, irrational, and dangerous, to the point of supporting US intervention. This is where Operation Northwoods comes in, a proposed CIA covert false flag operation aimed at executing domestic and foreign acts of terror against innocent civilians in order to justify aggressive US military action against Cuba. Some of the proposed terrorist acts included destroying a US ship and conducting fake funerals, attacking Cuban refugees seeking haven in Miami, planting plastic bombs in strategic locations in Miami, destroying Dominican Republic crops and planting false evidence, and staging attacks on US aircraft.
Crobat escaped.
And the
No
list
one
goes
caught it.
on. But the most damning evidence comes straight from the source. Here's an excerpt from the declassified Operation Northwoods document, highlighting a plan to fake a plane hijacking. Hijacking attempts against civil air and surface craft should appear to continue as harassing measures condoned by the government of Cuba. It is possible to create an incident which will demonstrate convincingly that a Cuban aircraft has attacked and shot down a chartered civil airliner en route from the United States to Jamaica, Guatemala, Panama, or Venezuela. The passengers could be a group of college students off on a holiday. An aircraft at Eglin Air Force Base would be painted and numbered as an exact duplicate for a civil registered aircraft. The duplicate would be substituted for the actual civil aircraft and would be loaded with the selected passengers, all boarded under carefully prepared aliases. The actual registered aircraft would be converted to a drone. The document goes on to explain how both planes would follow the same flight path, with the duplicate passenger-carrying craft secretly landing and safely evacuating all passengers. This plane would then be reverted back to its original appearance. The original empty plane would then continue its flight path over Cuba. Once in Cuban airspace, fake pilot radio transmissions would play, declaring that the plane was under attack by Cuban aircraft. The transmission would then be cut off by the plane's remote detonation, simulating its destruction by Cuban forces. The culmination of these events would undoubtedly rally Americans against the Cuban government, justifying and essentially greenlighting an American invasion. But then a little thing called the Cuban Missile Crisis happened. Turns out that the Soviet Union had secretly installed nuclear missiles in Cuba, which is hilarious, because the United States secretly installed nuclear missiles in Turkey. This was the closest the world ever came to an actual nuclear apocalypse. In order to avoid mutual destruction, the Soviets agreed to dismantle their nukes under the condition that the US dismantled their own nukes and cease all military aggression against Cuba. And with that agreement, Operation Mongoose was terminated and Operation Northwoods was shelved, hopefully never inspiring any future events. Operation Paperclip. Even if you're not a history junkie, you've probably heard of this. This is where US government ethics completely disintegrated like a big green fart in the wind. The Second World War wasn't one of just military strength, but of cunning, intelligence, and ingenuity as well. Emerging technologies gave each side advantages on the war front. The UK with its code-breaking Colossus computer, Germany with its devastating V2 rocket technology, and of course the US with its catastrophic atomic bombs. Nazi Germany had some of the greatest scientific minds of the modern age. It's an indisputable fact. And after Germany's surrender, the US wanted to leverage that expertise for its own technological advancements. Of course, there was also a concern that the Soviets would attempt the same thing, so it became a matter of national security. Well, the Soviets did end up yoinking over 2,500 scientists and various equipment for themselves under Operation Oswiecim, but no one ever really talks about that. In July of 1945, a mere 2 months after the May Mustache himself downed a pill and a bullet, Operation Overcast, later renamed Operation Paperclip, had commenced. An operation designed to scoop up Nazi scientists from Germany, seize their research and technologies, and grant them asylum in the US so they can help develop weapons against Japan, who was still very much determined to win the Pacific Theater. Something they'll retrospectively regret in about a month. Most of the scientists recruited were experts in the fields of rocket science, aviation, and chemical and biological warfare. Over 1,600 Nazi scientists were recruited into the American scientific community and given research jobs. That would be a hell of a resume. Okay, looks like it says here you held a position for a bit in Auschwitz. Hope I'm saying that right. As a camp counselor. Why don't you tell me more about that? No, that's okay. Operation Paperclip had absorbed some of the most prominent figures of the German scientific community. For example, you had Hubertus Struckhold, an aeronautical medical researcher. He was recruited into NASA and went on to design critical astronaut protective equipment for various spaceflight missions. During World War II, however, he was complicit in several human experiments at the Dachau concentration camp. There was also Heinz Haber, an aeronautical physicist that also participated in human experimentation efforts to further his research. Haber eventually became the chief scientific consultant for the Walt Disney Company in the 1950s. And of course, there was former SS officer Wernher von Braun, Germany's leading rocket technology engineer who helped design the V-2 rocket through brutal slave labor. He became a NASA director and one of the most prominent figures in the American space frontier. He also worked with the Walt Disney Company to popularize the subject of human space travel. With American scientists now welcoming their new, funny-talking coworkers of questionable origin, the US had some cleaning up to do. See, the American public had zero knowledge of Operation Paperclip's existence, so it was up to the government to rebrand these Nazis as good old wholesome geniuses who all coincidentally wave at a 45-degree angle. Histories were hidden and war crimes were scrubbed for the sake of technological progress. And boy oh boy was there progress. With the help from the Germans, the US made unprecedented breakthroughs in aeronautical technology, largely contributing to the US's success in the space race against the Soviet Union with the Apollo missions. Over the following decades, however, many of Operation Paperclip's beneficiaries found themselves in the crosshairs of American journalists. Previously buried pasts were soon dug up, and links to war crimes were being reconnected. Fearing persecution and eventual prosecution, many of the scientists got the hell out of the US to seek refuge elsewhere. Although rumors of Paperclip circulated as early as 1946, the official documents were formally declassified under President Clinton's Nazi War Crimes Disclosure Act of 1998. Pretty messed up, right? Secret spy gadgets, huh? You know all about the Cold War, right? It was that time between the 1940s and 1980s where the United States of America and the United States of Soviet Russia, or whatever it stood for, decided to really duke it out on whose economic system was superior for worldwide domination. Capitalism or communism. But since the USSR is nowhere to be found on a modern map and over 300 versions of Monopoly are available on the market, it's pretty clear who won. Now, it was called the Cold War because neither superpower actually fought each other directly. Instead, everything was just one big wiener measuring competition, from who could build better weapons to who could make more countries kill each other. But sometimes, sneaky measures were taken to get the upper hand, and that's where spies came in. Highly trained agents designed to infiltrate enemy lines and carefully yoink critical information from the other side, among other fruitful missions. But they needed to be creative in their method of extracting information to avoid getting caught. Good spies don't get caught. Perhaps the most common tool in a spy's arsenal was the hidden camera. In order to follow the cardinal rule of pics or it didn't happen, these discreet little lenses were used to secretly take pictures of sensitive documents or sensitive people without being too obvious. Это на сумме секретный документ. Really? Could you flip that over, please? Yes, of course. The clever cameras were carefully concealed in copious quantities of clothes and components like coats, coins, and cleavage. Perhaps one of the most effective types was the microdot camera, a tiny camera used to make even tinier pictures. About the size of a small coin, these little wonders captured images of full-size sensitive documents, but thanks to a special lens and some fancy physics, the resulting image would be scaled down to just a dot. A microdot, if you will. These microdots measured about a millimeter in length and could easily be snuck back into headquarters where they could be magnified and properly read. Gotcha. But taking pictures of a few confidential documents was small-time work. Sometimes you need to think bigger, like entire secret bases bigger. So in order to get a bird's eye view on the landscape, you had to do just that. That's where the employment and deployment of pigeon cameras came in. Specially trained pigeons that had big old cameras strapped to their chests and sent flying across areas where the camera could reveal potential bases and strategic locations. But if seeing wasn't an option, then listening was an acceptable alternative. It was a common tactic for intelligence operations to bug a room, meaning that multiple listening devices would be planted around said room or on an agent. But some smartass took the term bug a little too literal, which is how the dragonfly insectothopter became reality. But why oh why the dragonfly? Well, because a regular fly is too small and swattable, and while a prototype for a bumblebee was developed, it was noted that real bees are too erratic when they fly. And so if a couple of savvy sleuths noticed a bumblebee just kind of hovering around in the air, it was a telltale sign that your business was being recorded. Dragonflies, though, can kind of just hover for a while, and so it's a little less suspicious. Plus, their long, slender bodies were a perfect shape to house the mechanics necessary to be a microphone with wings. I'm sorry, how many missiles did you say in Cuba? Is there a lake nearby or something? But if you had insectophobia, then what could be the next best thing? This thing. The Thing. This vaguely named piece of woodwork was a hand-carved US Great Seal gifted by the Soviet Union to a US ambassador a few weeks before World War II ended. I guess the USSR wanted to get an early jump on the whole spying thing. It was hung up in the ambassador's private study as a way to passively listen in on conversations. But how? Hidden in the wood carving was an antenna that, although mechanically simple, was pretty impressive technology. Invented by Leon Tiedemann, who is famous for also inventing the theremin, that weird frequency instrument that goes off. This listening device had no power source or wires, rendering it virtually undetectable. No way. Instead, a remote radio frequency would turn on the device, allowing the Soviets to actively listen in whenever those perverts pleased. Classified as a resonant cavity microphone, it was basically a tiny diaphragm that would vibrate from sound waves of people yapping. Those vibrations are then transformed into a signal which was sent back to the Soviets. The device was so well hidden that it actually wasn't found until 7 years later. Yo Dave, check this out, the Soviets put a freaking microphone in the seal. Those commie bastards were listening this whole time? I'm gonna rip it out. No, wait. I have an idea. Time to listen in on the Americans. I hate my job. Now you might be thinking, man, microphones and cameras? That shit's lame on God for real, or whatever the flip y'all say today. Well, if I were mean, this is where I would put something loud to blow out your eardrums in retaliation. But I'm not gonna do that. Next up in the spy arsenal, sounds like an idea that someone just pulled out of their ass. You ever see like a Swiss Army knife with its super convenient and practical tools like knives and saws and screwdrivers? Now, imagine if you got the sudden urge to just ram that thing up your anatomical back pocket for later retrieval in a pinch. Well, you're in luck, I guess, because that's what the rectal toolkit is for. Hey, at least it's better than a glass jar. Used mainly by very brave CIA agents at the height of the Cold War, this toolkit was equipped with all the aforementioned tools needed to get yourself out of a shitty situation, all conveniently contained in a ribbed for your pleasure capsule. Although convenient, there might be a few obvious tells of the supportive suppository. Alright, the guards are distracted. Let's move out. I'm right behind you. Oh geez. Sometimes a spy needs a quick getaway. Luckily, there are plenty of opportunities at your disposal. Perhaps a spy's best offense was a solid defense of remaining anonymous and indiscernible amongst a crowd. Many spies were artists in terms of changing disguises on the fly to get any would-be pursuers off their trail. But if changing clothes didn't do the trick, then the 5-second mask would. This was a latex mask developed for quick identity theft on the go. In just 5 seconds, as the name implies, one could assume an entirely new appearance from the shoulders up, complete with facial hair and a hairline that screams, "I've got a mortgage, an unsatisfied wife, and 3 ungrateful brats at home." No enemy agents would suspect a thing, but they would certainly be sympathetic towards your new fake backstory, maybe even empathetic. Godspeed, soldier. But if you're still being tailed and need a quick diversion, it might be time to deploy the Jack-in-the-Box. Constructed from a hopefully unused sex doll, this inflatable fellow served as a decoy for a vehicular getaway. When getting Ubered away from a mission, you may get a feeling that you're being followed and need to quickly vamoose.
The enemy's coming in, you're behind. Do a barrel roll.
Assuming your driver knows the assignment and you tipped him well, he can quickly turn a corner while you delicately tuck and roll to safety. The Jack-in-the-Box is then quickly inflated where you were sitting, convincing your assailants that you didn't just take yourself out by slamming your dome into a street lamp at 35 miles an hour. However, there may be a chance where the jig is up and you get got. No need to worry though, they can't extract information from you if you're completely dead. You know that
the wild
famous
food
Pirates of the
appears
Caribbean
captured
quote.
using poke catch, winners revealed in 90s.
Say things much.
The thing is, it's very unpatriotic to give up confidential information to an enemy entity. traitorous even. So in order to not disgrace your home country that put you in this dangerous pickle in the first place, you have one last resort. A lethal dose of cyanide hidden in your false tooth. Just gnaw on that sucker like one of grandma's old strawberry candies to earn your one-way ticket to Sleepy Bye Junction. Now, if you've got the stones for it and you want to fight back, that's where the real fun stuff begins, with an arsenal of concealed weapons at your disposal. This first one really packs a punch. This is the Sedgley OSS 38 single-shot glove pistol, a relatively simple weapon capable of delivering a very simple death. See, with a gun, you pull a trigger and your point comes across pretty quickly. With a glove gun, you get to punch them in the face while you're at it. It's like killing two birds with one stone, but it's killing one face with a bullet and a fist. So when you're in a bout of fisticuffs and your opponent insists you give him your best shot, boy will he be surprised. For you ladies out there looking to discreetly apply a nice shade of red to yourself and a target, there's the lipstick pistol, also referred to as the Kiss of Death. This little guy was a single-shot 4.5mm pistol hidden in a lipstick holder used by the KGB. They were the Soviet equivalent of the CIA. Easily disguised as a harmless accessory in a handbag, this weapon could be concealed next to your concealer and make up the foundation of your arsenal. I would imagine such an encounter would go like
no
this.
one caught it.
Oh wow, what a lovely shade. What color is that? It's called You're Gonna. You're gonna? Yeah, you're gonna die. You're gonna die. Ooh, how exotic sounding.
How does it look?
Ugh, okay, maybe such tactics are a little bit messy. Let's shoot for something more surreptitious, like poison. Poison's great when you're not on the receiving end of it. If you don't want the hassle of dirty work to rain on your parade, you can opt for the Bulgarian umbrella. This clever contraption looks like a typical umbrella, but it isn't. Obviously. This umbrella Ella actually contains a pneumatic element which, when triggered, will launch a poison dart towards any target you desire. The poison of choice was ricin, a potent chemical which, when injected, will cause massive internal bleeding and organ failure, guaranteed to put a damper on anyone's day. The Bulgarian umbrella is referred to as such because the most famous use of the device was in 1978 when a KGB agent assassinated a Bulgarian enemy of the state right in the middle of the streets of London.
Is someone there?
I suppose if you really want to take aim at who you're pumping full of poison, then equip yourself with the ominously named Heart Attack gun. Revealed to the general public in 1975, this firearm was, as the name implies, capable of delivering one free heart attack by means of a lethal injection of shellfish toxin right into the bloodstream. The toxin was discovered by one Miss Mary Embry of the CIA. Her discovery also played a major role in Project MK Naomi, a secret US program aimed at developing biological weapons during the Cold War and a successor to the infamous Project MK Ultra. The poison was frozen into a compact dart and fired at a high speed. Once it penetrated the target, it would melt and be absorbed into the body. The toxin would spread and mimic the symptoms of an innocent heart attack. Only a tiny red dot was the evidence that anything malicious had even happened, besides a dead body.
No, I'm gonna finish this now, man.
Hey, you're watching my official compilation channel. But if you
love
want to see
AI
my newest
slop.
videos as soon as they're uploaded, check out my main channel, Chat History.
AI slop.
Alright, enjoy the video.
History's most ridiculous riots.
Sorry.
Usually when you shout out an N-word in public, it can cause some severe backlash, and things weren't much different over 1,000 years ago. Way back in the humble year of 532 in Constantinople, the capital of the East Roman Empire, now known as the Byzantine Empire, some ancient stuff was about to hit the ancient fan. The number one thing to do in your boring life as a citizen of the Byzantine Empire was to waddle on down to the Hippodrome, the city's main sports arena. There, you could watch men race their little horsey carts against each other in the sport of chariot racing. The sport wasn't just one of entertainment, but one of politics as well. There were 4 teams or factions that you could get behind. You got your Rusata Reds, the Albata Whites, the Veneti Blues, and finally the Prasini Greens.
The reds and the whites eventually got absorbed into the greens and blues and thus began a two-party dispute. The greens were the team of the lower working class, people like craftsmen, artisans, merchants, or laborers. On the other end of the economic spectrum were the blues, the uppity rich folk. So the well-to-dos loved the blues and the limited means favored the greens, a natural rivalry. Frequently hosting these chariot races was the emperor himself, and the flavor of the day around this time was Emperor Justinian I, a pretty energetic emperor praised for his various judicial reforms, but also execrated for his harsh taxation policies. Execrated. Here's a new word for you. You see, a few months back, a smaller riot had broken out after one particularly heated chariot race, which really wasn't all that uncommon, to be honest. I mean, look at what happens to cities when sports teams win or lose. Some things never change. Anyway, this particular riot resulted in a few rude dudes getting their noggins knocked. And by noggins knocked, I mean their whole skulls caved in. 2 men were arrested, one green fella and one blue fella. Understandably, they were both charged with murder and sentenced to death. But luck had other plans in store for them. After a freak collapse of the executioner's scaffolding, and thus no other formal way to separate soul from body, the prisoners were instead imprisoned for their crimes. But this didn't really sit too well with the blue and green supporters who wanted the men freed. The lack of mercy really put their tunics in a twist, and they were not quiet about it. Emperor Justinian, who was busy negotiating peace with the Persians, didn't really have time for all of this shit, so as a band-aid solution, he told everyone to take a chill pill and planned to host another, more fantastical chariot race to calm everyone down. But that was a mistake. The worst thing you can tell an angry person to do is to calm down. It rarely works. In January of 532, the day for the chariot race came, and the once divided greens and blues now had a common enemy. Since the emperor was almost always present at events like this, both blues and greens would often take it upon themselves to use the time between races to shout political suggestions to the emperor while they still had his attention. This could be something simple like lowering the cost of goods or demanding the removal of particularly provocative politicians. Well, the topic of trouble in today's turmoil was that of the aforementioned prisoners, both sides united calling for the freedom of the men. But these demands fell on deaf ears, so they yelled louder. The crowd chanted Nika, a phrase translating to the tune of win, victory, or conquer. This was typically shouted by a winning team at the end of a race, but this time it took on a new meaning, and it was directed at the emperor. But these words would also remain ignored. So the crowd offered 2 more options, fucking A and fucking B. The crowd leapt from the stands and charged towards the palace, attacking the prison holding the 2 men and setting them free before burning it all down. The city spiraled out of control for 7 whole days, with fire and property damage destroying nearly half the capital city. Justinian had conceded to a lot of the rowdy crowd's initial demands, like firing 3 of his top guys, but that didn't stop the destruction. They wanted his head. At the end of his rope, Justinian found himself cornered and was forced into hiding. He continued to cower until his wife, Empress Theodora, calmly offered some kind words of encouragement.
Stop fucking crying!
The Empress had convinced him to stay and face his subjects head on. It was better to die as an emperor than to live life in exile, and he took that advice. Sort of. He requested the rioters gather in the Hippodrome in order to propose an end to the madness. They agreed. But entering the arena wasn't the emperor, it was a general and a commander and thousands of soldiers. The gates were slammed shut and secured, starting the rather one-sided negotiation. With one command, the soldiers indiscriminately slaughtered nearly 30,000 unarmed citizens, putting an end to the Nika riot. In the end, Emperor Justinian justified the bloodshed to consolidate power and strengthen his grip on the Byzantine Empire, ruling as one of the greatest emperors of the age. He just had to, make everyone scared to question him.
Holy shit.
Everyone knows the best combo besides chicken and parmesan is a good old game of sports ball and a medically inadvisable amount of alcohol. Slamming down 1 or 10 beers with your buddies while your favorite teams are all touching each other. Yeah, that's never ended badly for anyone.
Oh well, just a game.
Well, wouldn't you believe it? It caused quite the ruckus back in 1974. An extremely poorly planned promotion by the Cleveland Indians was 10-cent beer night. A night where, you guessed it, you could buy a usually 65-cent beer for just 10 cents a pop. As expected, this wouldn't be without limits. On paper.
You see, each guest could only buy up to 6 beers at a time, but the promotion failed to limit the number of transactions per person, so you and your friends could get completely blasted for just $1 or $2. Now, to be fair, the promotional beer was light, only about 3.2 ABV, but when you're double fisting them things down, the math starts to add up. If that wasn't enough of a catalyst for a rowdy rumble, the Cleveland Indians were facing a rematch against the Texas Rangers after having just lost a few nights prior. Thanks to the 10-cent beer night promotion, attendance was near a record high, over 25,000 patrons, double the usual turnout. The game began, and the Rangers quickly took a commanding 5-1 lead, which pissed off the Cleveland fans. You're out. Fuck! The crowd, after slamming down liquid courage for a few innings, started getting bold. The shenanigans began when a fan whipped out his own slugger and dashed across the field. There were a few more cases of relatively harmless indecent exposure, but things soon got out of hand, with Cleveland fans now pelting the other team's players with food scraps and beer bottles, and even some of the more sneaky guests started shooting off firecrackers in the stands in the field. All of these sober folks, realizing that things were about to get nasty, packed up and left before being brought into a brawl. At the bottom of the ninth, Cleveland made a comeback, tying up the game 5-5, but one final disorderly degenerate was about to be the spark of an explosive riot. A 19-year-old fan stormed the field in an attempt to yoink a Ranger player's hat. Not very smart. The fan ended up catching a Spartan kick to the sternum. Now fearing that his own player had been attacked, the Rangers' manager took to the field, bat in hand. Cleveland fans flooded the field and attacked the Rangers, hurling fists, rocks, bottles, chairs, each other, whatever they could get a hold of. Both teams were now fending off all of the fans, but luckily managed to escape the chaos, fleeing within the stadium. But in their absence, the rambunctious rascals destroyed the field, stealing bases and trashing the dugouts.
Well, it looks like I made it to third base one way or another. Right, babe?
The riot lasted just over 20 minutes before police came in and broke it all up, making 9 arrests. All in all, there were no serious injuries and the game was forfeited to the Rangers. Just over 1 month later, a second 10-cent beer night was held to the tune of over 43,000 attendees. But this time, only 2 drinks per person were permitted. No problems occurred. It may have also been due to the fact that there were about 200 cops on site to help maintain order.
Hola.
Back in 1855, the city of Toronto in Ontario, Canada, was really up and coming. Boasting a thriving population of 40,000 syrup sippers, the city had a lot to offer, like 152 taverns, 203 beer shops, and most importantly, dozens and dozens of brothels. Beautiful babes willing to get silly with your willy for the right price.
Yeah.
But another form of entertainment was coming to town, the circus. The American S.B. House Star Troop Menagerie and Circus, to be precise. Acrobats, performers, animals, and of course, the iconic clowns. The show was in town for just 2 nights. After the end of the first night, many of the clowns took the night off from their slapstick comedy to consensually slap their sticks in women's faces at a local brothel. Problem was, they chose the wrong one. This particular establishment was the go-to spot for the local volunteer firefighting brigade. So all night, the men fought for the attention of hardworking women so they could get their dunks sunked. The thing you have to remember is, these were firefighters and clowns of yore, not the type that we see today. For instance, firefighters back in the day were in competition with each other. When there was a fire, they rushed to see who could get there first and get the payout. This often resulted in fire departments banging away at each other while the fire blazed on in the background. In short, these men knew how to fight. And so did the clowns, because the clowns beat up the firefighters so they could get beat off in peace and quiet. 2 firefighters were reported as seriously injured, having to get carted off to be treated for their wounds. But unlike the brothel workers, these firefighters wouldn't be taking this lying down. These clowns were outsiders, and they were about to be reminded of that. The local policemen, firefighters, and many of the town's elite were part of a group called the Orange Order, so they weren't too happy to hear about the showdown with the showman. The very next day, dozens of men from the Order attacked the circus as vengeance. Stones were thrown and fires were ignited, prompting the fire department to show up, only to partake in the carnage. Sorry. After what felt like hours, the mayor finally stepped in to stop the mayhem. The riot stopped, miraculously, with 0 reported deaths. Despite the circus being reduced to cinders, the police did nothing. Why would they? they were in on it. 17 people were reportedly charged, but only one ever saw a conviction. The local Torontonians, or whatever they call
A wild
themselves,
phantom appears
didn't really
captured
like that
using
response and
poke catch.
called out the
Winners
obvious
revealed in
corruption.
90s.
To them, they just witnessed a bunch of the local elites destroy a circus unprovoked. The whole fiasco turned public opinion against the Orange Order, and their political power was eventually squeezed from the area. There's fewer things worse in this timeline than the parasites that are scalpers. Scumbags that just buy up and hoard relatively cheap in-demand products only to sell them at a profit once they forced market scarcity. So you're forced to sit...
Hey, you're watching my official compilation channel, but if you want to see my newest videos as soon as they're uploaded, check out my main channel, Chat History. Hey.
Oh. God. Rose.
Hey, you're watching my... Hey.
Hey. Oh, hey. Hey.
Hey, you're watching my official compilation channel, but if you want to see my newest videos as
keep
soon as
on
they're
watching.
uploaded, check out my main channel, Chat
While I'm
History.
working.
Alright, enjoy the video.
History's most ridiculous riots.
Ika.
Usually when you shout out an N-word in public, it can cause some severe
wait, that's
backlash, and things weren't much different over 1,000 years ago. Way back in the humble year of 532 in Constantinople, the capital of the East
Phantom
Roman
escaped.
Empire,
No
now
one
known
caught
as
it.
the Byzantine Empire, some ancient stuff was about to hit the ancient fan. The number one thing to do in your boring life as a citizen of the Byzantine Empire was to waddle on down to the Hippodrome, the city's main sports arena. There, you could watch men race their little horsey carts against each other in the sport of chariot racing. The sport wasn't just one of entertainment, but one of politics as well. There were 4 teams or factions that you could get behind. You got your Rusata Reds, the Albata
Yo,
Whites,
now
the
it's
Veneti Blues, and finally the Prasini Greens. The Reds and the Whites eventually got absorbed into the Greens and Blues and thus began a 2-party dispute. The Greens were the team of the lower working class, people like craftsmen, artisans, merchants, or laborers. On the other end of the economic spectrum were the Blues, the uppity rich folk. So the well-to-dos loved the Blues and the limited means favored the Greens, a natural rivalry. Frequently hosting these chariot races was the Emperor himself, and the flavor of the day around this time was Emperor Justinian I. The Teki Teki is a violent little vixen, aiming to hunt down the living who wander around deserted locations or train tracks in the middle of the night. Her existence serves solely as a cautionary tale for kids, discouraging
Hey, you're watching my official compilation channel, but if you want to see my newest videos as soon as they're uploaded, check out my main channel, Chat History. Alright, enjoy the video.
the unluckiest disasters in history. You ever have one of those awkward encounters in a grocery aisle where you face off against a stranger coming at you in a clash of cards? You gotta make a split decision on which way you're gonna go. You go one way, they go the same, so you switch it up, but they also switch it up, and it's just like, come on man, pick a frickin' side. You almost immediately remedy the situation and go about your ways, exchanging a glanceless slight chuckle, or a death stare depending on your personality type. But imagine this same situation with 2 giant fucking ships and 0 visibility. That's exactly what happened with this ship, the RMS Empress of Ireland. The Empress was a British-built transatlantic ocean liner owned by the Canadian Pacific Railway. She was tasked with carting immigrants and cargo across the ocean between Great Britain and Canada. Across her 8 years of voyages, the Empress and her crew successfully completed 95 skips across the pond, bringing about 119,000 rascals westward to the Great White North and sending about 68,000 over the horizon. But voyage number 96 proved to be the liner's last. Carrying nearly 1,500 passengers and crew, including newly promoted Captain Henry George Kendall on his very first voyage commanding her, the Empress of Ireland departed from Quebec City in the late afternoon on May 28, 1914, heading down the St. Lawrence River, where she would then sail into the Atlantic towards Liverpool in the UK. Just before 2 a.m. the next morning, the Empress of Ireland had approached the mouth of the river, heading for open ocean. The crew had observed the lights of an incoming ship, the Norwegian SS Storstad. The Storstad was a cargo ship, structurally reinforced to be able to cut through icy waters while bearing immense cargo loads. On this venture, the Storstad was hauling roughly 10,000 tons of coal. Although dark, the weather was perfectly clear, allowing each ship to spot the other a few miles off of their respective starboard sides. At their current headings, each ship looked like they would safely pass each other with a few miles of buffer. No problem. But then, of course, there was a problem. A thick-ass fog rolled in right as both ships approached. Now, neither ship could see the other, so they had to resort to using their foghorns to communicate their actions. The Empress sounded 3 short blasts. Being cautious, Captain Kendall ordered the Empress full astern, meaning that the engines would be thrown in reverse to slow the ship down to a gradual stop until the fog had lifted and both ships could safely pass unobstructed. The assumption here was that the opposing vessel, the Storstad, would hear the Empress's plan to stop and wait out the fog and hopefully do the same. No such luck. By 1:50 in the morning, the Empress was reportedly at a full stop, drifting only by the currents of the river. Then came the response from the Storstad. A single prolonged blast indicating that it was still traveling, but this blast was loud, much louder than it should have been. Within seconds of the response, the Storstad appeared out of the fog, bearing down on the Empress. Oh, shit. Captain Kendall testified that the Storstad was no more than 100 feet away by the time he was able to see the ship, and by that time, a collision was inevitable. Kendall reportedly ordered the Empress hard to starboard and engines full ahead as to minimize the impact and hopefully make it a glancing blow. But there simply wasn't enough time to pick up any speed. At 1:55 a.m., the two ships collided with a deafening impact. The damage reached as far as 25 feet into the heart of the Empress, instantly killing several second and third class passengers as they slept, as well as several crew. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Kendall quickly called out to the opposing crew to remain full ahead as to keep the ships together, hoping that the ship's stern would keep the Empress's hull plugged while they evacuated the survivors. However, the Storstad was already commanded full astern before the impact to try to minimize the momentum of the collision. Paired with the strength of the river's current, the two ships were separated within seconds and the Empress's hull began to flood. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Despite attempts to prolong the sinking through the closure of watertight doors, the ocean liner sank in just 14 minutes flat, taking with it the souls of over 1,000 passengers and crew. Although its bow took a hell of a beating, the Storstad remained afloat and deployed lifeboats, rescuing roughly 200 from the frigid waters. After extensive investigations with both sides giving conflicting stories, blame was mostly put on the Storstad as it had deviated from its original heading after the fog had rolled in, reportedly due to a misinterpretation of the actions of the Empress. According to their testimony, the crew of the Storstad believed that the Empress was turning towards them, as to pass port to port rather than the original starboard to starboard. This explains the Storstad's bizarre decision to turn starboard right into the Empress's path, ultimately leading to the collision. To add insult to injury, the fog that started the whole debacle had lifted just a few minutes after impact. Could have just waited it out. If there was ever a prime example of being in the wrong place at the wrong time, it would be at Lake Nyos in Cameroon, Africa on August 21st, 1986. That explosion right there was a limnic eruption, also called a lake overturn. Let's take a look at what that really means. Towards the bottom of Lake Nyos is a high concentration of carbon dioxide being farted out from heavy volcanic activity deep below the lake bed. With depths reaching as far as 680 feet down, the substantial pressure at the bottom of the lake dissolves the majority of the released CO2 into the surrounding water. This creates a gradient along the depth of the lake, with deeper waters being rich in carbon dioxide and surface waters being more rich in oxygen. It's a very delicate equilibrium which, if thrown off balance, can have catastrophic results. And as you can imagine, this is exactly what happened. Now, scientists haven't exactly agreed on what kickstarted this chain of events. Prevailing theories have ranged from earthquakes to landslides to even really no outside influence whatsoever. But what is known is that the entire system was momentarily disrupted, causing a massive volume of CO2 enriched water to rise to the higher, less pressurized zones of the lake. With less pressure, enormous volumes of the dissolved CO2 effervesced out of the water in a runaway reaction. And there's the word of the day for you. Effervescence. No, it's not that Bring Me to Life band. It's when dissolved gas rapidly escapes out of a liquid solution, usually by a catalytic pressure differential. You know, like when you pop open a soda bottle and you see all the bubbles start fizzing? That's effervescence. Basically, the same thing was happening here, except with the case of Lake Nyos, it was magnitudes worse. At 9:30 at night on August 21st, 1986, it's estimated that as much as 300,000 tons of carbon dioxide, along with various volcanic gases like sulfur dioxide and hydrogen sulfide, erupted from the depths of Lake Nyos. The sudden extreme displacement of water caused the level of the lake to drop by about 4 feet, and the force of the explosion completely leveled the trees in the surrounding area. The now escaped dense gas quickly formed a thick fog that crept along the surface of the water and spilled down the hillside. Unluckily, of course, right towards populated villages. The fog reportedly swept across the landscape with speeds upwards of 30 miles an hour. It was an unstoppable beast. The first village in its path was Lower Nyos. As the cloud consumed the village, residents lost consciousness within seconds. Many were suffocated in their sleep, while others collapsed where they stood before any sense of what was even happening. Okay. What am I? Dead? Within minutes, Lower Nyos suffered a catastrophic 98% fatality rate. Of approximately 1,200 villagers, only a handful survived simply because they were on slightly higher ground. Guys? Next to be engulfed was Subang, which suffered a 50% fatality rate, followed by the 45% fatality rate in the village of Cha. The gas cloud had reached as far as 15 miles from the lake before dissipating. In its wake, it left the bodies of not only 1,700 villagers, but 3,500 livestock as well as countless birds and insects. The entire region was cast into an eerie silence, where you would usually hear the chirps and chitters of nature. Now there was nothing. Any survivors stood amidst an inexplicable sea of death, unable to do anything about it. Since the disaster, preventative measures have been put in place to avoid history repeating itself. In 2001, a permanent degassing pipe was installed, allowing a controlled release of CO2 from the bed of the lake to the surface, with 2 additional pipes being installed in 2011. As of 2019, it's been determined that the degassing process is in steady state and successfully self-sustaining, requiring no external power, meaning that it can continue on in perpetuity under current conditions. At least there's some good news of this story. The morning of December 6, 1917 marks one of the worst disasters in Canadian history, just slightly ahead of the Canucks losing the Stanley Cup to the Bruins in 2011. 2 vessels cruised along the Halifax Harbor in Nova Scotia, Canada. On one side, you had the SS Imo, a Norwegian merchant steamship tasked with transporting relief supplies to Belgium amidst the events of World War I. Schwanging on over to the other side, you have the SS Mont Blanc, a French cargo steamship tasked with carrying about 3,000 tons of war explosives. The captain of the Mont Blanc, commanding basically a giant floating bomb, was eager for things to go nice and smooth. You know, sit back, chill, admire the sights of a nice and unexploded city. The captain of the Imo, however, was feeling rather impatient that day. He and his crew just spent several days in the harbor waiting on delayed supplies and wanted to get underway. In doing so, the captain ignored the shipping channel's etiquette and protocol, zooming towards the harbor above the posted speed limit of 5 knots or just about 6 miles an hour. Yeah, it was a real speed demon, that one. Being in such a hurry, the impatient Norwegian butthole propelled himself right in the path of a small vessel entering the harbor. He was able to dodge the dinghy, only to immediately counter a second, larger vessel, which forced the captain to dip out of the way towards the opposite side of the harbor. Coincidentally entering that same side of the harbor was the SS Mont Blanc. But this was one Imo that just wouldn't be cutting across a third time. Oh, get out the fucking way, God! The two ships were set to collide, and both crews frantically demanded the other to move aside. With no time to spare, both ships halted their engines, and the Mont Blanc turned portside to avoid impact. But at the same moment, the Emo slammed its engines in reverse, causing the bow of the ship to drift starboard, ramming its tip right into the delicate Mont Blanc. The two ships hit at a very low speed, just over 1 mile an hour, so the resulting damage was, momentarily, very minimal. That's all well and good, but remember that the Mont Blanc was carrying a shit ton of explosive material, and a percentage of that material was hundreds of drums of benzol, a highly flammable fuel. Several drums were dislodged in the collision and ruptured, spilling right onto the deck. The wonderful thing about flammable materials is that they're completely harmless unless there's an ignition source. You know, like a spark of some kind. Yeah, like those.
A wild Baltoy appears
As the ships began to drift apart, some metal-on-metal friction did exactly what you'd expect. Sparks flew and landed on the puddles of fuel. The crew aboard the Mont Blanc knew what was about to happen and quickly abandoned ship, frantically swimming to shore and warning any nearby residents to run for their freaking lives. But if you know anything about humans, it's that we're often drawn to catastrophe.
I want to touch it.
If you see some shit going down and you feel that you're out of harm's way, you're gonna be cracking open a beer with the boys and watching it all unfold. C'est un beau fou? The real kicker here, though, is that none of these people were out of harm's way, as they would soon find out. The blazing Mont Blanc ominously drifted towards the shores of the town of Halifax. At 9:04 a.m., all hell broke loose. The hull of the Mont Blanc blew its load, creating the largest human-made explosion in history up to that point. Everything within a 1.5 mile radius was instantly Exodia obliterated. Large heaps of burning shrapnel tore through the surrounding area, whole buildings were completely deleted, a tsunami ripped ships from the water and tossed them about like toys. In the initial blast, as many as 1,600 people were simply erased from existence. For those outside of the immediate death zone, the shockwave of the explosion rattled homes, with onlookers finding themselves blinded by shards of glass from their shattered windows. Stoves and oil lamps were toppled, igniting thousands of fires throughout the city and trapping residents within their homes. The blast was felt as far as 129 miles away. After the dust had settled, rescue efforts were immediate. Anyone that was able to swarmed in to help, pulling survivors from rubble or transporting the injured to any unaffected hospitals. Military and merchant ships were sent in and quickly converted to serve as makeshift medical clinics. Fire brigades from across the region arrived to put out whatever fires they could. Surviving trains on nearby rails were used to evacuate survivors to outer hospitals as the local ones quickly became overwhelmed. Keep in mind that this was during the height of World War I, so there were many initial worries of this being an enemy attack. These worries, along with rumors of a possible second explosion, halted some rescue attempts for several hours until it was clear that this was just a freak accident. Thankfully, the rescue efforts were proving successful, but things only got worse. The following day, a strong blizzard struck Halifax, blanketing the city in 16 inches of snow and completely cutting it off from the outside world. The pounding and blinding snow forced rescuers to stop their searches. According to Nova Scotia Archives, there were 1,782 confirmed victims, including about 100 from the neighboring city of Dartmouth, just across the river. As I said, roughly 1,600 people were killed instantly, with an additional 9,000 injured. In total, over 1,600 homes were destroyed, with 12,000 damaged. 31,000 survivors were left homeless or with insufficient shelter. In one fell swoop, nearly the entirety of the city's industrial sector was wiped from the map. Despite some initial arrests and intense investigative proceedings, there was not a single conviction nor party held responsible for the accident. Survivor remains continued to be sporadically discovered as late as summer of 1919, nearly 2 years after the explosion. Alright, let's disembark from boats for a bit and head on over to trains. Trains are pretty neat. Remember those commercials from the early 2000s? Those were fun. Not as good as some of the commercials you'd randomly wake up to at 2 a.m., but that's another story. This particular chapter in history revolves around the Versailles Left Bank Railroad on May 8, 1842. Having just enjoyed a French day of French festivities, upwards of 700 French fellas and fellettes boarded a French train bound for French Paris. The train was long, about 195 standard baguettes in length. In total, 18 passenger carriages were being hauled along the railway by 2 powerful steam engines. The train chugga-chugga-choo-chooed along the line at about 25 miles an hour, passing through the towns on its way to Paris. But as the engines roared through the commune of Meudon, many passengers were about to face the harsh reality of mechanical failure and metal fatigue. An axle on the front locomotive suddenly snapped, completely derailing the engine. The second engine, still under power itself, slams into the first in a concussive blast, jumping the track and spilling the contents of both engines' fireboxes. Hundreds of pounds of burning coals were now thrown about. All of that forward momentum pulled up to 5 of the preceding passenger cars straight into the wreck. The pileup of the very wooden carriages instantly ignited from the spilled burning coals, ruptured grease boxes, and various leaking oils. To make matters worse, the passenger cars were reportedly recently painted, only further accelerating the burn. Those who weren't insta-killed by the impact were now caught in the blaze. You see, in order to prevent passengers from falling out of moving trains or attempting to jump out of a car before coming to a complete stop, it was standard practice in the 19th century across continental Europe to lock passengers in the cars from the outside. The result of this, in this particular disaster, as you can imagine, is that most survivors were now completely trapped in the mangled mess. The lucky few who remained relatively unharmed managed to throw themselves from the busted windows onto the ground below. The scene was completely horrifying and unprecedented in railway history up to that point. There had been accidents before, yeah, but they resulted in maybe a handful of deaths at most. This was something else entirely. Passenger cars that weren't converted into easy bake ovens were evacuated by nearby onlookers who tended to survivors as best they could. By the time the situation came under control, the true scale of the tragedy really began to set in. Remains were attempted to be recovered from the burnt wreck, but they were indiscernible from one another. Reports described the scene as, quote, an agglomerated mass, a heap of flesh and bones, blackened and charred by the fire, formless, disfigured, and impossible to recognize. From the pile of the remains, only 7 bodies were able to be identified through trace dental features or skull measurements. At the risk of being demonetized, I really can't do justice to the sheer scale of the violence of this accident, so if you want to read further on eyewitness statements and the descriptions of the devastation, I've got a link in the description to a comprehensive report by French historian Anne Carroll. The level of detail she provides is just ugh. The official death count for the Versailles rail accident was just 55, but historians believe the real toll to be as high as 200 due to the fact that so many remains were simply burned beyond recognition. After the accident, investigations identified the mechanical failure of the axle and expanded the field of metal fatigue research. Since then, studies and practices have been standardized that force axle replacement after certain wear and tear milestones, significantly dropping the likelihood of a repeat event to statistically improbable. As for the practice of locking passengers in cars, it was abandoned effectively overnight following the tragedy. In France, at least. It took some convincing and compromise over the following years for the rest of Europe to follow suit. Safety design is a fickle fiend. Let's end on something a little bit more lighthearted, even though it still involves a lot of death. The Erfurt latrine disaster was a disaster involving a latrine in the German city of Erfurt. Groundbreaking, I know, but trust me, the whole event is quite literally groundbreaking. Back in 1184, some political turmoil was brewing within the Holy Roman Empire. An informal meeting between 2 rude but noble dudes required the mediation by 18-year-old Henry VI. He was the king of Germany, Italy, and Sicily, and future emperor to the Holy Roman Empire as a whole. The meeting, held in the city of Erfurt, aimed to settle a multi-year-long land dispute between the two parties. Attending said meeting were imperial officials, knights, nobles, bishops, clergy, and counts. Over 100 powerful people jammed and crammed into one small room. A small room on the upper floor. Did you hear something? Nein. Oh well. The argument carried on with both parties pleading their respective cases to the king.
Your Highness, he's encroaching on my ecclesiastical jurisdiction.
Oh, go suck ein Schwinkter. You know that's not true. Guys, can we not get into this shit? Well, what Scheiße do you recommend we get in then? I'll be right back. Smack dab in the middle of the meeting, the centuries-old wooden floor and support structure buckled under the weight of the attendees. Nearly all those present collapsed through to the ground floor. But they didn't stop there. With the sudden force of all these people slamming into it, the ground floor also collapsed, breaking through to a cesspit below. Within just seconds, dozens of people were now submerged in years' worth of fetid fecal matter. Ew, 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 ew.
Oh god, SOL.
Many were knocked unconscious from the fall and drowned in the waste, while others had suffocated under the harsh methane fumes. Some managed to be saved from the slop, but according to historical records, it's believed that at least 60 people died from the collapse and subsequent poopy plunge. Some historians do believe it may have been more, as only those of high rank were named and accounted for, so it's speculated that lower ranking or less notable figures like servants and such were simply not recorded after suffering their duty drowning. In a stroke of good luck, the king remained unharmed as he was positioned on a reinforced part of the upper floor.
What'd you do?
While there were no overwhelming political consequences, it was a pretty big shock to German aristocracy for a time, eventually becoming a big brown skid mark in German history.
Stupid deadly trends in history. So social trends are a thing. Whether it's collecting the latest useless collectible or partaking in the how many dehydrated baby carrots can you shove into your butthole challenge, there's no avenue that humanity won't venture in order to fulfill our lives with something to ooh and ah at. And it's been that way since the dawn of man. Take, for instance, flagpole sitting. It's exactly as boring as it sounds, but for the dopamine-deprived people of yore, this was the bee's knees. The practice of posteriors perpetually planted on pillars and poles was prevalent as far back as the 5th century. Back then, a bunch of Christian dudes called stylites would make it their mission to live atop tall pillars, with the term stylites deriving from the Greek stylos, quite literally meaning pillar or column. Now, this wasn't for social entertainment, but rather for the salvation of their soul. Perhaps history's most well-known stylite was Simeon the Stylite. He believed that by living all uncomfy and uncozy atop his tall little pillar palace in Syria, with minimal sustenance and constant exposure to the elements, he would essentially cast away his mortal self. All that remains would be his immortal soul, ready for a first-class ticket to the heavens beyond. Because I guess God loves watching his creations mercilessly punish themselves for good boy points. According to some historical sources, Simeon remained perched on his pillar for as long as 42 years until his death. A real commitment to the bit. Fast forward tens of billions of seconds into the future, and the practice of pole sitting made a comeback in the 1920s and 30s in the United States. Only this time, it was to draw a crowd. Like any trend, it all began with one person. This person, semi-professional stuntman Alvin Kelly. Reportedly the result of a friendly dare, Kelly's first publicized climb was in 1924, where he sat for several hours outside a department store in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Excuse me, what's with that guy up there?
Buy a coat, buy some slacks, don't forget to buy a hat.
He's no one. Welcome to the story, enjoy yourself. Hey, come on, get down from there. No, I'm not gonna ask again.
Ooh, what are you gonna do? Come up here and make me?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Hey, guess what? What? Kelly's successful marketing campaign actually bloomed into a career. He would use his questionable talent to promote things like movie premieres or sporting events, but eventually became the main spectacle himself, touring 28 cities across the country where people actually bought tickets to watch dudes sit atop a pole for hours on end. Do a flip. His personal best was a cheek-numbing 49 days in Atlantic City, New Jersey. All of this fame and attention paved the way for others to take up the trend, from amateur backyard enthusiasts like Little Lenny here to full-time professional pole sitters like your mom. But of course, nothing lasts forever. The fad began dying out when several people started to die off thanks to that great big depression that happened in the 1930s. It's hard to laugh at someone struggling and starving on a pole 200 feet in the air when you're struggling and starving at ground level. By its very nature, the stunt of pole sitting was extremely dangerous. You had to balance yourself properly through sleep deprivation, harsh weather, and lack of nutrition. One slip or overcorrection was enough to convert all of your potential energy into kinetic energy as you gave onlookers a direct demonstration of gravitational acceleration.
Well, there he goes.
There was at least one verifiable death directly related to the act. Granted, this was decades later in the 1970s. The unlucky fella who took the fall was 72-year-old professional poler Richard Blandy.
Dear old Dick spent a record-breaking 125 days atop a pole in Stockholm, Sweden just 9 years prior, surviving mostly on whiskey and 3 packs of cigarettes a day, or as I like to call it, the stepdad special. Then things hit a wall for Richard, or in this case, the ground. In 1974, while finishing up a 4-day promotional sitting at Dixie Square Mall in Harvey, Illinois, a trailer accidentally reversed into his tower, causing it to collapse and Richard to plummet to his death. Remember, the higher the heights you reach, the longer the fall from the top. Despite the fancy-sounding name, you're probably familiar with this one. Venetian ceruse was a specific type of cosmetic concoction used throughout the 16th century in Europe. The main purpose of this product was to lighten the complexion of many a fine fella or fellette. It also served to cover up blemishes and give a refined, flawless look. Since most of my guys are drawn as white as a cheese and mayonnaise sandwich, we need to travel back in time. Believe it or not, the desire to appear pale as paste actually stretches as far back as 2000 BC with the ancient Egyptians. Well, the rich ones anyway. You see, getting all tanned and toned under the hot sun all day was a sign that you were a filthy, hard-working poor. Not wanting to look like they partook in any labor, Egyptian nobles slapped lead-based powder all over their faces to get that DoorDash enthusiast look. You know, the look of royalty. The desire for a paler complexion traveled across the Mediterranean into ancient Greek territory where, again, upper-class folks took it upon themselves to whiten their skin and cover up any skin imperfections. The trend continued on to influence ancient Rome and even ancient China, all of which stuck to the lead-based recipe. Jump into the futuristic years of the 16th century, and the beauty standard still remained, and that's about the time that Venetian ceruse entered the fray. Perhaps one of the most notable historical figures that dabbled in the dust was Queen Elizabeth I of England. The exact cause of her death is debated, but historians speculate her kicking of the royal bucket to have been a severe blood infection brought on by heavy use of her lead-based Venetian ceruse makeup. She not only used the powder to minimize any melanistic manifestations, but to cover up severe scarring from her smallpox. It also was just the fashion at the time. If you take a look at a lot of Renaissance paintings from the era, you're gonna see a lot of disturbingly white faces. It was the epitome of beauty. I mean, nowadays some people obsess over looking like dumbass balloon animals, so it's not all that outlandish. The most well-documented death directly from Venetian ceruse use was debatably beautiful babe Countess Maria Coventry. Her heavy use of the stuff caused her own skin to crack and peel, forming painful open sores that she just covered up with more makeup. She bit the dust in 1760 at the age of just 27. So what exactly was it made of and why was it so toxic? Well, first of all, it's lead. Lead's not good for you, especially not being plastered onto your skin for hours or days on end. But lead isn't even white, I hear you scream into your screen. But white lead is. This is white lead. See how white it is? Pretty freaking white. This is hydroceresite, a lead salt compound also called lead carbonate hydroxide. It's naturally occurring, usually found alongside the pure lead deposits, so some Venetian fellas in Venice decided to mine the stuff, mash it up, and mix it with water and vinegar to create a paste. It was found to have incredible drying properties, so it was actually first used in the 16th century as a medical product, being applied to icky, sticky, oozing open sores and wounds to suck up the juices. But then I guess someone got a little experimental and realized it could be a great cosmetic as well.
Would you frig me? I'd frig me.
The problem though with long-term lead exposure is that it sort of leaches through the skin and into your blood, causing lead poisoning, and any condition with the word poisoning in it naturally doesn't have pretty side effects. According to the World Health Organization, severe lead poisoning can cause a wide variety of symptoms. None of them pleasant. You have your basic nausea and vomiting, sure, but you also have crippling headaches, memory loss, the big sad, and even high blood pressure in the short term. As for the long term, we're talking reproductive issues and even permanent brain and nervous system damage. The neurological effects often led to increased aggression, hyperactivity, and the lowering of one's IQ. So in scientific conclusion, heavy lead makeup was creating a bunch of irritated, angry, infertile morons. Just like those dang
insert political party here.
Am I right? Humans have been nodding their noggins and tapping their toes ever since first discovering a beat. And the act of rocking out usually lasts for several songs, which is normal, but how would you feel about dancing for days on end? Well, it happened. Dance marathons were all the rage back in the 1920s in the United States, but Americans actually have the British to thank for that. In February of 1923, professional dance couple Ollie and Edgar took it upon themselves to cut a British rug for 7 hours straight. This was something that, historically speaking, had never really been done before, and it caught some national attention. But in true American fashion, the British were about to be one-upped. Alma Cummings, a New York dance instructor who became fascinated with the idea of testing human limits while revolutionizing human expression, set a blistering 27-hour dance record just 12 days after the Brits tried to be good at something. I mean, look at that, she put holes in her soles, for God's sake. Something was happening within the United States in the 1920s. If you recall, the flagpole sitting craze was also hitting its stride at this point in time. Americans became obsessed with record-breaking feats of human physical endurance. So publicity stunts became the norm as normal humans tried pulling off superhuman endeavors. I'm gonna lift this car. So after Alma busted her move, the idea of endurance dancing began to take off. Within the next few weeks, her record had been broken 9 times across the country, so everyone was getting into the swing of things. It became a public spectacle, with promoters hosting dancing marathons as a form of entertainment. Pay a 25-cent fee, and you could just watch people shimmy 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 to the break of dawn. Several dawns, actually. You see, it didn't take long for the craze to drop a ranked mode. Competitive dancing marathons saw couples boogieing for days on end to get a chance at solid cash prizes. Those prizes became even more valuable once the world entered the Great Depression in the 1930s. In a collapsed economy, these marathons were seen not only as a form of entertainment for the now destitute masses, but a means of survival. That's because participants were properly fed and sheltered in exchange for their performance, all while still having that chance at a grand prize. These prizes could range from a couple hundred to a couple $1,000. Now, considering that the median income in the 1930s was roughly $1,000 a year, this was a big deal. So dancing devolved from entertainment to desperation. Competitors were allowed only short breaks in between numbers to catch their breaths, but they were still required to move and groove in some form, be it a tap of the foot or a nod of the head. Couples that stayed still for too long were actually prodded with sticks or splashed with water to get them back on their feet again, lest they be disqualified and thrown to the streets. The most famous dance champions of the age were handsome stud muffin Callum de Villiers and beautiful babe Vani Kuczynski. So take a guess. How long do you think that their record-breaking dance lasted for? Time's up. The answer was a heel-evaporating 157 consecutive days. Over 5 months of throwing down on the dance floor. Their prize? $1,000. Almost $25,000 in today's money. To no surprise, these endurance events were not without consequence. Like I said, people fully exhausted themselves to the point of collapse. Staying in the contest meant that you had food, water, and shelter for as long as you kept shaking that thing. Unfortunately, this resulted in a few reported deaths across the nation, one of the first being 27-year-old Homer Morehouse. No, not this guy. What, you want to see an actual picture of a dude who danced himself to death? You sicken me. Just an amateur dancer, Homer had reportedly been throwing it back for 87 hours straight, suffering from malnutrition and extreme sleep deprivation. He stumbled to a chair to take a break and fell over dead. News of these deaths caused immediate nationwide banning of dance marathons when they realized that, albeit voluntary human torture, isn't all that humane. But when promoters were raking in tens of thousands of dollars per event, stacks of cold hard cash outweighed the stacks of cold hard bodies. Hold on to your piggies, cause this one's gonna cause some toes to curl. As a warning, there will be some gross feet pics somewhere in this section. Now if you'll forgive my attempt at Chinese pronunciation, we'll get right into it. The practice of foot binding, or Chansu, dates all the way back to the Imperial China days, with scholars failing to fully agree on any one origin story. Some claim the practice to have existed in the 6th century, but most point towards the 10th century under the Tang Dynasty. It is believed that a concubine of unsurpassed beauty was the first to bind her feet, though of course, not by choice. Lumpy Dumpling Emperor Li Yu commanded the aforementioned concubine Yao Nyang to wrap her feet in white silk to resemble the crescent moon.
She then performed a fancy dance atop a golden lotus statue. The emperor stood in awe at the grace and elegance of the woman's dance, so naturally other women of status wanted to imitate it. Women would force their feet into unnatural positions, with the goal of creating what were later referred to as lotus feet. You know, like the flower, small, delicate, and beautiful. The teeny tiny tootsies were reportedly highly desirable, as Chinese men thought that this shit was undeniably sexy. Now, some historians believe that the real reason was a bit more selfish. See, this is what a real lotus foot looks like underneath the shoe. Scrumptious, right? Now imagine trying to walk around on those things all day. The reality of it was that walking on permanently disfigured feet meant excruciating pain. This resulted in women walking very daintily and slow, if at all. It has been suggested that the act of binding, while convincing women that it was to attract suitable partners, was actually a form of control, with men limiting the mobility of their wives. This would, in a sense, bind them to their homes just as their feet were bound to their shoes. This forced these women into sedentary, boring lives with nothing more to do than menial labor such as weaving and tapestry to help with the household income. Alright, but just how crunched in were them things, you may be asking yourself? And the answer is pretty friggin' crunched.
Penguin.
Ideally, the foot was to be no longer than 4 inches or 10 centimeters in length. Ironically, the whole process was no small feat. Over the course of several months or even years, the toes would be repeatedly broken and tightly tucked under the sole, with the entire foot folded downward to achieve the desired effect. Unfortunately, it's a sad reality that innumerable Chinese women faced across the centuries. Well, no, actually, it wasn't just grown women, but young girls too. I'm talking as young as just 4 or 5 years old. Gotta fold and mold them feet while they're still growing. You ever go on the Living with the Land ride at Disney's Epcot and see the neat Mickey-shaped pumpkins growing? It's the same principle, but with human feet. The binding of youthful feet was not only practical from a physical standpoint, but a disciplinary one as well. It trained young girls to realize that life is pain, as well as the importance of abiding by societal rules and customs. This practice persisted from the 10th century all the way up to the 19th century. By then, it's estimated that nearly half of all Chinese women had their feet bound to some degree. If it wasn't obvious, all that cracking and crunching of the feet didn't exactly come with health benefits. The forced deformation commonly resulted in ulcerations, nasty sores resulting from the cracking open of skin, which were very difficult to treat properly. These led to deadly bacterial infections and gangrene, sometimes requiring the full amputation of the affected foot. Refuse to cut off one foot and you can end up 6 underground. Foot binding started to fall out of favor towards the beginning of the 20th century. By this time, mass-produced textiles began taking over, leaving the perpetually working from home women to be out of a job. So they finally put their foot down. After exhaustive women's rights campaigns, the Chinese government took a step in the right direction by formally banning binding in 1949. Now, when you've got something that's beyond repair, do you ever just make the decision to break it a bit more to give it that sense of finality? Maybe just hucking a busted light bulb into a garbage can to hear a satisfying shatter? I have a deep garbage can. Well, gosh damn it, they did the same thing to full-size locomotives back in the day. Yep, if you had yourself a free afternoon and some spare change, you could waddle your britches on down to an isolated part of the plains to witness yourself a genuine high-speed train crash. But why? Because it looked cool. Come on, I know that when you cruise on down the freeway and notice a wreck on the side of the road, you're gonna be whipping your big dumb head around to see the extent of the damage. We all do it, that's why we have traffic. But that curiosity and wonder is what drew crowds of tens of thousands of spectators throughout the late 1800s and early 1900s. The premise was simple. Beginning in 1895, railroad organizers figured out a way to profit off of decommissioning their equipment. Train engines deemed obsolete either by being outdated or having otherwise unrepairable mechanical issues were placed on a long stretch of track facing each other. Onboard engineers would then set the locomotives full steam ahead before abandoning ship.
Step on the gas.
Allowing them to become a physical demonstration of physics. Spectators happily tossed a few of their hard-earned bucks to witness such a staged catastrophe. They were about as excited as a Second Amendment enthusiast experiencing his first home invasion.
The problem, though, is that public safety measures at the time weren't much more than just standing back a ways while the trains did their thing. Nowadays, it's common for crowds to gather at scheduled demolition sites to watch tall buildings no longer be tall. But even at a bare minimum, safety nets are placed in front of the crowds to catch any rogue debris. Think about it, even a small stone zooming on through at hundreds of miles an hour can mean instant death. Well, that would have been a welcomed consideration in 1896. Just north of Waco, Texas, was the now infamous Crash at Crush, a staged train wreck that was more than what the crowd had bargained for. The planned crash was to occur at the town of Crush. Crash at Crush. Make sense now? The temporary town was built specifically for the event, with an expected crowd of 20,000 Texans. But thanks to effective advertising, 40,000 showed up, eagerly awaiting to see themselves a tasty train wreck. Now this should have been an omen that things weren't going to go as planned, but double the crowd meant double the doubloons and the pantaloons, so the event stuck to schedule. The two trains were put in place and sent on their way, topping out speeds at 50 miles an hour. The steam engines collided, as expected, but upon impact, the boilers violently exploded. Not as expected. The explosion launched shrapnel in every direction, which naturally included where the crowd was standing.
Well, butter my buns and call me a biscuit. I don't think that was supposed to happen.
You know what? I think you're right. In addition to dozens of Southern fellas sustaining some bumps and bruises from flying hunks of metal, at least 2 Texans unfortunately yeed their last haw. But surprisingly, the crowd didn't flee. Instead, they ran towards the wreckage to assess the damage and grab themselves a souvenir from the pile of twisted metal. After all, they did pay to see a wreck, so they were going to get their money's worth. Despite the widespread report of the tragedy, the public didn't seem to care. In fact, these stunts only got more and more popular. Events kept chugging along well into the 1930s when the trend finally crashed and burned. Hold your breath, you're getting flushed back into the times of the Aztec Empire, a Mesoamerican civilization renowned for its vehemently violent and vicious nature. Or at least that's how history remembers it, and you're about to find yourself in the heart of it all. You've surfaced right outside of the capital city. Think you could survive? Well, they didn't, so maybe you could. Let's find out. Welcome to Tenochtitlan. Located in what is now Mexico City, Tenochtitlan was once a sprawling metropolis and one of the most populated cities in the whole world, home to over 200,000 people. Now, despite what you may think, the Aztec Empire is actually not that old. This is the year 1519, the historical height of the empire. That is, until... But anyway, you begin kicking your little arms and leggies to get to shore, assuming you can swim. After all, Tenochtitlan was built on a huge friggin' lake. Lake Texcoco to be precise. Why? Because religion makes you do illogical things. You see, way back around 1325, the Aztec people, who actually called themselves the Mexica, were tasked by their patron god Huitzilopochtli to find a promised land upon which to build a brand spanking new city. Huitzilopochtli apparently appeared in a priest dream to deliver a divine prophecy with his soothing, ethereal voice. After strenuous searching in the Mexico Valley, all while annoying the heck out of other indigenous groups, the weary wanderer's wayfare finally came to an end, on an island in the middle of a huge freaking lake. Since this was not prime real estate in the slightest, many of the surrounding Mesoamerican civilizations who already disliked the aggressive, violent, and invasive Mexica allowed them to stake their claim without protest, as building buildings on a lake was a fool's errand. Nonetheless, Tenochtitlan was built from the soggy ground up. Over the span of the next 100 years, the city had flourished into a central hub of trading, education, and innovation. At least for its inhabitants. You see, decade after decade, the Mexica terrorized the surrounding lands, embarking on brutal and bloody conquests. These invasions established and expanded the Aztec Empire across roughly 80,000 square miles, beginning in 1428 all the way up to 1519. And here you are, so you better get to surviving. You can start by lifting your sopping self out of the saline water and flopping on a dry land. But wouldn't you know it, the jig's already up as you've been spotted by a local farmer. And unless you've got some heavy Mesoamerican blood pumping through your veins, they're gonna think you look weird, meaning that they'll be cautious. Sure, you could probably take out anyone in a 100-mile radius with a comedically timed sneeze, but you're not here to rewrite history. Just suffer through it. That being the case, you attempt to speak with the locals using your superb linguistics knowledge.
Por favor, manténgase alejado de las puertas.
No, you dingbat, they don't speak Spanish. Spanish aren't even here yet. Try something else. You ponder to yourself, scratching your long chin hair. Well, now what? You're exactly right. The Mexica had their own language called Nahuatl. See that little TL at the end there? It sounds like a just a little right in the kind of like in this word. You've probably been saying this as axolotl or ajolote from my Spanish speakers, but it actually comes from the Nahuatl language. So it would be correctly pronounced as axolotl. Be sure to drop that tidbit of knowledge into group chat so your friends can start a new one without you. Anyway, only about 1.5 million people today can even speak Nahuatl, and I'm willing to bet that you're not one of them. So if I were you, I'd about asho-lit my pants because you're an outsider. And this is the part where you get taken captive. Or worse. If you are taken alive, you'd certainly wish that you weren't, but at least on the way to your doom, you'd be able to get a glimpse into the wonders that Tenochtitlan had to offer. Surprise, surprise. Another civilization, another hierarchy system. The social structure of the Aztec Empire is often debated, but it can be boiled down to your vanilla upper, middle, and lower classes. The big guy at the top is called the Huey Tlatoani, or Supreme Emperor. The upper class, of course, is all your rich folk, your priests, your warriors, and your nobles. Next were the farmers, merchants, fishermen, and artisans making up the laboring middle class, and the poor unfortunate scum at the bottom were mostly slaves and prisoners of war. Upward movement through these classes was certainly possible, but certainly rare, so get to pulling on them bootstraps as soon as they're invented. But even if you were just a run-of-the-mill peasant, life wasn't terribly awful. Everyone knew that they needed to work to keep the wheels turning. Men tended to the farms, women tended to the homes, and the kids tended to their studies. The city itself was also super clean, relatively speaking. Accounts from the Spanish conquistadors noted the exceptional hygiene and cleanliness practiced by the Mexica. Big ol' Spanish ball of rage Hernan Cortez, who is currently on his way over from Spain to mop the floor with Aztec blood, noted the city's impressive public health innovations, including baths and toilets, and water fountains constantly supplied with fresh, clean water. There were even public servants scrubbing everything down on a daily basis. Waste was burned or recycled, and everyone's doo-doo feces fertilized the farms. That's good corn. Since personal hygiene was so ingrained in daily life, widespread disease was not an immediate threat. Yet, as long as there were no floods, droughts, volcanic eruptions, or earthquakes, life was pretty solid. The invention of sustainable, fertile floating farms called chinampas meant that food supply was fairly reliable. The local diet mainly consisted of vegetables or fruits. There's plenty of beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, there's corn if you're torn, a fish if you wish, or dry out some turkey for a jerky dish. You've got deer, duck, lizards, and dogs, but no cows, chickens, goats, or hogs. Grasshoppers, worms, larvae, or ants, all packed with protein, so give them a chance. There's lots of food just begging to be cooked. And no, there's no Chipotle out here. Trust me, I've looked. Alright, enough rhyming. Now you have to keep in mind that this sweet lifestyle was only within the city limits of Tenochtitlan. The Aztec Empire itself was huge, and at its height in 1519, the entire empire ruled over 500 city-states and about 6 million people. While the Mexica were the head honchos around these parts, the empire as a whole was actually a triple alliance of 3 main cities: Tenochtitlan, Texcoco, and Tlacopan. But Tenochtitlan was the dominant power. Why? It's simple. Fear. The Mexica were terrifyingly brutal and militaristic. Tenochtitlan was the promised land, remember, so they're gonna fight tooth and nail to defend what the gods have declared to be their home. So let's talk military. If you're going to be the main powerhouse of an empire and want to keep that empire from crumbling, you'd best believe that you need people who know how to fight. Surprisingly, Tenochtitlan itself had no standing professional military, so every male needed to be ready for a call to arms at a moment's notice in the event that a neighboring city starts getting all sassy. All male citizens in Tenochtitlan, regardless of class status, were required to go through rigorous warrior training at the age of 15. Intense daily exercise drills, marching formations, and weapon masteries were always on the menu. If you wanted to stab someone from a comfortable distance, you could always launch some arrows or huck a javelin. Close quarters combats called for clubs, spears, or this monstrosity, the maquahuitl. This was a wooden paddle adorned with razor-sharp obsidian stones, capable of ripping flesh from bone in a single swing. Its clever design allowed for 2 modes of operation. cutting if they were bad, and spanking if they were naughty. Although certainly capable of inflicting a crap ton of pain, the purpose of these weapons was not to necessarily kill, but to incapacitate. You see, the Mexica actually preferred to capture enemy warriors alive, for reasons we'll cut into later. But perhaps one of the most effective weapons for the Mexica was intimidation. The Mexica wore extravagant, colorful clothing designed to represent ferocious animals such as eagles, jaguars, and serpents. Sometimes full-on animal skins were used too, so imagine getting charged up by a screaming, hulked-out maniac dressed head to toe in jaguar skin. You'd just about invert yourself into a scared little raisin. So while Tenochtitlan had no standing army, it could call upon tens of thousands of trained soldiers at the drop of a hat. As a consequence of being conquered, all city-states within the Aztec Empire were forced to pay tribute to the Mexica, allowing them to maintain the healthy and wealthy lifestyle that you see before you as you're paraded through the city as a filthy prisoner. Failure to pay tribute meant certain death, so these cities were quick to offer up the goods, but of course, they were not happy about it. But none of that concerns you. Instead, you've been sent to court for the crime of being a strange-looking weirdo. Now, this can go one of two ways. Captured prisoners in the Aztec Empire either faced slavery or were offered up as a heavy metal sacrifice to the gods, the latter of which being the highest honor. But let's start with... Believe it or not, being a slave under Aztec rule wasn't the worst because it wasn't really a system of oppression. Aztec slaves fell more into the category of indentured servitude instead of what we would think of as full-blown lifelong slavery. Slaves had basic rights, could marry freely, own land, and could even earn their freedom from their owners under the right conditions. I use the term owners here loosely, as they didn't outright own the person, just their labor. Owners were responsible for providing adequate food, shelter, and care for their slaves, and were even forbidden from mistreating them. And funny enough, if you could prove before a court that your owner was being a real asshat, you could most likely earn your freedom. If your owner was being extra dickish with verbal or physical lashings, they might even end up a slave themselves. Mexica criminal punishments went from 0 to 100 real quick. Victims of your petty crimes would have you provide financial compensation or you being enslaved to them to work off the debt. If you did something more serious, prepare to be publicly strangled or beaten to death with a big old stick or some rocks. If you were a real bad boy, you'd be promoted to sacrifice, all of which are pretty effective crime deterrents. But not all slaves were criminals or prisoners. In fact, some were even volunteers. Yeah, some citizens chose to become slaves in order to work off a debt. After that debt had been paid, the contract was complete and both parties went about their merry way, satisfied with the transaction. Remember that physical labor is backbreaking, but debt is crippling. As for work, slaves were mainly assigned to complete domestic chores by their owners. Scrub the walls, scrub the halls, scrub my balls? Now, of course, sometimes the involuntary slaves, such as yourself, weren't as willing to participate in paying off their debt to society. Since slave owners were not permitted to sell their slaves without said slave's consent, they were in a bind. So it was time to return the favor using a wooden collar. Not only was this collar one of shame, but also inconvenience. Besides looking completely humiliating, it also had a tactical purpose. You see, there was this strange rule that if a slave was able to flee, exit the city, and, I shit you not, step on a human turd, they could request freedom before a court. Ugh, you didn't clean your foot, did you?
I did not, but since slave owners knew this silly rule, any slaves who were flight risks were given the collar, reducing their mobility in large crowds and doorways.
I just want to go inside.
You can also choose to no longer become a slave by marrying or having babies with your owner. But then you're back to square one. Any slaves who continued to be troublemakers for their owners were given 3 warnings before being eligible to be sold as a sacrifice to the temples, should their owner permit. And he just did. Oh, sucks to be you right now. You're about to become a... Welcome to the Hueyi Teocalli, also known as the Templo Mayor, the main temple in the heart of Tenochtitlan and the religious epicenter of many a sacrifice. It's also precisely where your heart is going to see sunlight for the first time in... ever. Religious societies can be pretty bloodthirsty. Just ask the Catholics. And the Mexica were no different. They firmly believed that their gods were fueled by blood offerings. For example, they believed that their patron sun god, Huitzilopochtli, required human blood to fight off the moon and stars at night to bring about a new day. So you can bet your beating chambers that blood flowed quite literally like there was no tomorrow. With over 200 different gods in the Aztec pantheon, it's quite a lot of mouths to feed. Harvested blood would be poured over statues of the gods while it was still fresh so they could get a little sip.
Who's a hungry boy? You are. Warriors, of course, had the best tasting blood, right behind prisoners and children, so they were given priority over everyone else, making them a hot commodity. In order to keep supplies stocked, the Mexica would often host events called Flower Wars, where at least 2 cities would send out troops to fight one another for the sake of capturing POWs for sacrifice. It's a real win-win. Now, when you think of Aztec human sacrifice, your mind probably goes straight to the iconic heart gripping and ripping. And you'd be right. Slapping a slave on a sacrificial slab and serving a swift stab to the sternum for the sudden surge of that sweet sanguine secretion. But when sacrifices were such a spectacle, variety was the spice of life. If you've seen one heart out of a human body, you've seen them all. Thanks, LiveLeak. Many methods of sacrifice were specific to each god. You want some rain? Drown some crying kiddos in a nearby lake for the rain god. Want to keep volcanic eruptions at bay? You better burn some women for the fire god. You want a bountiful harvest? We've got decapitation and flaying for the god of agriculture. Enthusiastic priests would even go as far as wearing the flayed skin just for that extra bit of pizzazz. The problem with these kinds of practices is that eventually it's going to rain again, volcanoes will have dormant periods, and some harvests will naturally provide higher yields. So if things turned out well, it's because the sacrifices worked. If they didn't, it's because you didn't sacrifice enough. You can see how this is a terrible feedback loop. Sometimes, though, sacrifices were performed on a large scale to slake a large thirst. For example, the grand opening ceremony of the Templo Mayor allegedly saw the blood of over 80,000 captives and slaves pour down the freshly carved stone, though historians do debate if this number is even accurate.
A wild Clefairy appears
What's not up for
captured
debate,
using
though,
poke
is
catch.
what's about to
Winners
happen to you.
revealed in 90s.
Say adios to that heart of yours, buddy.
Stop!
Cortez! Oh, am I glad to see you. Necesito ir the fuck home. Comprende? Where the fuck were you?
Imagine that you're a poor simple peasant farmer in the mid-14th century. The only skills you know are plowing and sowing seeds, not only in the field but also with your unbathed wife, resulting in 3 starving, freeloading children. How cute. Pat, pat, pat. You're in the middle of your daily farm run when suddenly your neighbor approaches and leans down to your dusty son, blasting an entire sneeze into his open mouth and walking away without a word. Congratulations, your family is now the host of something called the Plague. Little do you know, your entire life is about to change for the worse, or for the better depending on how much you actually care for your son. In the year 1346, a big storm was a-brewing in the east. Residents of China, India, Turkey, and Palestine were feeling a bit under the weather. So far under the weather, in fact, that they ended up 6 feet under the ground. Because they died.
Clefairy escaped. No one
Believed to
caught
have
it.
originated from Central Asia, the bacterial infection known today as the bubonic plague, or Black Plague, began spreading like the plague. Accelerating through heavily used trade routes, it did not take long to extend its reach. The infection was initially only transmitted through bites of fleas piggybacking off of rats. But you could also get it through direct contact with infected tissue, or by having a friendly neighbor sneeze into your mouth. The rapid spread and swiftness of death caused major panic. With mortality rates as high as 60%, people were seeing friends and family quickly evolve from being alive to not alive in a matter of a few days. Even though death was quick, getting there was not so pretty. A physician residing in Spain published his first-hand accounts of the effects of the plague on his fellow humans. For the sake of not sounding like an uncultured idiot, I will not attempt to pronounce his name, but here it is. However, I do know that these are 2 characters from the hit Disney film Aladdin. No, not that one. Yeah, the good one. Anyway, he states that an infection would begin with a rising fever that left patients disoriented and depressed. They would then go on to experience a plethora of excruciating symptoms that you usually hear about at the end of a prescription drug commercial. Consult your town's spooky doctor if you have experienced the Black Plague. Plague may appear in adults ages 0 to 112 and may cause an increase in cramps, coldness in the extremities, frequent vomiting, skin lesions, chest tightness, difficulty breathing, spitting up blood, stinging chest pain, inflammation, intense thirst, coughing, blackness of tongue, swelling of the throat, abscesses, difficulty or impossibility of swallowing, headaches, fainting fits, dizziness, nausea, and foul-smelling diarrhea. If any of these symptoms worsen, it is most likely too late for you. Black Plague is not for everyone, but everyone you know will get it. So yeah, getting the plague sucked. And to make matters worse, many doctors back then were about as qualified in medicine as a TikTok comment section. So they just looked at their infected patients and went, huh, that's weird. Try draining all your blood. Oh, that didn't work? Well, let's rub some herbs in it. Yeah, that's nice. Oh, I'm such a good doctor. And of course, if your doctors couldn't help, then there was only one other place you could really turn to. Not surprisingly, religion really wasn't that much help either. Some of the more hardcore religious nuts believed that they absolutely deserved the plague for being such naughty boys, so they did a little thing called self-flagellation, or the act of beating the ever-loving Christ out of yourself. The practice was so popular that even the Pope at the time, Pope Clement VI, came out and said,
"Stop it. Get some help."
And so they did. Instead, they simply resorted to placing the blame of the plague on minority groups. Some smarter folks began a more effective practice called common sense, where they would simply avoid other people who they suspected to be infected. Italy even took a step further, forcing ships arriving from infected ports to sit offshore for up to 40 days, or a quarantena, which is where the word quarantine comes from. Of course, there were larger consequences experienced by the severe loss of life. Across Europe and Asia, the available labor force crumbled and trade routes halted, with landlords desperate for workers. With no smelly peasants to harvest crops, food shortages were the norm, with prices hyperinflating on what scarce food remained. Eventually, though, through continued quarantines and improved hygienic practices, the Black Plague did subside in 1351. It did poke its head in from time to time over the following centuries, but it wasn't nearly as bad. In the end, from 1347 to 1351, an estimated 25 to 75 million people died from the plague, the majority being impoverished laborers and peasants. But there was still hope for the absolute chatiths who survived. As I mentioned, landowners were desperate for workers, and with such high demand with such little supply, they were required to pay laborers a much prettier penny for their work. If their landlords refused to pay more, workers now had the freedom to tell them to frig off, since other landlords needed workers as well. Suddenly, peasants were zooming by in their low-riding 1-horsepower tricked-out Mustangs and moving up in the social ranks, with some becoming artists, musicians, and influencers. Furthermore, the sheer amount of death inspired people to appreciate the finer things in life, focusing on themselves instead of religious figures, with the birth of humanism. Inspiration evolved into deeper scientific curiosity as medical professionals wished to learn more about what just killed all of their friends. Society was quickly realizing the fragility of human life and sought a way to better themselves through increased interaction, sharing of ideas, artistic expression, and scientific ingenuity. If the Black Plague has taught us anything, it's that a majority of society needs to be swiftly erased before all of the really cool stuff starts happening. But that sounds like something a dictator would say.
The most painful punishments from around the world. Well, of course the Spaniards are going to be on this list. Them suckers tortured half-truths out of people for over 350 years during the highly unexpected Spanish Inquisition between 1478 up until 1834. Now, when you're performing painful public persecutions for such a long time, you're going to come up with pretty colorful ways to do it. Ways to inflict maximum pain to ensure that you extract those dubious confessions from those filthy non-Catholic heathens. So it's no wonder that history was blessed with devilish devices designed to do just that. You had the Spanish spider, the Spanish collar, the Spanish tickler, very different from the French variety, the Spanish donkey, and the star of this segment, the Spanish boot. Originating somewhere during the Inquisition times, the Spanish boot was a very basic, yet very effective interrogation tool. Help. 4 planks of wood and a few bits of metal. You got your braces for holding the wooden splints and sharpened metal nails to make you squint. The legs of the victim would be secured in place between the 2 inner free-moving braces. The 2 outer planks are secured to each other, preventing any outward movement. Not that you would want to, cause, you know, sharp nails and such. Once the victim was sat down, a large wooden wedge would be placed in between the inner planks, locking the victim's legs. And I'm sure your imagination is a few steps ahead here. The interrogator equips his iconic giant hammer and rears back, preparing to strike. Are you sure you don't want to confess your crimes? Cause this pulsating sack of meat is about to treat you like one of them carnival tests of strength. With one swift blow from the hammer, the wedge drives the inner boards outwards, lacerating your legs, shattering your shins, and crushing your calves. The pain is pure agony, And that was only the first strike. Additional slams from the mallet reduce your legs down to something resembling burger meat. Remember when you could walk like 30 seconds ago? Yeah, me too. Now, despite the Iberian identity, there were many variations of the Spanish boot throughout history. The Scottish first dabbled in boot torture even before the Spanish, tightly binding victims' legs in saturated leather. The bindings would then be heated over an open fire, shrinking the leather and constricting the legs to the point of snapping bone. The French even got in on the action with their own version. The victim would be bound and gagged on a wooden chair with both feet placed in a single oversized iron boot. It would then be filled with either boiling water, boiling oil, or even molten lead. And if you're unaware, pure lead melts at around 622 degrees Fahrenheit or 328 degrees Celsius. For comparison, just 2 seconds of exposure to 150 degree Fahrenheit water is enough to cause third-degree burns on human skin. Victims of the French boot would have their skin and their muscles boiled off of their bones or encased in a big hunk of lead. Better get to confessing, or at least make up something convincing. Oh, this shit sucks. You ever hear the term an eye for an eye? Well, the literal form of this would be the toe-curling, face-scrunching practice of abacination. Popular amongst ancient Greeks, Persians, and within the Byzantine Empire, abacination is a form of corporal punishment, meaning that the goal isn't death, but rather to teach the victim a lesson. In this case, how not to see anymore. That's because abacination is the act of inflicting intentional or oftentimes irreversible damage to one's eyeballs. Hey. What the fuck? Your bulbous oculi have a myriad of nerves ready to send your brain big ouch signals the moment they detect discomfort. And boy, are they about to feel some discomfort. Although it was mainly used as a punishment for heresy or treason, the act of annihilating one's eyes existed all across human history. Perhaps one of the most popular examples of this was executed by Byzantine Emperor Basil II. After defeating the Bulgarians at the Battle of Cladion, Big Bad Basil had taken thousands of enemy soldiers hostage. He had ordered that the men be divided into groups of 100 and brought before him. It was then he had his men gouge out the eyes of 99 of the soldiers, sparing one who would be allowed to keep one eye. That lucky duck would be the one to lead his now blinded comrades back to their respective commanders. Now, according to legend, this mass blinding was conducted on 15,000 men, granting Basil II the vicious title of Basil the Bulgar Slayer. But how would this blinding actually be performed? Well, it's really up to how the person doing it felt that day. Traditionally, abacination was carried out by jamming a red-hot iron rod into the ocular cavity, essentially melting the eye from the skull. Other flavors of removal included scooping with a spoon-like device, slitting with a blade, using preposterous pressure to pop them like pimples, or just leaving it up to good old chemistry. Now, if you really pissed someone off, you would be strapped to a chair while corrosive liquid, usually boiling vinegar, was placed in soluble cups and positioned over your eyes. The corrosive agents would slowly eat away at the bottom of the cups, left to drip into your eyeballs, which would painfully dissolve away. At that point, you'd be luckier to die than to survive. But couldn't they just close their eyelids? Oh, you mean these? Yeah, they cut those off too. Don't worry, it was only a little painful. See what I did there? No, you didn't. That's fine. Strap in for this one, cause that's exactly what's about to go down, and your legs are about to go up. This is the Tiger Bench, a Chinese torture device popularly used in China from the Imperial Age up through today. That's right, the International Society for Human Rights, a German-based non-governmental non-profit organization, claims that multiple inhumane torture devices like the Tiger Bench are still used on prisoners in China to this day for extracting confessions or flat-out torture just because. It's true, probably. And the same applied to its use in the Imperial Age. During the times of the Ming and Qing dynasties between the 14th and 20th centuries, the judicial system required a confession to legally convict a criminal for their crimes, since forensics at the time weren't all that great. Unless you had notable status to sway public opinion, the perpetrator would basically have to be caught red-handed by multiple witnesses. He ran into my knife. He ran into my knife 10 times. He had it coming. But what do Tiger Bench do, you ask in poor English? It's very simple. The victim is delicately slammed onto a wooden bench in a sitting position, their hands and ankles bound by ropes, and their mouths gagged with I don't know, probably a piece of cloth or something. They would also have their torso and thighs secured to the bench to prevent any unwanted thrashing from the pain that they were about to experience. One by one, bricks or wooden slabs would be placed under the victim's piggies, slowly elevating them higher and higher while the rest of their body remained locked in place. Now, unless you have the Tibio Taylor talent of a turkey, you can see where this is going. With each addition of a brick, your ligaments in your knees become hyperextended, painfully forcing your knee joint beyond its natural range of motion. If any of you less than limber people remember the ungodly sit and reach box from your middle school gym classes, just imagine that, but someone grabbing your arms and pulling you with all of their might. Then you might just get a lick of what that pain must feel like. The continuous hyperextension eventually leads to the shattering of the kneecaps and the splintering of the leg bones, utterly destroying muscles and tendons, rendering the victim's legs completely useless. Trust me, although this guy seems untroubled, inside, he's screaming. And if that weren't enough, prisoners would be bound in this position for days on end, to the brink of starvation and full sleep deprivation from the ongoing pain. Not only from the hyperextension, but from physical beatings to the rest of their body if they continue to refuse to confess. They don't know I'm a double-jointed masochist. Despite what the chill demeanors on these fellas' faces express, getting sawn vertically in half is not a pleasant experience. Although the act of sawing has been present throughout many different cultures in history, ancient Roman and Chinese versions were mainly done transversely, or at the waist. But some sadistic buttholes thought, nah, not painful enough. Let's try a different axis. And you know what? Let's hang them upside down too. We'll start shredding the sack, split the crack, go down the hull and to the skull. The method is pretty self-explanatory. A victim will be hoisted up upside down with arms and legs secured to two posts, usually with their dangly bits out. The condemned would then have a big ol' saw ripped through their bodies like a slice of birthday cake. On the bright side, the poor soul would most likely be long dead or at the very least unconscious before the saw ever got that far thanks to the excruciating pain and severe blood loss. Documented cases of this particular path of punishment are rare, but some stories have survived. The most known case being that of Simon the Zealot, one of the 12 apostles of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. If you've ever seen Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper, he's the less detailed guy all the way at the end of the table getting ridiculed by these two fine gents for asking, "When can we eat?" Very little is known about poor Simon at all, being only passively mentioned in the Bible. History states that he preached across Egypt and Persia, with the latter being the place of his demise. Apparently, the Persians weren't too happy with the door-to-door preachings of Simon, so much so that they saw to his end, literally. According to some historians, around the year 65 AD, at the age of 60, Simon was spread in two while spreading the word of the Lord. For his dedication to the J-Man, Simon was made a saint in the Catholic Church, with many depictions of him holding a long saw, similar to the one that ripped through his being. Ironically enough, he was also made the patron saint of tanners and sawyers, which really sucks. Imagine the way you died being your eternal legacy. Like, oh damn guys, you hear that Peter got nailed by a 37 Nissan Altima last week? Better make him the patron saint of pedestrians. But hey, when you walk with Jesus, we're all jaywalkers. Oftentimes we find that nature is already well equipped with possible torture resources, and it doesn't even have to be something large or intimidating. Sometimes it's the small things that pack the biggest punch. Well, turns out that quite a few groups of people around the world took advantage of nature's blessings. Like this little guy. This is a Pseudomyrmex triplarinus, but you can call it a little ouch. This agonizing arthropod is a venomous species of ant most commonly found in the northern areas of South America. These ants contain a cytotoxic venom, which if you remember my little toxins rhyme from my worst jobs in history video, you'd know that cytotoxins cause extreme cellular damage and painful swelling, making it a perfect tool for devastating torture. For this section, we actually have a very modern use case. Back in 2014, a group of Bolivian villagers in the province of Ayopaya apprehended a pair of teenagers accused of stealing several motorcycles. Since the run-of-the-mill judicial penal system wasn't deemed effective enough, the villagers took matters into their own hands. The two upstanding criminals, aged 18 and 19, were strapped to a tree infested with venomous ants for 3 days. The young men writhed in pain for hours and hours on end, sustaining bites all over their bodies from head to toe. Chests were chomped, calves were crunched, nipples were nipped, and balls were bitten. It was only after being found by one of their sisters that the young men were freed from their pincer prison. Well, also after all of their relatives coughed up about $3,700 in cash as compensation for the bikes that were stolen. Gotta pay back your debt after all. Both men were rushed to intensive care, with one requiring dialysis to survive. But I bet they learned a valuable lesson. Don't take shit that doesn't belong to you. There have been other claims of ant torture throughout history, though, as a warning, these are more anecdotal than confirmed. It is said that the Apache people of the southern US and northern Mexico regions were capable of committing horrible acts of violence. But hey, when you're forced off your land, what are you gonna do? One such act was taking prisoners of war and burying them neck deep in the earth, allegedly near anthills containing red harvester ants. With a simple prod to the hill, thousands of ants pour out to defend their home, and being the nearest target, looks like you're the culprit. The red harvester ant latches onto your skin with its strong Chad-like mandibles and proceeds to repeatedly stab you with its stinger. Once stung, pheromones are released, chemically signaling other ants to swarm you. Your lips, your mouth, your ears, and even your eyes are all susceptible to the stings. The intense pain from just a single sting has been described as feeling like being prodded by a searing hot needle, lasting up to 8 hours. So it goes without saying that thousands of those would really suck. But don't worry, it's well documented that around 500 stings would be enough to kill a human. You're probably getting all itchy just thinking about them things crawling all over you, aren't you? Well, now you are. Our last stop on this journey takes place in the big old continent of Africa. Having dealt with colonization for centuries, the many countries of Africa are no stranger to pain. In fact, they're pretty good at dishing it out, especially to each other. Now the
Go. Counter-Strike.
Funny? Can everyone buy a decoy? Oh, you actually bought it. Okay, we go here.
And then?
I will show you.
Let's go, let's go!
Oh, damn!
Yes, we broke the game, boys. Now we go.
Kinda awesome, mate. Nice trick.
https://youtube.be/0_7vxpf6ljq. It's funny.
Check. Interactive AI cartoon physics debate. Let's.
It's the guy who rages at games and breaks his setting.
Yo, Miles, I got a question for you.
Shoot.
Sock, rock, sock, clock, sock. All right, easy. Let's go. Sock, rock, clock, sock, rock, clock, clock. Woo! Rock, sock, cock up my.
Oh, I get it.
Where the you at, bro?
Wait, he's like low tier god then, right?
No, don't lag. Oh my god.
What? Jump. Like low tier god, you know that's true.
Now we land, and we go, and we jump.
That rages a lot too.
Like we are. Jump. Yes. Jump, just like that. Jump, up, kick back, whip around this.
Yeah.
God, bro, I can really do whatever I want, bro. Yo,
wait, I'm confused, man.
I really am invincible. Oh my god. Hey, why that kind of look like my apartment though?
Got some sick.
I didn't really get scared. I just got a little. Bro, why's my heart still beating? Oh hell, no! I just got juke out, bro. Truvy has got juke out.
Holy shit!
Like, bro, I gotta lock in. This game's not even that scary for. Did I just knock her out? We almost won the game.
Honestly, I want to play this game again. It's
All right, 15 seconds. Come on.
So long.
This next one is the last me and my friends made
10
it.
seconds. Let's go.
Alright, now watch now. Let's finish this first. Got this hombre now, you know.
Oh, dude, what's new?
Yo, Miles, I got a question for you.
Shoot. What's on your mind?
Okay, so my chat's telling me if I were to step on this banana peel, I would actually trip. Is that true?
https://youtube.be/v1ondgdj60.
You want to actually fall.
Wait.
That only happens in cartoons.
Activate
Stop
Windows.
asking that.
Didn't even activate.
Thank you. Why are you black?
Why are you
This
black?
is what the fuck I mean, bro. Obviously, in my chat are failed
Oblivion XE
who
just
emerged from the
followed.
fiery catastrophe of their parents' regrettable decisions, only to slither online and spew questions dumber than the night they were conceived. Why am I black?
Wonder.
Why are you breathing?
Boy, hi.
Oh my god, I'm gonna win! I'm gonna win! Yes!
They're your friend.
This is my friend.
I knew it.
Yo, why this game kinda easy? Hey, you wanna hear a joke? What has 99 keys but cannot open a single door?
I got it.
Talk to Miles. I haven't talked to Miles in a minute.
Special effects like him.
Hey there, Alameen. What's new?
Yo, Miles, I came here to confess to you. I just
tried
did
this.
very, very bad, and I need to confess to you, bro. Truvy.
https://youtube.be/v1ondgdj60.
bro. Accidentally.
Okay.
Oh, that's
IGHT.
pretty wild. How old are we talking?
That doesn't matter, Miles. I just came here to say I'm a
Want me
better
to watch
human
it
now.
now?
It's never going to happen again, and I'm going to work to be a better human from now on.
That's actually a pretty solid way to look at life.
Mm-hmm. He
My
understands.
vid.
Yes.
We all lied.
Amen.
We all stole it.
https://youtube.be/v1ondgdj60.
There we go. I know how this goalie works now. We're going to shoot exactly where he is, and he's going to think we're shooting at the other side. Watch it. Hold in. Fire! Bro, he didn't fall for
My
it,
friend
bro.
and I made it.
Come on.
Hey, black guy. You call that shot?
Alright, let
Remember,
me
your
check.
only purpose on this field and the whole basis of your existence is to feed my goals. Do not forget your role.
What? Who the f*** yo? Hey, who the f***
Okay.
you is?
They look Roblox, but
It's not that long.
I have like a friend who always recommends me stuff, anime stuff. Watching what's that lizard guy? Like a lizard guy killing those folks who do magic. It's on Netflix. You probably heard about it. Probably heard about that one. Kindness. Oh, I used to play. Wait, let me show you.
That my friend's YouTube.
Oh, that's your friend's YouTube. I used to do YouTube videos too, but not anymore. It's like dumb shit. Wait, let me show you. Where is it?
Nice.
Where is it? Silly stuff. Here we got this one.
I just help him.
The dancing as Paul Blart. Hell yeah. Oh, lag.
Alright.
That's nice.
Isn't it? And of course, Harry Potter. I used to have this Harry Potter character. I don't know, I haven't played VRChat for a long time. Good old times, that was like 5 years ago.
It's what it is. It's like roads. Don't even too many times.
I mean, new. I can.
Yeah. Long time ago, man. Na, na, na. So where you guys from? Oblivion.
IGHT. SA.
San Antonio.
Alright, 225, let's go!
I'm actually not from
Alright, bro, this is such a good idea, bro. Like, are you crazy? 3, 2, 1.
Now that I look at
Australia.
Oh, Australia.
I don't think it's worth.
What you mean?
Both of us.
Both of them.
This kid's not getting knocked out, bro.
Sweet.
Punch. Punch.
South.
Bro, I'm not even out of energy
South
either, bro.
Australia.
Come on, bro, fight me.
I mean,
Test my
most people
jaw.
live like in the
Test my-
southeast, right? Australia. Like where Melbourne is. Watch some. I had Aussie friends I used to play Warthog with. You ever heard that game?
Congratulations.
It's like a medieval hack and slash game. Pretty fun. And I used to watch those two Aussie streamers playing. But it's been a while.
Experiment 1-1.
Nah, just Queensland and West Australia.
Land in West Australia, okay. No, I've lived in New Zealand actually.
A wild Sheldon appears captured using poke catch. Winners revealed in 90s.
Times. I don't know if you ever been to New Zealand, South Island. I lived in close to Wellington, Ashburton. It's called Ashburton. Good times, good times. Alright. Yeah, I have a conference soon in like 14 minutes, so I'm probably gonna end my stream here. And then I got a meeting at 3 again. I'll be
Okay,
back
bye.
live in like 2 hours again. But thank you for joining. Appreciate it. So if you have any other videos from me, hop on in if I'm back live. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out. Gonna choose someone to raid. Let's see. This guy. No, 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 no. Raid some
Sheldon
penguin.
escaped. No one caught it.
All right. Bye bye. Take care. Thanks for hanging out. Raid. Dude, did Twitch change or something? Let's see. What can I not see the chat box? Alright, I don't think I'm gonna raid. It's fine. I'll be live next time. In 3 hours, folks.